All right, George, are you 0-3? What's your record right now?
No, 3-0. Yeah, the opposite.
Let's go.
Yeah.
So, what's it like piloting Monohan for the first time?
Um, Smuggler's great. Very, very strong. You have lots of flexibility, lots of card value, lots of ability to abuse his ramp ability. That's super consistent because it's your leader ability. Um, let's see. Lots of just textbook. Protect the flip. Get the flip. Play a 6 or 7. Oh. Yep. We're gonna make it some room for I'm in the captain's chair now. Oh boy.
Let's go.
Oh wait, no. All right. Protect the flip. Get the flip. There we go. Center stage. All right. Yeah, no, it's a super strong deck. You have a bunch of discard options, which served me well versus Yoda. The Hot Shot Blaster being a nice snowball effect is very reminiscent of Hondo. Where you can like put an XP out there and that snowballs the game. Same thing can happen in Han.
Have you dropped any games yet? Are you 6-0 or what's the game record?
Let's see. I think I dropped one game, round 1 versus a Django Tarkin Town.
What happened?
And like, I really like discarding that matchup. I just went too far. I think I did a Spark, Bodhi, Kira line. And then I think on my flip turn, I sparked again, and then played like some other, like an L3 or something, because he stopped my Han flip. So like I double sparked. We didn't have anything, but like he just had enough units, and like I didn't develop enough to where, I opened myself to getting scammed by the flamethrower. So, you know, I was like, probably went too far on just controlling him as opposed to developing more efficient units, but
it looks like
in retrospect, I don't know if that's wrong because of I would have been punished by the Van Brace anyway.
Yeah, but
by the flamethrower.
3-0, baby. Let's go. That's a great record.
Yeah.
Yeah,
the other two games were super clean. I played 2 control matchups. It was a Boss Blue and a Yoda Blue. So just outvalued the Bosk, and then Yoda not flipping until 7 resources is death sentence versus DJ. So
yeah,
that was super clean.
Good. Is the room looks packed with some great players. I noticed besides all the Bothans we've got there, that like Reflex, who won the PQ in set 2, is there. Any idea what deck he's playing today? Have you noticed?
He's on Bosk Green. Maybe Bosk is here.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's spicy.
So, so get ready to stop those bounty hunter quarries, because those can get out of hand. But
that's great.
Yep, he's on that. The whole top table. I don't know who got the picture. I think it was Gudo. He messaged on my Discord, but I know he's got a picture of like the top table from this last round, and it was like 4 Bothans all back to back on the top table. They were all jamming out our stuff.
Yeah, while you're there this weekend, if you get a chance, talk about the Atlanta 10K that the Bothan Network's going to host at the end of March, because the signups have been going fantastic. Only a day and a half into it, and we've got a ton of people already wanting to come to this event. And
very nice.
Gudo's one of them. That's what reminded me to say that, because he's coming. But well, good. I don't want to wear you out. How much time is left in the round?
7 minutes. I don't know what to do with myself.
I've
never had this problem before. I was done in 15 minutes. I'm like, this isn't the game I play. Like, what is this? What is this high?
Welcome to my world.
I was gonna say, what is this high variance draw sequence nonsense? But then I was like, I smuggled like 6 times, so I saw like another 6 cards. So
right.
Oh, yeah. Any of the Han Yellows who aren't on Jetpack, I think that's madness. I think Jetpack's amazing. It's been amazing against Yoda, but also against Django. Like having a shield, getting a buff. It's just a hot shot blaster that's more modular. Obviously, you run 3 hot shot blasters, but more smuggle the better. So that's my advice.
which version? As you know, there's multiple themes or types of varieties or species of mono Han.
Mm-hmm.
Which one did you finally settle on for today?
I'm not a rebel gamer. I'm not a believer.
You couldn't convert that far to aggro.
No, that's actually playing aggro. So, like, for me, the tipping point was like I love C3PO. I understand the variance behind it, and like, but I understand how it can snowball. But I think C3PO is only really exciting with like Wing Leader or some other synergy, maybe Fleet Lieutenant. And if you're playing in the C3PO, you're not really playing Han's game. You're not playing a 3 on turn 1. And there's things you're giving up to play C3PO. Your 3 ratio has to be higher than a normal than a non-rebel version. And for me, the breaking point was like Rogue Operative. I think this is kind of like Rogue Operative, like on the face, looks like an amazing card on turn 1. You know, you 4 damage, you can surprise strike, kill leaders. You can, if you establish it, of course. You can, it can get past sentinels. It can get through shielded units like village protectors. It basically completely bodies them.
Right.
But like the second your opponent attacks into it, you're just like, oh wait, this isn't a 4/4, it's a 2/4. And then you're like, oh well, I don't have any pings in Han. I don't have any I don't have a devastating gunship. I don't have any of these any of these like little things that finish things off. So now I'm sitting here with a 2/4 that if they just attack into it, it doesn't do what it needs to do. So for me, giving up on Rogue Operative was the nail in the coffin for me as far as the Rebel version.
Well, congratulations. It sounds like you're enjoying playing the deck at least, right?
I love Smuggle. It is, and like I think what I like about Han is because of the consistency of the leader ability. Like it's correct to smuggle more often than not. Yeah. And just play like above curve and be more flexible and everything. So, no, having fun. I look forward to them eroding DJ, but
well, use it while you can, right?
It's one of those. I was like, it's a footnote in the game's history. Hopefully they get rid of it.
Well,
so go back to playing Hondo.
Yeah. So I saw, did a Hondo make a top 8 somewhere last weekend? I thought I saw that.
Yeah, there was a Hondo Yellow in France or somewhere in the UK. I forget the exact term. Maybe Italy. Is Italy?
That's really cool.
Yeah. I mean, I think it has a lot of legs. I mean, I think we had this discussion like early on. Like this is at 2, but like if you look at it sideways or squint really really hard, Hotshot Blaster does a really good Fleet Lieutenant impression.
Yeah.
With Hondo, giving +3 stats to the board and action feeding, and then Starhopper does a really good Wing Leader impression. Obviously, it's a little bit different math, but you also get an effective card draw out of it. So yeah, I know. I was just chatting with a Cad Bane Blue player. I turned him on to Cad Bane Blue in set 2. He's absolutely loving the deck, still rocking it today, and he's talking about how much he loves Hotshot Blaster, and I'm like, no, just imagine you're playing Hondo.
Exactly.
Because now you can like Crafty Smuggler, Hotshot Blaster, attack for have it 5/3 shielded. That's attacking.
That's hot. Yeah.
Good stuff.
It's real good stuff.
Yeah, and then you have like Mauls to do a little Wrecker impression, and then you can transfer the damage and do all kinds of cool stuff. So
no, it's a big deal. Yeah, it's a big deal you switched off Hondo. You're still having a lot of success at the big SCG Atlanta 2K last weekend. You made top cut with it.
Yeah, I did. Yep. In that version, it was very much just the idea upgraded from set 2. It was your devastating gunships, your perilous positions. It got really good upgrades. And I think actually there's a Hondo Blue today that I'm good friends with. I inspired, and he's 2-1 right now. So
okay, all right.
And he just lost to a Mono Han. So that's a tricky one. But
so you're one of our teammates, David, is playing, doing really well. What's David playing today? I didn't hear what he finally decided on.
He's on Luke ECL.
Luke ECL. Wow, that's spicy. Give us a little insight in that deck. That sounds great.
Well, he's facing off against Reflex, so hopefully
Okay.
Yeah. They were still playing. I hope so. Like, as far as the spice is Barris Ofri, the 1-drop force unit. That's also a Jedi with like General's Blade. That can snowball some games like crazy.
Right.
The spice is like Ayla Secura is kind of insane in that deck because not only do you have ECL to like get like a really good value trade, like it can just scam Bosk, for example, the second they flip. Not only does it enable that, but also it has enough Sentinels to protect Ayla, so that way she can keep getting that value. I know he actually took down Guy last round. Guy was on Anakin, so.
And for the audience who doesn't know all the SWU celebrities like we do, Guy won the Orlando 5K last April or May, the first big tournament, and I still think it's the biggest prize pool tournament we've ever had in SWU. I can't think of anything larger than a 5K. And so, what's Guy playing today?
Well, Anakin Blue.
Oh, okay, great. Yeah, it's a powerful deck. I know we did a lot of brewing internally in our team with Anakin Blue before SCG Columbus, I think it was, where Ian broke out with it on Jeff Creasy's version of the deck. So that's kind of a surprise to you that Guy lost to David? That's like David and Goliath. Oh, the other way around. David's literally the David and David and Goliath there. David and Goliath. Tell him I made that joke.
I mean, Luke can play an incredible value game. If you're not ready if you don't have clean answers to shields, like he can effectively double the value of every single one of his units, and that can snowball. Like it's not like Luke is very much a playable deck. Luke is very like I know David took a game off Bobby Sapphire at or not a game off, a match.
Wow.
Off of him at
put the trophy on the wall.
Atlanta.
Yeah.
Yeah, Luke is great. Luke is a great spot, especially with Concord Nons and like Bright Hope starting down near like Swarm sort of strategies. The Ayla Secura snowball potential, the Barris snowball potential. There's a lot of crazy stuff.
Well, that's fantastic, George. Well, we wish you the best of luck. You have a lot of work to do ahead of you. 3-0 is where you want to be, but a lot of hard work ahead of you today, George, on a deck you've never played before. So
never played in person. I played it online.
I know, you know what I mean.
I played plenty of TTS, but never.
Yeah.
But
this is
no.
It's a little harder in real life to remember all your triggers and remember to tap in what resources you have to use. I use a lot of tokens to remind myself, physical tokens on resources and things.
And this is reason number like 200. I prefer TTS over Karabast.
Yes, 100%.
There's a lot of reasons, but
yeah.
Yep. For this, especially for this kind of deck, It's kind of like the Hulk meme where I was made for this because like all the smuggle sort of triggers and stuff. Like I'm used to all this resource like shenanigans, right? Looking at my resource, knowing what's in them, doing the smuggle replacing. Like I was made for this. I got this. I've been doing that for months. So like it was pretty easy for me to pick up the deck. Like it's been super clean, super smooth so far.
That's fantastic.
Until I inevitably get on stream and then I get excited and then I do silly stuff. But I'm not no jinx. So I think
we have like about 3 or 4 minutes to the next round starts.
8 minutes? Question mark.
Okay.
No, I don't know. No. Okay. The timer says 178, so I don't know what that means.
Okay.
I think that means we're done. I'm guessing.
Okay. Well, I think we're going to take a break. We're going to do a be right back. We're going to advertise out to the community that we're streaming now the Orlando PQ. This is kind of impromptu last moment. It's a partnership with CoDameron. So let Colby know that the stream is up and running, and they can find it at YouTube at Blonde Sabine, and we will work on getting the word out for people to come watch. I see some of our friends like Hunter, Boba Stonks is in chat. We definitely could use some more people in the voice chat. Hunter, if you want to come jump in our Discord at the Bothan Network and talk. It's going to be a fun, long day, and I'm looking forward to seeing George make the top cut. Just knock out the rounds, baby. Knock out the rounds, George.
Let's go. Say Han's catchphrase, don't tell me the odds. My phrase is, I already know the odds.
Yes, let's go. All right. So everybody in stream,
thank you.
Stick around. We're going to do some admin things behind the scene, getting the word out about our stream and get some more graphics set up. And we will be right back with round 4 of the Orlando Planetary Qualifier.
All right, Frank, we're back. Getting ready for round 4.
Hey,
you got it from here?
We got it from here. Go win.
Thank you, guys.
Just win, baby. Just win. I'm trying to figure out how to send you a camera to look at, Hunter. I can't send a new link, Courtney.
You can to the right, create a new link. Now copy that link and I'll send you that one.
I don't think this will work.
Okay,
For everybody in the audience, we are waiting the start of round 4 of the Orlando Planetary Qualifier, and I'm trying to send a camera view to our co-caster, Hunter Boba Stonks, but it may
Hello, everyone.
I may just have to stream it through Discord and hope we have enough internet bandwidth to do that, so you can see it, Hunter, live like I can. Do you want a rematch? Hunter Boba Stonks? Just for funsies, try this link I'm sending you. If you, you may not have Streamlabs downloaded anyway. And while you're doing that, I will go find our player names from the Melee GG and add those guys in. Melee GG. Oh, it looks like I closed the link for that. Courtney, can you send me the link for the Melee GG again?
Chris has got it on.
Okay. Oh, it should be in my history.
Yeah, it should be in direct message. The one that's got me, you, and Kobe.
Okay, I will get that.
Here it is. I got it.
Looks like, oh, an Anakin blue into an ECL Sabine. This is exciting. 2 decks that I know very well. We have put a lot of work in the Bothan network into Anakin blue, and of course I've played enough ECL. Oh, that might be Michael Carlock. I recognize that. I recognize his life counter. I think this might be our teammate Michael Carlock. I don't have the Melee GG pulled up just yet.
Just send it to you.
But that's exciting. Oh, Colby put it in chat. It's Michael versus Vaughn Reynolds. Both are 3-0, undefeated. The winner of this match is going to be in the driver's seat for getting into the top cut of the Orlando Planetary Qualifier today. And have a step forward towards getting the second day bye to the second day. And Maclunky Gaming is sending me direct messages, which I love to see. Titanic and my guys. Let's go see what that's about. Project the screen and then share the screen to Discord. Project stream in OBS. Okay, not sure how to do that, Titanic, but I will try my best to figure it out. Hunter, you still there?
Yeah, it's still there. When I went through the link, it said it couldn't connect.
Okay, let me try this way then. I'm going to share screen. All right, now I'll minimize this so you can see a bigger screen. There. Yep, you should be able to see that just fine, and hopefully our internet. Sometimes in the past when we have been streaming live and trying to stream in Discord, that it overtaxes our computer, so to speak. So.
Oh, the joys of technology.
Yes, but everybody in chat, if y'all can hear us both and y'all can see everything, just let us know in chat that everything looks and sounds good, and I'll start working on putting some names of players up here while we are waiting to start. So Hunter, how familiar are you with this matchup, an Anakin blue and a green Sabine? What do you think the strength and weaknesses are here while I'm working on the overlay?
I mean, Sabine always can get underneath anyone just because of her speed, especially when you flip so late like Anakin does. But if Sabine can't close the game out fast, Anakin's flip with bravado can just end the game out of nowhere, especially being on a 25 health base. I actually had a buddy that's on Sabine in Kissimmee that faced the Anakin and got 2-0'd earlier in the tournament. So it is possible for Anakin to just, win this matchup.
All right, I am putting up some. See how red looks. Is that dark enough? Here. we see Michael Carlock's name? There it is. Good. And then the other name is Vaughn Reynolds. Let's add Vaughn Reynolds to the overlay while we're waiting for them to get going here. So, Hunter, you live out in Idaho, right?
Yeah, I do now.
Which PQs are you getting to play this set?
Next weekend I'll be at Portland. I'm on the wait list for the Seattle one on the 25th, and I'm going to the February 15th one with you guys to the Idaho one.
I know, we're excited that we got asked to come stream it live. So we're going to be live streaming the Idaho one, and we are happy to be doing it. There, how's that look? Hold on, let me mute for a second. Courtney has something to say. Courtney's going to work on the overlay. All right, so let's go. So C-3PO wanted to draw cards. This is a different version of Anakin Blue than I'm accustomed to then. I haven't seen one with a lot of card draw. It makes me wonder if he's playing much more of a control-y, longer version. Michael opens with a R2-D2, takes a peek at a Bright Hope. Not a card you think you need in this matchup, and a card that he is putting on the bottom of his deck, and I think that's the right call.
Yeah, same. Yeah, with C-3PO, it might be a more mid-rangey build of Anakin, trying to edge out these aggro matches instead of being all on the combo.
It is interesting to me because he has a Battlefield Marine in his hand that Michael chose to open R2 even with a Battlefield Marine. That's a curious start. I may have started Battlefield Marine. Oh. But Michael is a great pilot. He was featured at the Orlando 5K at the beginning of our SWU careers when he made the top 4 that day and did a master class with John Tata with Loopee and Late Night Gaming on Green Sabine. And Michael
the original Sabine.
That's right. Michael's innovation at Orlando 5K was putting R2-D2 in the deck, something I hadn't seen anyone else do before that, and it paid off big for him as he made it all the way to the top 4 before the eventual champion Guy took it down. So we're on 3 resources. They just trade barbs at each other. With 3 resources, I see Michael has a Cassian. I believe that's a Cassian. Oh, I can't tell from the glare what Vaughn just put down. So we'll be
I can't tell either.
We'll be a little hamstrung. So the Cassian is coming down for Michael. A nice 3-5 body. What do you think about 3-5 bodies right now in this meta?
They're extremely well positioned, especially with so many Target Town decks coming in. Especially in Han 1 yellow that can get them down turn 1. These Target Town decks really can't deal with them in 2 actions like they want to.
Because they can ping for 1 and then Target Town only does 3, leaving the unit with 1 health remaining.
Exactly.
So a lot of times when I play Green Sabine, as you know, I've got quite a history with that deck. I'll actually try to take control of some of these mid-rangey decks because I know I've got ECL, Poe, and Wreckers and Darksabers coming up. But here, when he leads C-3PO, it sends me a signal that he's more of a mid-range or late game deck than I am.
Oh yeah, so it looks like still can't tell. It might be a Village Protectors. It looks like a Sentinel unit.
It does look like a Village Protector, yeah. So, and Jazrin in chat says that, Hunter, you're representing Jacksonville, Florida. Why is that? I know.
That's my old locals.
Let's go, Jacksonville. I think aren't they getting a PQ this season?
Yes, they are.
You should fly home for it.
If it wasn't so much money to go to cross country.
That's true. So it looks like the R2 might have just
went into the Sentinel.
Yeah, but I don't know why it would be dead. It must have taken... Oh, maybe it did it 2 turns in a row? I don't know. That's interesting. You at least popped the shield with it. I'm not sure why R2 would have died from attacking the village people. Yeah, this looks great. Thanks, Courtney. Courtney just fixed our...
For the fly.
on the fly, fixed the overhead. We need to add Colby's logo over here somewhere,
It's
too.
got 2 logos on it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So...
I'll have to email it to you.
Looks like the base damage is 4 to 5. Hey, Courtney, the next thing to do would be to go put in all the servers that we're live streaming.
I'm working on the
Okay.
right now.
Let people know.
Got you.
I see a K2SO, which is a great 4 resource drop into decks that aren't yellow. K2SO is not a good drop into yellow decks because of bounce.
Yeah,
Cassian
100%.
Cassian did take
Also-
out the village people. Oh, I
No.
think I know how R2 must have died. Anakin must have used his ability to make the village people +2 or the C-3PO. One of them must have... I don't see any damage on the C-3PO. So the village people must have gotten a +2 attack buff from Anakin.
Oh, yeah.
That must have been how
That
R2
makes-
died.
yeah.
I bet what happened is R2 popped the shield, and then the Anakin hit back into the R2, killing it, leaving the village people with 1 health left, and then the Cassian just finished it off. Yeah.
Yep.
Close, exciting games. And if you have, if you're here watching this, it's probably because you're a subscriber to Blonde Sabine on YouTube, because we have not put any word out that we're doing this. So thank you guys for subbing.
Impromptu.
That looks like a takedown.
Takedown on this
yeah,
bean. Yep.
into a K2SO. Strong play for Michael, and he still hasn't flipped Sabine yet this turn with his beautiful showcase. Wait, did he just forget to flip?
No, you got taken down as soon as he flipped.
Oh, my bad. I thought that
Yep.
was the Cassian getting taken down. Okay, so he flipped
No,
into
no,
a
no.
takedown.
Sabine.
I
Yeah.
personally, because I play a lot of Sabine, as you know, I don't mind getting a takedown on my Sabine leader because I go back to pinging. So it's you're really saving yourself 2 damage a turn with a with your entire 4 resource play. You're not. It's not that bad for the Sabine. So, in my opinion, I don't mind it so much.
The only downside is the Darksaber is somewhat dead in your hand now.
Right.
I mean, you can put it on a unit for late game damage,
right.
but it's pretty much dead now.
And I know they're having Wi-Fi issues there at Coliseum of Comics, where this is being hosted. It looks like a perilous position came out to tap down the K2SO. And there should still be a Cassian off camera we don't see right now.
Yep.
And it should have 2 damage on it, so it should be a 3/3 Cassian. I see a Fleet Lieutenant. That could play with the Cassian. I think Michael's trying to balance his resources on 5 right now. If he does the 3 from the Fleet Lieutenant, I don't see in his hand yet what he would put with the 2, because I can't see all of his cards. If that's an A-Wing, I don't think it is, but that'd be nice. Fleet Lieutenant into an A-Wing.
Yeah, the Anakin's doing a real good job at controlling this board so far in this game. Taking very little damage from the Sabine player.
I think he just put the Darksaber on the Cassian. Because with only 2 resources up, there's only 2 resources up for Anakin, and I can't think of anything with 2 resources you're out that he could do to stop it. He can't flip. He's got to put the +2 onto C-3PO into the K2SO, trading those out using Anakin's ability, and then Michael gets to choose what to do, either put the 3 damage on the base or make him discard. We can't see how many cards are in Anakin's hand, but he's at 8 damage. This would take him to 11, and that's how we would know the choice he makes. If he goes to 11, Michael chose to put the 3 on the base, which he is doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and now he's going to hit for a big Cassian off camera. Bring it to the camera, Michael. There it is. And the Cassian comes through for a massive hit of 7 more damage, taking him up to 18. Michael's got a big chunk of this done already.
And just after I said the Darksaber was almost useless in his hand. Big plays.
This is big brain plays for Michael Carlock, no doubt about it. And the Anakin, though, is coming into their place. Once Anakin flips with all this damage on the base, some people, as you know, we tested a lot internally with our team, are playing Bravado in Anakin decks. Tell us about Bravado and what you think of that combination.
Yeah, I wonder if he's on it since he's such a mid-range version. But if he's on it, he's in the range of almost 2-shotting the Sabine player at from was that 5 damage on base. It looks like, yeah, he's in range to being 2-shot with a 10 attacking Anakin. So
Yeah.
it's something that Michael should consider.
I love the position Michael Carlock is in right now. He just drew a wrecker. He still has his ECL up. So that ECL wrecker can be disgusting. The Fleet Lieutenant on a Cassian hits for 4, 6, 7, 9 damage. And Anakin is already at 18. Oh, yeah. Michael is getting very close to already winning this game when it looked like, as we both thought early on, Anakin was doing a nice job controlling the board. Okay, there's a way to... Yeah, there's a little bit of stop, but Michael still has ECL. He has options here. He could use the Wrecker to clear the village people, because he could ECL in the Wrecker, use the 5 damage from destroying a resource to pop the shield, ambush through the 2/2 for 5 overwhelm, and there's nothing between Michael and that Cassian and the blue base. I like that line. Wrecker killing village protector with overwhelm, freeing up an attack from Cassian to win the game. There's the ECL. There's the 6 resources. I think we're getting it. We can't see it off camera. He's going to discard the extra R2s. He's going to pop the shield for 5 damage. He's going to go through the village people, put 5 more on the Anakin's base. That's going to get us to 23, and that is a fatal swing from Anakin. Unless Anakin, he needs a perilous position is his only thing. Oh, another one.
Oh, another
one.
Oh.
Wow. That's his
3
third village protectors. Oh, poor Michael. He had it right in front of him. But he still has the Poe. I think actually he just popped the shield. Yeah, just pop the shield and take initiative. And that's it. Because he could swing with the Poe for fatal. The only option would be if he sacks his Anakin into Poe. Could he flip Anakin and sack it into the Wrecker to kill that? And then Michael has to come up with a way to deal with the village people still. So Anakin is holding on here for dear life, but it is a very tenuous situation, and I much prefer Sabine's side of things right now.
Oh yeah, Anakin's in between a rock and a hard place right now, but he's trying.
Man, this is exciting. This is what we love about our game. You're seeing why Star Wars Unlimited is the best TCG that you could pick up and play right now. It is a high-level game of skill. Your action, my action. It still has some variants, like drawing 3 village protectors. The only card that we also had the perilous position that would have also stopped Michael. But what's interesting is Anakin didn't flip. Doesn't Anakin flip on 6?
I believe so.
Wow, why did he not flip? What's the high level play Vaughn's about to show us? Show us something, Vaughn. We can't see your hand.
I guess he had to take a initiative. That would be the only reason why you wouldn't flip there. But I don't know what he could have here that would give him an advantage in this situation.
Yeah, because at 24 damage, that Wrecker is going to come through for 5 overwhelm, and then he's just a ping away. Michael is still thinking about his resource choices. I see Titanic. It might be Claire. One of them is hiding in the Maclunky Gaming username, but we love Maclunky Gaming. We had so much fun with them at Atlanta SCG. Hunter, did you get to see any of the coverage from SCG Atlanta last weekend?
Oh, yeah, it was all great. I watched all 3 days.
Yeah. Maclunky has shown us how to do this, and they're a national treasure. Okay, we can't see off camera, but some 3-drop event just took out Wrecker. So I'm not sure what that was. Maybe a perilous position if he only had more life than that left. So I'm not sure. Or maybe an open fire. It had to be open fire because Wrecker had 4 life left after hitting the village people. So it had to be an open fire, is what we just saw.
It had to be.
Yeah. Michael's got a lot of choices here. If that's for a cause in his hand, that's kind of nice. The ping would put him at 25. If he hits on all, it is a 4 cause. He could try to hit on all 4. No. Before he's attacking. I can't tell him what to do. But I think what I would have done is I would have gone ahead and 4 caused, because now you put him at a fatal with a ping as the first action next turn.
Yep.
So if you hit all 4. Oh, I think I hear Colby coming back. There's the Anakin flip. Michael's only at 6 damage on his base, so the Anakin is not that scary.
He's at 24, so he's 1 damage short from a maxed out Anakin.
I don't think, Jonathan, it was a fail or a vanquish because he only used 3 resources to do it, and that using 3 resources tells me that the only thing it could have been was an open fire, is why I came up with that on the 3 resources. That Darksaber, man, on Cassian has done some work. So Michael chooses to go for the wing leader first. Interesting. There comes the fell. I think it was a fell to take out the Cassian. So what I like, I just like the 4 cause right now. Hopefully you hit all of them. Oh, he is going for the 4 cause. 1, 2, 3. Give me one more, baby. 4. That's gonna be GG. That's gonna be Anakin hits. No, hold on. Anakin hits for a lot of damage, boys and girls. That's 29. He's 28.
Turned on.
That's 28. So that Anakin is gonna swing. What's he gonna swing for?
That's 5 times. He gets 5 extra.
But he's tapped out. It's over. Oh, no, don't pay. Oh, he had a claim, I guess. Because look, the wing leader does the last 2 damage.
Yep.
I think you just scooped. Yeah. I think Vaughn just scooped to that wing leader is what I'm seeing. Yep. The wing leader would have done the last 2 damage. Even if Anakin had swung in there, then Michael just takes initiative. A player of his caliber is not going to miss that. And Anakin must not have had a bravado. Would a bravado have been enough? What was Michael at? 6 damage? 9 damage? So 18.
Who's that?
Yeah. That's crazy good.
That was a good first game.
Yeah, that was an exciting first game. And I'm really happy that CoDameron is streaming this for us from the Orlando 5K.
Yeah, really showing off the strength of this Sabine deck, despite not winning that early game.
Right.
Still came back and won.
He actually did look like the Anakin had full control of the board. Hopefully Michael's going to show us some of his sideboarding choices here. It's hard to see. I had a lot of fun last night late. Michael wanted to work on this deck, so we went through the list. We made some tweaks. We got it just the way Michael likes it. And I'm glad to see that it's paying off for him because he's 3-0 and won game 1 of round 4. So the winner of this round is in a very good position to make the top cut today. Definitely a 5-0 player. Almost always makes the top cut on breakers for a 7-round event. So whoever wins this is going to be in a really good position. And I'm happy to see Vaughn play in Anakin Blue. We saw Anakin Blue make some top cuts at SEG. We saw it make some top cuts at PQs last weekend. One thing I like about Anakin Blue, it's just a fun deck to play, isn't it? I mean, it's so fun to pump up your units and to swing with a big stick. Anakin when he flips.
Anakin's such a great deck and fun deck to play. It's one of the few decks that feels like it has one of those all-in combo in this game, and it just feels great when you pull it off.
So you said you have a PQ coming up. What deck are you playing?
No hating. I think I'm going to be on Han 1.
There's no hating. That's a high skill deck. I love the deck. Even our team captain George the Hulk switched to Mono Han today for this PQ. He started off 3-0. I do need to get the Melee GG standings up so I can.
Here.
Did you send them to me on Discord?
I sent it in the messages, but I have it right here. If you want it. We're in round 4, right?
Yep. This is the Melee GG link. Great. So I can follow along as we get results in round 4.
But yeah, I've been bouncing between Han 1 and Django for a while, but the more I think about it, the more I miss casting Cunning.
Cunning, of course, is still I think it's still the strongest blowout card in the game. So, because you had a lot of success winning SCGs with Mono Boba.
Yep.
Tell us.
There's nothing.
Yeah.
There's nothing like tapping down, stopping someone's turn, than just dealing 7 to 8 damage to someone's base.
Yeah.
There's
brutal.
no other card really does that in the game.
So I
gotta get in on this drug of DJ tech comboing people.
Yes.
You know.
Yes. Of course, the big rumor would be one day if they would errata the Han leader to say that you can't destroy resources you don't own the way they did when they printed Lando correctly. Lando says that. Well, let's take a look here at Michael's hand if we can see it. I see a disabling Fang fighter. That's a wing leader. Cassian's going down to the resource row. He has a Pathfinder. Pathfinder is actually really nice here. And Pathfinder was a late addition last night when we were working on this list. The Pathfinder, I want to say, was the last 2 cards we added, and we added it for the shielded Sentinels like Village Protector. And we also have Crafty Smugglers, the L3s. There's a lot of things in yellow that are shielded right now, 2/2s. And the Pathfinders can get rid of all of those. So I'm really happy to see that the work Michael did last night on his deck paid off. Because that Pathfinder is going to come down first. And once he plays the Pathfinder, it kind of bricks Vaughn from playing the Village People on turn 2. So he's going to lead with an R2. Take a look. It
definitely looks like it's going to pay off this game. It seemed like Vaughn had a couple Sentinels in his starting hand.
Yeah, and there's the Rebel Pathfinder that we expected Michael to do. He's the aggro, so he's going to start shoving damage down Vaughn's throat. There's the first point each. Those little pings, they add up like bee stings until you're dead from anaphylactic shock. There's the Saber. So Michael's got all the pieces he wants. He resources an A-Wing, which is fine because I think he's going to play a 3/5 Cassian. Oh, and the R2.
Ooh, Anakin ability.
Pathfinder. Yep. That's really good for Anakin. Well played, Vaughn. Here comes the Cassian. I don't have a good angle to see Vaughn's hand like we do Michael's. Michael likes to hold his hand out.
He looks like he put down a C3PO, so he has double droids out.
And what's nice, too, is it's R2 with C3PO, which is going to guarantee Vaughn draws if those guys are swinging.
The first combo in the game.
Yep. They are very good dance partners in this game. I saw a Poe for the ECL. Oh, Michael is loaded up with gas. He's got the Saber into double Poe coming up. This is just, man.
This is what you want to be drawing.
Yes. I'm jealous sitting here looking at his hand like, that's yummy. I want to draw cards like that. I don't want to be sitting here casting. I want to be sitting where Michael is. This is exciting. So he's still thinking on the resource choice. It looks like one of those Poes might have gone to the resources. He did it pretty quickly. Vaughn is presenting a droid army.
Yeah, I was going to say with him, it looks like Michael resourced a disabling Fangfire, and that's one of the best ways to deal with the lightsaber on the Anakin side. But with drawing double Poe, you don't even worry about that anymore either.
So 6 damage now on Vaughn's base with everybody's favorite 2 droids on the board. R2 does it first to set up the draw for C3PO. He's looked at the top of the deck, and I promise you, whatever it was, it went right back on top so that he could attack with C3PO. Here's the ping from Michael. Michael's kind of dirtling right now. It's actually it's actually a really hard play line to see, but I have often now, when I want to put a Saber down on Sabine, I have initiative for this turn. This is crazy, but bear with me. I will often pass first action and really put it on the other player to either take initiative so we go to the next turn, or is he going wing leader? Whoa. What is Michael scared of? Wow.
Maybe he's worried about another takedown like the first game.
If he is, the play line should be you flip Sabine, make him take down Sabine, then you can still play the wing leader onto Cassian.
Yeah. I agree.
The other line here is he might be Vaughn did Vaughn pass? Signaling that he has the takedown? There's the Village People. Man, Michael wish he had his Rebel Pathfinder up now. Did he just claim? Michael might have just claimed. I still would have flipped Sabine and pinged off the shield with my Sabine attack, putting another point of damage on the base. These are tight lines, though. Michael knows what he's doing. He's a great Green Sabine pilot. He is a masterclass veteran with Loopee on Late Night Gaming. So we're at the 5 resource turn. I guess he's thinking he can use his Poe ECL right now to take the upgrade off with a discard and use Poe to kill the Sentinel. But I definitely like where Vaughn is sitting with a ton of cards in his hand from the C3PO R2 combination. The damage numbers are 7-4.
Yeah, you can also use Poe to take out the R2 by discarding as well. The damage on it.
But that is a lot of control Michael's being forced to play into a match where he wants to be the aggro. So here comes the ECL Poe.
Yep.
He's offered 3 discard choices. That's another difficulty. There's so many cards in Vaughn's hand. I see 5 cards. So you're not going to discard a card out of his hand with 5 in his hand. He is going to choose his discard modes now. He is discarding the Saber. He's discarding the Sabine unit. He's doing 2 somewhere. Where's he doing the 2 damage? Nowhere? Wow. He just used the 2 on attack triggers to kill the Village Protector. Did not use the Poe ambush to kill it, which he's allowed to do.
Maybe he's doing that to keep it out of takedown range.
That is a great place to be, out of takedown range. It's also, though, I would have maybe played the make him have it line of thought. And another Village Protector. All right, we need a deck check on Vaughn Reynolds, please. That is 5 Village Protectors he's played in 4, 5, 6 turns of SWU. He's played 5 Village Protectors. I'm ready for a deck check. And also I'd say check his sleeves, but he looks like they're short sleeves. So I don't think the Village Protectors are coming from his sleeves. But it feels like it right now, doesn't it, watching this match? Yeah. I think
if I could play aggro and draw all my Village Protectors, sign me up.
Looks like Colby's giving us a much better camera view. Thank you, Colby, for the adjustment. It did not help with the glare, though. I do like where Vaughn is sitting. This feels like we're going to go to a game 3 down the road. There's still plenty of play left in game 2, but drawing 5 Village Protectors is pretty hard for Sabine to overcome.
How you doing, Mr. Frank? How's it going?
Colby, how are you? We are having a blast streaming your tournament for you. Yes.
I got it 2-0.
Colby, that's so good, dude.
Nice.
Let's go. So you're now 3-1 on the day?
3-1. And all of the South Florida crew that I came with, we're all doing real hot today. So it's a good South Florida day. We're at breakfast and we're like, someone from South Florida is winning this tournament. And I'm like, it's going to be me. But yeah, we're killing it. Day's going well.
Yeah, we're rooting for you for sure. So.
The highlights were that Anakin can't overcome a Quinlan with the saber, and then even if he has the Rival's Fall, I got him to. I almost walked myself into a force throw, and then I just let myself. I put a lightsaber on R2D2, so he's a 5/7, and all of a sudden he had to Rival's Fall my R2 at 6 damage. It was awful for him. It worked out super well. So let me see what I can do about this glare because I'm looking at it.
Thanks. So in chat, Chris Tott, one of our great friends who hangs out with us at the Bothan Network public Discord and also comes and hangs out with us when we're streaming on Blonde Sabine. We love hanging out and talking to Chris, but he asks if Colby is the same as CoDameron, and it is. CoDameron is Colby's YouTube channel. In the Star Wars community, CoDameron kind of popped out on the scene when he streamed live play from the Gen Con weekend. He had huge numbers on his stream for Gen Con, and that is the same person. Colby and CoDameron. So, interesting play choice here. Vaughn has decided to go with the Dr. Pepper. I don't think that's a diet Dr. Pepper either, Hunter. What do you think about that play choice?
That might be detrimental for his health without that diet on the front of it.
I'm just making a joke about the camera getting moved around. There's only so much you can do with lighting at these events because usually there's fluorescent lights right above them. Right above it. We're on a roller coaster.
Yeah, but this is a hard board state for Anakin to deal with.
It's a hard board state for me to figure out because the camera's moving so much.
Yeah, I know Sabine has Cassian, and Poe, and a wing leader out. And it looks like he just lost his R2 and still has the C3.
So he still has the Poe. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, it's on the other side of the Sabine.
Okay. So, if you're just joining us, what you can't see off the top edge of the screen is a Poe. It looks like Michael is exhausting Poe to make an attack, and maybe he's thinking about his discards. He can choose 3 modes of discard. He can choose them in any order, and once he's declared the number of discards he's making, then it's up to Vaughn to make choices. For example, I often will make the discard choice first, so the opponent has to choose what he's discarding before he knows what I'm doing with the 2 damage or the upgrade removal. It looks like.
By the way, I don't know if I can get the glare any better.
Okay, well,
especially not during the match.
Yeah, we'll make it work.
Yeah.
It looks like if they just shift to Michael's right, maybe some of that glare would be off the. I don't know if you.
You know what I'm gonna. You know what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make.
Yeah.
I have little token labeling that distinguish ground and space. I'm gonna leave them on the table and make ground the one closer to the bottom of the screen.
Yeah. So
ground.
C-3PO kills Sabine. The damage on the base has escalated. Now he's at 21. And we're just seeing the power of Green Sabine in the hands of a great pilot. I see Brad from Bad at Board Games has joined us in chat. Hey, Brad. Glad you're here. We've now topped over 100 viewers, Colby, on your stream. So if you guys are not already subscribed to CoDameron on YouTube, go find his channel and subscribe. Today's stream is brought to you by CoDameron, and we're excited to be doing it.
Oh yeah, I'm so happy to be here running a stream. It's just my favorite thing to do, to like play in a tournament and record it. The only thing that beats us is also winning that tournament. So, and the Bothans are showing up today. The Bothans are here.
You're making me blush. I love it. So
they're in.
Oh, go ahead.
So how does the Anakin player not just get run over in this matchup? Like at this point, is it like what do they have to do?
Well, if they keep drawing village protectors, I think they're fine, right, Hunter?
Yeah, they draw village protectors number 6.
Yeah, he's already played 5.
Being at 21 with the wing leader just coming in and the Cassian coming in and going to end the turn at 20, end the turn at 26 is going to be really hard for the Anakin player to clear this board and not have to worry about anything else in the Sabine player's hand.
Frank, you know what I want to see?
Tell us, Colby.
I want to see bravado.
I
think
we already talked about bravado, and I was about to mention it. I don't see a way for Anakin to win this without bravado, because he can do it in one turn if he can flip when. Is that a takedown? Okay. On the Cassian.
Takedown.
Yep. But if he can flip, hit, bravado, hit, GG, we go to game 3. But without, I can't see it in his hand. But yeah,
it would have had to been turn though.
Because he's got to do. Oh, he's smuggling out of the Cassian. That's going to put
Cassian.
him 20. Is that fatal? No, that's 23.
No,
That'll put him to 26. And
Yep.
is there still a Poe at the top of the screen? I can't see.
there is. That's a Poe. It's Poe.
I mean, honestly, yeah, Anakin's gonna have to kill Poe. I mean, Poe's one hit fatal next turn. Michael's just stacking the damage. He's stacking the damage like poker chips. He's all in on killing this 30-point base. And we're about to see, I think, Michael Carlock take this 2-0. It is looking desperation time now for Vaughn, who's played great with Anakin. I mean, but just Michael's just run him over with a curve of cards that because
Michael has a fleet lieutenant in hand, so he's got kill in one action no matter what Vaughn does here.
Right. Vaughn can't kill both rebels with only 2 resources and 1 Anakin to attack with. So Michael Carlock has got game 2 locked up. Only at 7 damage. He's going to spend 1. Maybe a daring raid on the wing leader, but you
hold on.
a force throw. Okay.
We're somewhere. We're something.
Force throw, yeah.
Easy choice. But like
Throw out the wolf. Yep. Easy choice. Keep the fleet lieutenant to win the game. There's going to be another force throw, though. Oh, this game's not over. It's not over. A second force throw. Wow, to kill the... Wow! This game is not over. Michael is left having a top deck, a cause.
He self-pitched the bravado. He had the bravado when he pitched it.
Wow.
No. Why would he pitch the bravado?
To clear the board.
He had to. He had to
clear the board.
Man.
I'm looking at the clock. We have 18 minutes. That's enough time for a game 3.
Yeah.
Man, if he could have saved that bravado after clearing the board, it could have been game for Anakin next turn.
It still might be, because I don't see what Michael could... I couldn't see his draws, but I don't know what other than 4 Ks. There's no way out of this for Michael.
That was an insane turn by Anakin.
Yeah, that was insane. Well played, Vaughn. If you're watching this back,
Wait, how did Vaughn go up to 11 damage? He hit Anakin hit base, right?
Overwhelm. No, Anakin went through. Anakin has Overwhelm, and
he hit through. Got it.
Went through the Cassian to clear the board.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
2 damage, kill 3 guys. 2 damage and a leader. 2 money and a leader. There's the ping.
No, it's 1-0, about to be 1-1. We're adjusting the graphics on the overlay. 21.
Wow.
So this is it. Michael really probably can. If he has got bravado, he's already lost. If he doesn't have instant kill damage, he's going to have to.
4 cause is the answer.
Right, he's going to have to claim and try to top deck a 4 cause.
Man, that bravado would be kill here.
Yeah.
Sad day. We were so close to seeing the bravado.
Oh, this is. I think that's a play mistake by Michael, but okay. Now he can. I think he had to claim and try to top deck a 4 cause. K2SO. What just happened?
Self open fire on the K2SO to kill the K2SO to do 3 damage to the game.
That's so good.
Insane. What a play.
Wow, so good. We're going to get a game 3, guys.
15 minutes.
Let's go.
It would.
We have 16 and a half minutes in for game 3. And here we are saying, look at the mastery that Vaughn is displaying here. We are all saying bravado, 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 and he would have been short a couple damage.
Yeah,
and he would have lost. But instead, he had the double fourth throw.
Yeah.
Wow.
And there's nothing Michael did wrong. I mean, Michael's lines were tight, and they were. I mean, I love Michael's lines.
He didn't draw the 4 cause. That's what he did wrong.
Yes.
As a Sabine player, you're supposed to have it. Now the question is, did he resource one?
Or did he board him out?
Oh, you think?
Maybe. I don't know. Well, definitely have Michael on to talk to him later. So, Jorge Morales, welcome to chat. Glad you're hanging out with us. We're up over 130 viewers watching us in our partnership with CoDameron. You can join his YouTube channel and see lots of great content. And if you want to watch these videos on demand later, we're going to upload them not to Blonde Sabine. They're going to be uploaded to CoDameron's channel.
We'll go somewhere. But I appreciate y'all. Frank, you're the best.
You guys are the best. My teammates are like my family now.
Man. What a game! This is honestly a really cool thing. I love matchups like this that end up that way, where we're all saying Michael's got it locked up. Let's go to lunch. Let's have a thing.
And it ends good.
And this shows, like, if you want to come to these tournaments, you can bring Anakin Blue. It's good enough. Even in the when it's that close, you have the tools. This deck has the power. It's not all just Sabine, Frank.
So I just saw Michael draw 4 cause. So he did have 4 cause in his deck. He just didn't draw it last game. That's the low skill play. The low skill play is not drawing 4 cause. But Michael did open a wing, and he went ahead and take initiative without pinging for good reason, because he wants to guarantee himself this 3 damage with the A wing. Sometimes it's 5 if you top deck a Fleet Lieutenant. But he's going to get the 3 in before an open fire, and here's a red 3. And notice he attacked with the A-Wing before playing red 3. That is a very high skill play, because some players would think, oh, I can put the red 3 out, get 1 more damage with my A-Wing. But all you're doing is giving your opponent an opportunity to interact, and it's not worth 1 point of damage to lose your A-Wing without it doing 3 points of damage. So Michael is definitely piloting this Green Sabine at the highest level. And so if you're trying to learn the Green Sabine matchup, this is now, why did he attack with the red 3 first? Because
I'm wondering that.
No, it's right.
I don't know.
But it's right. I'll explain why. I mean, I play a crap ton of Green Sabine. Because on Vaughn's first action, he can interact with Michael's board. He wants to incentivize Vaughn to kill the A-Wing right here. If the red 3 is up and hasn't attacked yet, of course you're going to kill. Look, he's even killing the red 3 with the force throw, or putting the damage on the red 3. That's how much he wants the red 3 dead. So that's why you attack with the unit that you don't want dead. He does not want his red 3 dead. Attack with it. It decentivizes Vaughn to kill the red 3.
And he held the 2-drop Sabine. I'm pretty sure he could have resourced that. Hey, it looks so good. But he held it so he could discard it to the force throw, staring at the Yoda. Under that glare, it's R2-D2 Yoda. And and Chris knows that he doesn't want to play units into that because then R2 is going to trade up with the Anakin. It gets the damage.
Okay.
But
We are
he's playing space.
This is a ground versus space race at this point. This is an exciting. Oh, and the disabling Fang Fighter pops the shield and gives Michael even more space presence. And now, when Sabine flips, Sabine can kill the Village Protector while pinging a point of damage to the base. Michael might claim here, but no, he did. He took it. He's going to kill the Village Protector, ping the base for again. We're going to get to 11 damage. And Michael has a space fleet that Vaughn has to answer. Hunter, what are the best answers? Is it Concord Dawn Interceptor here?
I think that's the only thing that Anakin really plays, unless he's on the Jedi lightsaber, then he may have Razor Crest in his deck. But it's pretty much just Concord Dawn.
Or just hard removal. Just like you have to go, like the deck is 1-for-1 removal.
And Michael is he's being force thrown. There is an open fire in Vaughn's hand. So open fire on the red 3 is probably what I would expect. We'll see Vaughn lead with. I can't see the other cards in his hand. Maybe he has something better, but I think
I'll be back.
Okay, thanks, Colby. Hunter and I've got it. Yeah. Yep. Open fire on the red 3. Yeah.
Yeah, you really have to control some of that damage.
Yeah. Slow it down. That space rush was too much. And here, this is a really smart choice by Michael. Attack with Sabine first before Vaughn can use Anakin's ability to pump one of his R2s to kill Sabine. That's 3 free damage that he got in by correctly sequencing his actions there. So good again, another well played action choice by Michael Carlock. We are in round 4. Both of these players are undefeated. Sam was asking. That's Noob with the Tube, I think. Sam was asking. We're in round 4. Both these players are 3-0. We're in an exciting game 3. The clock is running out, and we are seeing a space race between Green Sabine and we're a ground army of Anakin. And it is going to be a close finish, but I like where Michael's at. 20 damage on the base already, and he's got more coming. Here's the 4 cause. This game's going to end. Oh, he's got a 4 cause on top. He can put a 4 cause right back on top of his deck, which of course Michael does. You can see it coming. That's going to be game because he can't. Because there's not an answer with no resources up. There's no answer for Anakin to both stop the 2 spaceships, stop the ping, and stop yet another 4 cause coming. This is the high skill play. Draw 4 cause. It makes you a really good Sabine player.
Yeah, just draw 4 cause into 4 cause when they're at 20. Easy.
Yeah. Easy game when you do that.
You're 270. 270.
270 viewers right now? Let's go. 270 viewers? Let's go, viewers. Let's get a stream on today, baby. This is fun. We're excited to be watching some SWU. What else is there to do on a Saturday when you're snowed in? Yeah. Maddie's laughing at us in stream. I thought Maddie's playing this event. Aren't you playing in this event today, Maddie? Let me go to my Melee GG real quick and see where Maddie's at. What do you doing having time to hang out in our stream? Let's see.
This game looks over. 3 units on board with a 4 cause in hand, and he's 6 points of damage away.
Yeah. No, this was great because last night, like I said, late, I couldn't even keep my eyes open. I wanted to go to bed so bad. Michael wanted to work through his deck with me. We came up with a couple of last minute tweaks for this Green Sabine today, and it sure has paid off for Michael because he's put the work in, and he is at 24, 6 away. We know there's a 4 cause in his hand. So open fire on the A wing is going to slow things down slightly. Let's see if Michael just pops the 4 cause here.
Do you want it on up here?
Huh?
Do you want it on up here?
No. So is there a bravado here that could save Anakin? I mean, Michael's got all of his resources. He might not need to play the 4. Well, if he plays the 4 cause and hits all 4, then he has to. He just claims and pings.
Yeah, he's a 4 cause.
No, there's still a Yoda. Wait, there's. I think it's the glare stopping me from seeing the board correctly.
Oh, it is a Yoda.
So there is. This is not over. Michael does need to. I would double unit here and keep the 4 cause next turn. I would absolutely play 2 units right now if I was Michael. And just keep pressing with the board, knowing that once you get him within 4, the 4 cause gets you there, but the Yoda's going to be pushing back. He's doing 6. Could this even be a... Oh, he hasn't even ECL'd yet. Oh my god, he hasn't ECL'd. This is GG. Here comes a wrecker. It's glare, but I think that's a wrecker, right? Yeah, he discarded a resource to kill, and he's going wreckering through.
Wreckage.
Yeah, that's it. GG. Because now 4 cause for sure with no R2, no Yoda. Yeah. And the Anakin flip, but just 3 resources up. But even the disabling Fang Fighter now is fatal. So somehow Vaughn, he can kill Wrecker with a flip from Anakin. He might have something in his hand. I don't see it, what we're seeing, to deal with the disabling. Even a daring raid would kill it. But then Michael's just going to have for a cause to open up next round. So well played by Vaughn. I mean, Vaughn showed us a miracle comeback in game 2 already. And now we're about to see, however, Michael Carlock with the Bothan Network competition team is about to move to 4-0. Where you want to be after 4 rounds of any PQ is 4-0. And Michael's about to be there, sitting in a really good spot to make a PQ today. Top of cut. We've reached the stage in the game that I've seen a lot where the players actually just start talking a little bit about what happened because Vaughn is coming to the realization that's sinking in. It's a terrible feeling when you're looking at your hand, you're looking at the board state, and you're realizing, yeah, I think Michael's got this one. But as any good player would, he's going to fight to the end, and I could be wrong. He's going through the wrecker. He had to do that, but does he have an answer for the dart? He has to have, maybe make an opening where he heals back 2, but that was just a perilous. That's not enough. And so Michael's just going to play for a cause. He doesn't have enough misses in his deck to miss 3 times, so this is going to be GG. Great game, Michael. Yep, there it is. Yay! Hit all 4. Congratulations, Michael Carlock from the Bothan Network competition team, moving to 4-0 on the day. That was we saw one of the best games I've seen of SWU when Vaughn won game 2 though. So if Vaughn is watching this video on demand later, man, you have nothing to be ashamed of, dude. You played fantastic, Vaughn. Hunter, what did you think of the 3 games?
Oh, they were all great, and it really shows that, like, despite how fast Sabine is, Anakin can still win this match with that game too. So I think it shows hope for decks that are more outside of the top meta. So and shows people not to be afraid to bring what you're comfortable with.
Okay.
But yeah, great games.
Yeah.
Both masterfully played by 2 great players.
Yep, fantastic. So I think we're going to take a break. We're going to go to the bathroom. We're going to refresh our drinks and snacks. We are going to let the board state get reset, and hopefully Cole will be back, and maybe we get an interview with Michael, or if we have just enough time, we'll get right into round 5 of the Orlando PQ. Thanks, everybody, for watching. Stick around. We'll be back in just a few minutes. If I can figure out where Courtney put the... be right back. Vaughn, how are you?
Nice to see you, bud. Good.
We've met before, yeah.
Yeah, we met last time, yeah.
That's right. Congratulations on getting off your first 3-match wins, but then that was a nail-biter in game 3.
Yeah, that was... Hey. I was just... Now, the craziest part was, at the end of game 3, if I had a bravado in my hand, I win.
We were talking about that.
And I was like, where's my bravado?
And honestly, we were, like, shocked you won game 2. Michael
Me
was
too.
like, that was such a great... Walk us through your play line in game 2 to pull that out your nether regions.
Out my tuchus?
Yeah.
Yeah, I had so many, like, choices, and I wasn't really sure which choice was going to be the best choice because I had the bravado on Anakin. But also, he pointed out to me that I had lethal if I had just claimed because Anakin swings for 9 at that point. But I didn't realize that. I was just trying to clear the board as best as possible. And when I realized that I had 7 resources to play K2 and open fire my own K2 for the 3, And that's not a play I've ever done. Like I've seen that play, like people talk about it, but it seems like a kind of silly play. But in that instance, it happened to work out. So it was just crazy. It's kind of a blur at this point, like the steps that I even took to go through that. But Colby was saying that you guys hated that I forced through my own bravado to kill the wrecker.
Well, without just attack with Anakin, bravado, attack with Anakin. So that
Right.
seemed like an easy line.
Right. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I didn't see that. Which is
Okay.
that's why in the second, because
Yeah.
I was just whatever, I was lost. And then but my opponent said he loved what I did to manage to win because like just for style points because of how ridiculous it was.
That was to see Michael go from what looked like an overwhelming board to having no board at all was really well played on your part, Vaughn.
Thank you.
Really well played.
I made last minute changes last night to the deck.
Tell us, what were they?
So because I had been playing in the local meta, down in South Florida, and the most recent showdown I played against Django, round 1, 2, and 3. So I started to gear my deck more towards to fight aggro.
Mm-hmm.
And then while we were practicing last night, my opponent, Saunders, he's like, is that deck, my Anakin deck, he's like, is that deck supposed to be aggro or mid-range? And Todd and Colby at the same time both said, it's mid-range. And then I was like, this deck is not built right because I kept leaning it more and more aggro, and I was like getting upset because I kept drawing low cost cards later in the game mid-range and just like running out of gas like an aggro deck would.
Yeah.
So then I'm not running Sabines.
Mm-hmm.
Sabines are out.
Okay.
Right, and the deck got geared much more towards mid-range, putting two Fell the Dragons back in.
Mm-hmm.
And running 3 K2SOs, running 3 Cassians, and instead of the, because I was running a lot more aggro units like green, there's no Green Squadron A-Wing either. I used to be playing a lot more turn 1 drops for the aggro, and now instead of that I'm running 3 R2D2s and 3 CPOs, and C3POs, and I'm drawing, like the amount of cards I'm drawing is crazy now. So I'm getting to a lot more of my tools, and it's very interesting. Yeah. So that was the change. The change was to make it much less turn 1, turn 2 aggro into back to where it was supposed to be with mid-range. 1 tech, 2 main crate dragons, and things like that. Now, from actual play this time, I haven't really been using the crate dragons, but literally all 4 of my matches have been against an ECL deck. Kylo ECL, wow. Sabine ECL, Maul ECL, that was the last one on stream. Maul ECL, that was the one on stream, and then Sabine ECL again. So I faced 4 ECL decks so far.
Crazy. Well, congratulations, Vaughn, on your big success today already. You're right in the thick of this, man. Go win 2 or 3 and get that top cut.
Yeah, I would love to. That'd be freaking awesome. Because this is basically the Rey deck, just with Anakin driving it.
Yeah, it definitely can end the game a lot faster than Rey can. So,
right.
Well
Being able to swing up with R2D2 is really nice.
And also say hello to Vaughn for me. He's one of the first friends I made in Star Wars all the way back in April. So tell Vaughn, is he here playing today?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Tell him hello. Yeah.
All right.
And let's talk to Michael if he's around.
Okay. I'll get him. Thanks, man.
Vaughn. Congratulations on your day. You're doing great.
Thanks again.
Keep it going. Hunter, can you see everything okay?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
good.
Hey, okay, we got Michael coming. Yeah.
Yeah. He's chewing. He's getting, as you know, Hunter, from tournaments, sometimes you just got to jam some food when you can. Any moment you get to jam some food, you got to take it, right? Look at that.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Look at that beautiful Bothan Network jersey on Michael Carlock, our 4-0. Michael, you haven't won anything yet, sir. You've 4 amazing rounds. Congratulations, but it's all in front of you. Good luck coming up.
Thanks, Frank. Appreciate it. Yeah, that was a really fun match.
Oh yeah.
Game 2, I won't lie, I was not expecting double force throw. That was pretty cool. And then just I'm like, maybe I'll bluff him with the red 3. And then he's just like, no, you don't understand. I have like the classiest, coolest, lethal, exactly. 3PO, give me the 22 after 9 with Anakin, followed by the K2 and the open fire for exactly. That was just.
Yeah.
Couldn't help but love that.
We were definitely enjoying it from the stream, but we were also enjoying your tight play lines on that Green Sabine, Michael. You were piloting it with perfection. How's it feeling so far today? 4 rounds in with it.
I mean, I've managed to avoid Mono Han. But got a. I managed to sneak through a Cad Turkin town on some Foricaz gas. We've gotten lots of value out of Pose. We've drawn well today. I noticed what you were doing on stream when I was rewatching your Atlanta play, Frank. I saw that you mashed you mashed shoveled, but you what's it called, or overhand shuffled, but you did it visibly, and I'm assuming that was to check for like any sort of clumping, and then you piled, and then you actually did your shuffling, and it just got me a little more cautious on trying to make sure I'm not giving myself accidental clumps, like double Darksaber or double Sabine unit type things. And so far it's worked, so nice strategy. Appreciate it.
Yeah, and I noticed, because we were talking about working on the deck last night, did some of the last tweaks we did was adding like a Rebel, I think you liked Rebel Pathfinder, wasn't that a late addition to your deck list?
Yeah, because originally I had it in, and then I put it back in. Honestly, in game 1, you might have seen, I think I what's it called? I think I resourced a Rebel Pathfinder that I probably didn't need to have resourced. I probably could have just smacked it in. We up?
Oh,
all right.
New round. All right, good luck, Michael.
Good chatting with you, Frank. GG's.
Yeah. And Hunter's here too, but it's going so
fine.
fast, Hunter. I'll let you take the lead on casting the next match. It sounds like it's about to start again.
All right, I'm gonna flip the camera. I'm gonna do what I can to adjust it a little bit to fix the glare. Hold on.
Yeah, no, that looks good from here. We haven't seen any cards on the table yet. I mean, I see a crafty smuggler and an Aztec gunship, maybe. It's definitely just the top edge of the map that he needs to work on his glare.
Do we know the players yet?
Oh yeah, that's way better.
Yeah, as long as they stay within that range, it should be great.
Right. Here, hit. Looks like it's George Hudson versus BlueDevilBoxer.
Will George be on the white one?
Yeah. Hopefully. We'll just switch him around if he's not. Tell George to sit on the white mat.
That's the best I got. Good luck, everyone.
Hey, tell George to sit on the white mat.
Okay, I got it.
And the other player is BlueDevilBoxer.
Love it.
Cool name. So, Hunter, I know George is on the Mono Han yellow. You've talked a lot about it. How do you like to play Cunning? How early? I've always felt like if someone plays Cunning on 4 resources, I don't mind it so much. It feels like Cunning is much more impactful around the 5, 6, 7 resource turn when there's a lot more going on the board and they really can just shut down what the other person's doing. What's your view on Cunning? When do you play it?
Usually about the 5 to 6 resources turn, it is the most impactful. But I've noticed in Han, it can almost get away with the 4 resource cunning. So like for perspective, in Boba Yellow, you can almost never take advantage really of the 4 resource cunning. But like since Han can cheat out high value units early, using that 4 resource cunning sometimes is fine. So Han is just like almost a different beast with cunning, but it almost feels like anytime you can play a cunning, it just is backbreaking.
So to tell some of the backstory here, this is a monumental life shift for George Hudson, George the Hulk. From the beginning of set 1, George has only played villain. At one point, he sold all of his hero cards of SWU to be that focused on playing villain. And then last weekend, even though he top-cutted with Hondo, which he's very well known as a Hondo pilot because he took Hondo all the way to winning the Finalizer playmat at Gen Con, he finally has seen that this Mono Han deck is so powerful and that he has finally decided to play it. We interviewed him on Colby's stream earlier this morning, and one thing about this deck that's really good for George is that it has a lot of smuggle, and he is very good with smuggle cards from his Hondo experience. And also another, I would say, advantage George has in this match is he's playing into a mono blue Iden deck. George has played so much blue villain control in these first 3 sets of Star Wars Unlimited. This is round 5, Tony. That there's not going to be many cards coming out of Blue Devil's hand that George hasn't already played a few hundred times himself. So what do you think about this matchup, Hunter? And tell us about the blue Iden deck.
Oh yeah, seeing the person I've never seen nothing but play control play something else is always fun. So yeah, like he knows every card in this control deck, no matter how specific or like niche it may be. So it should be interesting matchup to see. This Iden blue has also made a resurgence recently in the meta. It was real big in set 1, not so big in set 2, but I think it just won the it won the Las Vegas PQ. We're not going to talk about it though. But so the deck has legs to it, so should be a real good match.
Yeah, on our team we have a couple of the world's best Han pilots, the French Prodigy Jr., and we also have Ian Klein, who's actually playing in a PQ right now himself up in Rochester. It'd be great to get one of them on to talk about the matchup, but I know that Ian is probably deep in his own PQ trying to win, so we'll see what's good. What's a good call against Han 1 Cunning? Barang 8789 asks. What is a good deck that beats Han? I wish I knew. I'd be playing it.
If you're a good Anakin pilot, I heard Han can't deal with Anakin as effectively as it does other decks. But honestly, it's Han. It still wins. But
so I think I see a Spark of Rebellion in George's hand. That's really good against double blue. But how early does he want to play the Spark? Oh, apparently he wants to play it right now.
Right now.
He said, "That's it. Let's go." Redemption, perilous, late cards. And I don't know that we're going to get to see what George took out of his hand. Oh, here.
Yeah.
Oh, he forgot to resource.
That's a lot of cards.
Yeah, I was like, he kept a redemption from turn 1, so the Vigilance would be a really good choice. I don't mind the I Am Your Father, but George does apparently, so he took the I Am Your Father out. I Am Your Father would shut down the DJ Tech Bozo stuff that Mono Han's capable of doing.
I have not seen an I Am Your Father since set 1.
George is world famous for it. He loved I Am Your Father. He put it in his Blue Vader deck that he piloted to the top cut at the Orlando 5K, and that our teammate Guy piloted to the championship of the Orlando 5K on Blue Vader. I Am Your Father was a big part of that set 1 deck.
Oh yeah, we put it in the Boba Blue deck that we built together as well.
So let me just tell everybody at the audience what's happening right here. This is dramatic. Okay, he had to kill the tech. George is signaling that he had a DJ because he took out the I Am Your Father, and then he plays a tech. That leads me to think, okay, his next play is going to be the DJ out of the resource pile, and Blue Devil, fortunately for him, had the answer in the Power of the Dark Side. He's going to Bodhi out. Oh, it went too fast. Did you see what he took out?
He took the Vigilance.
He took the Vigilance, okay. But still, of course, a lot of control in Blue Devil's hand for the stream. Thank you. Is that a Super Laser Blast? No. I don't know what that is. Perilous Position. Is that a Fell? I don't know. It's hard to see. Whatever it was, something killed. Yeah.
I think it was a takedown.
Okay, it might have been a takedown.
Yeah, but besides getting all his units removed, George is doing what he should in this matchup, going after that hand.
A lot of hand disruption. He does use Han's ability to go to 6 resources. So now George is thinking he's safe to flip Han because when he just looked at his hand, there was a perilous position to tap Han down perhaps, but I didn't see another power. I didn't see a Rival's Fall, which you couldn't even play on 5 anyway. So this feels like a pretty safe flip into a perilous position at worst. Yep, that's what we're going to get.
There's the position. But as long as he's not killing that Han, you can set up for...
Such a good card against control. Smuggling out the Big Falcon. because no matter what control sees in your hand or what answers they have, it's a free card. You smuggle in the answer, and with the deck running as many smuggle cards as George is, he does bend cunning. But this is not the kind of matchup you need cunning, though, is it?
No.
This is one of the few matchups where cunning isn't that helpful. It can be helpful, but not like it is against aggro or mid-range. So now George has a decision to make.
Ooh.
Does he want to let him draw 3 cards? There's no damage on the base, so I don't think you let him draw 3 cards. I really don't.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
We're not that close to ending the game.
And speaking from experience as a control player, you almost always want to draw the 3 cards.
Right.
But sometimes, yep.
Especially with no damage on your base. Man. George is deep in the tank. He's got all 7 of his resources. He's going to go ahead and DJ him. He's going to take one of the resources that are up. Does he have an answer for DJ right now? And I can't think that he does. Wait, what happened? Oh, he wants to shuffle them. He wants to shuffle them and make George pick randomly.
Sure.
Which you're allowed to do. George took an up resource. I don't think George has anything in his hand for 1, but this is a very good DJ because it's going to kill Han. Even though Han's dying, Blue Devil is now going to be a resource behind for the rest of the game. And we did see big things like an out-of-aspect redemption. I thought I saw an out-of-aspect redemption when he flashed his hand before he resourced it. But what George has to do now is build a board. George needs a lot of units. And that's the only thing about doing all the hand disruption that George has done so far. He hasn't been going wide enough to get around all the spot removal and single target removal that Iden has. Oh, the blaster. That is really good. Taking out the Iden. But again, he's now vulnerable to a lot of spot removal. Even a Power of the Dark Side takes out his blastered up DJ. And
yeah, going only 1 unit at a time is not a great spot to be against control.
No, not how you want to handle blue. See, because there it is. There's spot removal.
Yep.
He could fell it. I think he felled it.
Yeah, it looks like it for 4 resources. Yep.
Han makes a resource to go to 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe go to 5. I don't know what he has at 5. Oh, he can smuggle out another Falcon, big Falcon, or something like that. There it is. Yep. And for those watching that want to play the game at the highest level, you kind of hear me, my stream of consciousness. You're kind of constantly, as I'm sure Hunter does too, you're constantly trying to think through, imagine the scenario. What could your opponent be doing? Like, what's their next act? You want to know their next action before you see their next action, so you can make better decisions on your end as you predict play lines. And I think people are seeing kind of what you're supposed to. Yep. So rivals fall again. This is what George needs to get wide. He needs to get 2 units to stick to get around all the spot removal that Blue Devil has. But right now, I really like where Blue Devil's sitting, even though he doesn't have a lot of cards in his hand. So George did a good job of disrupting his hand. So
yeah, we're getting close to Avenger territory,
Yeah.
and at that point, it's almost over for Han once that comes down.
And I see in chat that Ethan, who just won a PQ himself, I think Nebraska PQ, has joined us in chat. Thanks, Ethan. Glad you're here. He goes by Freenom. Ethan has a team coming to the Atlanta 10K. I think their name of their team is escaping me right now. I just put it on the spreadsheet. The 10K is by invite only, and Evan has earned his invite by winning a PQ, so we're glad to have Ethan coming, sorry. One of my locals is named Evan. I keep confusing it. So this is what we wanted to see. We wanted to see the double unit. So not only is George able to steal a resource, but now he's immune, other than Super Laser Blast, now he's immune to losing all of his units with 1 card from Blue Devil.
Yeah, now, and his hand size is just increased because of that tech.
There could be a Super Laser Blast here. So George does have to play around that.
Right.
And we also should have started a round timer because that's also going to be a big factor here too. So there's spot removal. Yep. And I would probably expect George to attack with the DJ, maybe smuggle out a blaster. He's going to heal one back. I can't even. He's only at 2 damage. I mean, this is where Blue Devil wants to be, right?
Oh, yeah.
Freenom plays a lot of blue control. He beat me at a top cut to PQ with his Boba Blue. And he just won a PQ with, was it Cad Blue? What did you win with, Freenom? It was a blue something villain on the top of my head.
I think it was a CAD.
Yeah. Well, Freenom's saying he's a PQ winner. You got to take what he says seriously. There's a third DJ. The DJ is it delaying the inevitable? Is George ever going to get there? But it's definitely slowing the Iden down. Freenom says this is a good matchup for George on Han, but without putting any damage on the base, without going wider, he's finally gotten wider again. It's easy for Blue Devil to sit back and keep taking out one unit at a time. So yeah. Carlos says that Freenom did win his PQ with Cad Blue. Hyperspace Cube is Carlos from our Bothan Network team, who's also known as one of the best CAD players in the world. And Sam Potter was at the Lincoln PQ with Ethan, and he was playing the CAD Red. So Sam Potter, everybody's congratulating the PQ winner. And the Bodhi takes out the event, but now all he has left in his hand is that Avenger, which he doesn't have the resources to play. So this is where George can turn the corner.
Oh, yeah.
So we have 3 CAD players hanging out in chat right now. Carlos, Sam, and Ethan. Love it.
Ooh.
This is what George needed to do the whole time. He had to get wide like this. And unless there's a super laser blast coming, that Avenger can only take out 1 unit a turn. And George can now spit out 2 units a turn. If George can
not read the card. Looks like Envy can only bounce enemy units.
Oh, okay. Couldn't bounce his own DJ back to his hand. George is being cute. George is trying to cute play there. Yeah, we've got great viewer numbers again. We're already up around 150. Thanks everybody for hanging out with us today. This is an impromptu, a special edition of Blonde Sabine, as we are CoDameron was streaming from the Bothan Network today on his YouTube channel. You can go find CoDameron's YouTube and subscribe there. He's having technical difficulties, so we stepped in last minute. Hunter came in last minute. Thank you, Hunter, for being here as a co-caster with me.
Great teamwork.
Yep, great teamwork.
Okay, he played cunning to bounce the DJ.
He played cunning to bounce his own DJ? That is hot. That is hot, George. Look at George Hudson finding the 300 IQ plays. Because the DJ...
So I think... Did he take... No, Iden must have taken initiative. But if he took initiative, he could resource the DJ, replay it, and keep him off that Avenger mana. Avenger resources, sorry.
Yeah, George is spamming DJs. Let's take Blue Devil's... Blue Devil has had that Avenger in his hand from about the beginning of the game. And he's not been able to get to 9 resources. And he probably had to take initiative. Oh, just a power. See how weak it is? He must have resourced it. How weak a power is into a wide board? This is why we were saying from the beginning that George needed to get wide. And George has done it. He's got the board state he wants. I don't see any cards in Blue Devil's hand. We know there's even another DJ coming back out of that smuggle board. And now George can run over the game. Hopefully, well, not hopefully. I am rooting for my team captain. George is the Bothan Network team captain. I'm hoping he does win, of course. But
yeah, we may be a little biased.
Yeah, it's okay. The audience is enjoying the show. I hope that's all that matters. And nothing but respect for Blue Devil. He's gone 4-0 in this PQ. I don't know Blue Devil. He's playing a fantastically high-skilled deck. He's playing it really well to be at 4-0. There's another DJ, again, shuffling the resources. This is
Someone
DJ.
said in chat that the second mode on the cunning was discard, and the Avenger got discarded.
Oh, George, playing out of his mind. Look at the play lines George the Hulk is finding. Oh, golly, I'm learning a lot myself watching this. I dabbled with Monohan a few weeks ago, but I just don't have time to learn it like the guys that are winning with it know it. So I'm just stuck playing Sabine. Oh, well. There's an Impy's Nest, a Bodhi attack. Now the damage is going to start accumulating for George. And I have to say, Freenom is right. I guess this is a pretty easy matchup. Not easy. This has been a really tough match, but maybe maybe Mono Han is favored into Iden Blue.
Especially when you resolve 4 DJs.
Yeah. Hey, Courtney, are you moderating chat? We've got some inappropriate comments being made in chat.
Okay. I'll be right on it.
Someone named Hyperspace Cube is lying and saying that a Mace Windu won a PQ in Germany. Can you please come ban Hyperspace Cube from chat? We don't say things like that, Carlos. That can't possibly be correct. We don't spread misinformation. If that's true that a Mace Windu won a PQ, I cannot wait to see that spicy list. So the Snoke does slow George. It does blunt what George is trying to do. But at this point, with some surprise strikes, there's ways for him to get rid of that Snoke with the Impy's Nest. Mace Windu Blue. Holy, actually Mace Windu does offer you a lot of damage to units. So if you play it with control, maybe that is something.
Yeah, it's just a good color combo too. Red, blue hero.
And there's got to be a scoop, I think, happening. I think Blue Devil has seen the writing on the wall. The Impy's Nest was able to either surprise strike or blaster out that Snoke, and then George. So George just played it masterfully. I mean, early we saw him discarding cards out of Blue Devil's hand. Then he saw him spanning DJs to keep the resources away. It's really disgusting to watch in a happy way for George. And then he went wide like we wanted him to and ran him over where the spot removal couldn't keep up with all the units that George could put out. Well, what do you think, Hunter? What did you see about that match?
We need to put respect on George's name. That wasn't a surprise strike or a blaster. That was a jetpack.
Okay, a jetpack. George. George loves his smuggle cards. He loves them. So this is going to put George, if George wins, the winner of this will be 5-0 in the 7-round Swiss. And Hunter, you have a lot of experience in tournament. Doesn't that pretty much guarantee you a spot in the top 8 if you start 5-0 in a 7-round tournament?
Usually, yes.
Yeah, it's really hard to get your tiebreakers down low enough to knock yourself out of a top 8. So the winner, basically what we're watching, chat, is the winner of this match should be punching their ticket into the top cut of the Orlando PQ. Is what we expect.
Yeah, every time George builds a yellow deck, he shoves jetpack in it until it doesn't work.
Well, it worked there. I knew he needed a pump to kill Snoke, and he got it.
Yeah, especially a pump that lets his envy live after killing Snoke.
That's ridiculously good. Ridiculously good. So, Hunter, you're thinking you might even be playing this Mono Han at your PQ coming up, right?
Yes.
It's
most likely what I'll be on.
Yeah. What do you like about the deck?
Cutting in itself, it reminds me of playing Boba Yellow in some ways, and just how powerful it is. It's hard not to be on it right now. Like, other things can win, but Han gives you the best shot.
For those in chat that don't know Hunter, a member of our Bothan Network competition team, Hunter has great tournament success, including being undefeated at an SCG on Mono Boba. So he knows what he's talking about with Mono cunning decks, right, Hunter?
Oh, yeah. It was one of my favorite archetypes in set 2. Played a lot of it. I dabbled with it in with Han set 1, but I played it for a little bit, and then I was like, well, this is just not better than Boba. I mean, it wasn't at the time, but but now it's just insane. Especially with the new Envies that's out, and Zori, the deck is just a whole nother level.
What does Zori add to the deck? Tell us about the card. It's a 5-drop that smuggles out for 6, or am I getting that backwards?
I think it smuggles for 6. But it just gives you so much card advantage with the draw it gives. I mean, you have to discard, but in Han, in matchups, you're just looking for specific cards. So the better you dig through your deck, the better you have at winning these matchups.
I got it. Oh, go ahead. I'm just fixing the graphic that George won game 1. Here goes the fist bump George is famous for. great sportsman. He even got called out on Reddit this week for being a fun, great player for people at the SCG Atlanta, where George made the top 8, piloting Hondo at the 2K. So it opens with a tech. What's the reaction? Anyone scared if they see a tech right away? Ooh, does George have the combo? If he has DJ face down, he might let him draw. But he's still 2 actions away from getting DJ out next turn. It's not 1 action. And so the problem is, he's going to draw 3 cards. He's going to draw something he can get rid of the tech with. So George knows the probability of that tech being alive to smuggle out DJ is almost 0. So he goes ahead and does the right thing and lets the tech die. Did you follow my line of play there I'm describing?
Oh, yeah. He had the DJ in hand. Looks like he was waiting a turn to resource it.
And it might have been a merciless contact there, not a power of the dark side. But same idea.
Yeah, he still has the DJ in hand. Looks like DJ, Spark, and can't tell what the other card is. That hand shuffling.
It might be a Big Falcon. So that's an trench on the 3/5. Now, I don't mind a trench if I'm George. First off, now he can't play Power of the Dark Side or Merciless Contact because now you have a free unit to give him. So you've basically just 2-for-1 yourself killing that. Also, George can now play units to the ground. How's Iden going to flip? Iden can't flip in front of that. Oh, he just plays out a DJ. Wow. Interesting.
Yeah, and trench is usually a good stop to the ground for most controls deck. But for Han, you really don't want to give them too much control of the ground.
Yeah.
Because they can bully you so hard. But now Iden can't deploy anything to the ground with that entrench out.
So I think that might have been 5 resources. That must have been a Vanquish. Did anybody see what the card was? But he spent all 5 resources, so probably a Vanquish.
Yeah. I'm assuming as well.
So here comes the damage.
Oh, there's the DJ.
Wow, he DJ'd him. Yeah, I see what Freenom means now. Ethan's saying that this is a pretty one-sided match. If you can constantly spam DJs into double blue control, there's really no chance. So.
Caleb's got some questions for you.
Yeah, Sam.
Django yellow versus Han 1 yellow. I've been working on a Django without Third in Town, and it's been a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Is what he said.
Okay. Did you when you first saw your favorite leader got suspended? I know you cried a tear for Boba. Did you try Django Yellow first?
Or
have you tried Django Yellow?
It was a thought. It seems fun. What really made Boba Yellow so good is that the resource on tap.
Let's look at his hand. I think you take Super Laser Blast here, right? Because you're starting to build a big board. If you take out the Super Laser Blast, even though that's also 6 resources away. I mean, 3 resources away right now. That's what DJ does. He does take the Super Laser Blast. I get that. I get it. Because George doesn't want him in 3 resources, doesn't want him to be there. But look how far behind Blue Devil is because of the DJ shenanigans. Holy cow. Carlos would have taken Vanquish. I can see a Vanquish there too. But George has gotten to the point now that he doesn't mind losing 1 unit a turn because George is going to be trying to play 2 units a turn. But the only thing that foils the strategy of playing 2 units per turn is Super Laser Blast.
George also has a Cunning in hand that he's going to probably buff discard.
Yep. Beautiful. See if he can catch the Vanquish. Did he catch it? No, the Avenger. That's unfortunate. Yeah, that's never... I don't know. We're getting to that Avenger. That's a long way off.
So we're Vigilance and Vanquish in hand now.
And again, this is what's so hard. Besides DJ taking the resources away to stop Iden from flipping, how does Iden flip in front of that entrenched slaves? Liberated slaves. Oh, maybe Maybe the first DJ died to a vanquish, perhaps, is what Carlos is saying.
No. Okay.
Yeah. And here comes another one. Or, that's 4 resources. Maybe that was a takedown.
It was takedown.
Yeah. Rivals Fall and Vigilance now in hand. He must have top decked the takedown. George has got a lot of smuggle opportunities here, though. I think he's up to 8 or 9 resources. So I think he's going to smuggle out the big Falcon, is what I would expect to see. And he may really threaten him with a tech, because would you really want to use it? Oh, another DJ! It's so disgusting! It's gross! It's so gross!
That's number 6.
Oh, FFG, are you watching this? Somebody get Ryan Serrano, the rules admiral. Tell him to get in our stream and watch this disgusting. This is so bad. I actually rooting for Blue Devil now to come back from is that like 16 DJs I think has been used by George in this game.
We were talking about 6 Villager Protectors in the last match.
Yeah.
That's 6 active DJs
that is
played so far.
So many resources being destroyed. I think we are all seeing why we got to throw up in our mouths when people play DJ. We need to start a petition. I don't care. If Han didn't let you destroy your opponent's resource, it'd be fine. All the errata, like Lando. Lando says that Lando can destroy a resource you own. Han should say the same thing. So, yeah, Caleb and I both threw up a little bit. And now he's just... The damage is stacking.
Kill the DJ, but it's too... Yeah. The damage is already done. The resource is gone.
Yeah, I don't want to ban DJ. I just want Errata Han to say you can only destroy your own resources.
There's the tech.
Yeah, now George is basically playing with 16 cards in his hand with a tech on the board. So, hey Colby, if you're there, we're getting some background noise from you.
Looks like Iden's at 22 right now.
Yeah, 22. Ooh, Rollick 25 makes a good suggestion. I haven't thought of before that tech needs to give smuggle to units that don't have it. Wow.
To be honest, though, every time that I think one of the times that George has DJ'd this turn, only once has a tech been out. So he's paid full cost for this DJ each time. Full 7.
Yeah,
and
but
it's still just backbreaking.
Right. Because George has pretty well used Han's attack ability to be playing with extra resources. And he gets extra resources from stealing with DJ. Because he then destroys the... is that a surprise strike for 6? I'm assuming I can't see the card underneath. I think it's a surprise strike. Unless he's playing something like Snapshot Reflexes, which I don't think he is. But he did put it under it like it's an upgrade. Okay, it was just a surprise strike.
Alright, yeah. That puts him at 2 damage away.
He just has to claim. This game's over. Yeah. Falcon on top of Falcon. They're about to shake hands. There's the last damage. And congratulations to George the Hulk from the Bothan Network competition team. He moves to 5-0 and has got a 99.9% chance that he will be in the top cut now. So, Hunter, what you
2-0 with 6 DJs.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty much how it's a perfect masterclass on how to beat Control as Han 1. Just see all your DJs. They can't control your whole board if they never get the resources to.
Right. I mean, it looked so good for Blue Devil in Game 1. I thought George was spending too much time disrupting his hand, not building a board. But as Freenom told us, the PQ winner from Nebraska, Mono Han is very favored into double blue. So,
yeah, it was looking real good for Iden. Then with the bounce ability off of Cunning, was able to resolve 4 DJ steals, and it just kept him at 7 resources. So he never got to Super Laser, never got to his gun, his battleship. So it just got to the point where like he got overwhelmed, and Han took the game.
Wow, that That was disgusting, to say the least. Hopefully we'll get George over for an interview. We did an interview with him before the stream started over on Colby's YouTube channel. I think the video on demand of that's already up if anybody wants to go watch some of the pre-match discussions today before the PQ started. That's on Colby, on CoDameron at YouTube. It's worth going and subscribing. He puts out great content. And if you're watching this stream and haven't already subscribed to Courtney's Blonde Sabine, Courtney, you want to come ask him to subscribe to your... hold on, she's in the middle of a game. She's sitting over here playing on...
Hey, everybody, subscribe!
On an online platform we don't mention because we want...
Practicing for my PQ.
We're FFG partners.
It looks like Ezrock asked, what's the worst matchup for Han in your opinion? Seems like such a strong deck. Cad has a really good matchup. Anakin, if you're a good pilot, has a good matchup. I heard Quinlan is slightly favored, but it's more pilot dependent. Other than that, it really depends on the pilot, I think, for most matches for the Han deck. But it is a very strong deck. What's your opinion, Frank?
So I don't have enough reps on Mono Han to be like an expert enough to say for sure. Yeah, Carlos mentions in chat. Yeah, Courtney's just sitting right here by me, just jamming games as she's getting ready for her PQ next week. Hey, after that game, come get on stream for a bit, Courtney.
Absolutely.
Everybody wants to see Blonde Sabine herself. Clear thinks that DJ and Han Yellow is beatable, but it's just such a bad moment. It feels bad to play against it, right? Isn't that kind of part of this decisions about banning an errata? Is that it's not just about a fairness thing. It's what's the player experience like?
Listen, if my Boba got banned for feels bad, someone else can too. I mean,
Yep. And one thing that George is not used to is having this much time in the round. So I'm going to text him and tell him to come get on camera. Even though I don't see it, he doesn't have his phone out, so he may not get this.
While we're waiting on that, I did want to finish the thought on the Django Yellow.
Oh, so sorry.
No, you're good. The match was intense. But Django Yellow was alright. But like the reason why Boba Yellow was so good was because of the resource on tap, and with eternal testing, our thoughts were that the yellow villainy, mono yellow villainy stuff was not good enough on its own without the resource on tap. But
Yeah.
we could be wrong, and if you're enjoying it, go for it.
And Matty is in chat. I think he's at this location. If you can hear me, Matty, go tell George to come get on the interview stream when he's done talking to Blue Devil. We'd love to do an interview in with George. And Chris talks about the bad player experience with Overwhelming Barrage. It's not just that Overwhelming Barrage is a bad player experience. It's not just that DJ is a bad player experience. It's that the designers said that they did not intend for Han to be able to destroy their opponent resources, because they designed Han in set 1 before DJ and tech and all that was fully implemented. And when it got fully implemented, this problem with Han destroying opponent resources came up after set 1 had already been printed and released. So they fixed Lando to say that you could not destroy your opponent's resources, but they left Han, they couldn't do anything about it. They'd already printed Han. Han was already out there. And so when you combine the fact that the designers themselves did not mean for that to happen, and it's such a bad play experience, it's just another factor in considering. Oh, Maddie's on his way home. Sorry, Maddie. I didn't know. I thought you were still there. So, okay, Courtney, come stream for me. Give me a break until we get an
I have to
interview
borrow
with
your
George.
headset. I can't hear. Oops.
Get in there, girl. You're tagged in.
Oh, I'm tagged in. Hey.
We're trying to help you. It's
Frank's trying to dump me out of my chair. Hold on.
There you go.
Hey, everybody.
Let me go refill my drinks and get it back.
Is anybody in the...
Oh, Hunter? Hunter?
Oh, hey, Hunter.
Yep. Hey, Courtney.
How's it going?
Not too bad.
Good. Update this George here. Yeah, I've been over there practicing. Got to get ready for my PQ. So. Yeah, that was fun watching George play some Han, right? So that's a new thing to see George do.
It's so weird not seeing him on control, but he's such a good player. He can play anything.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I know. And I know you guys have probably heard me say this a lot, but I love the Mono Han deck. I wish I knew how to play it better. I would be playing it. It's such a good deck. So
it is one of the more complicated decks in the game. So many.
Yeah.
And just because of this, there's so many lines you can take each turn.
Yeah, absolutely. No, it's been fun watching Ian and Junior and George and everybody practicing this past week, getting ready for PQs and all the fun stuff coming up. So, yeah, it's been great.
Oh, yeah.
And great people to practice against. Sorry, because we know we're going to see plenty of Mono Han coming up for sure.
Oh yeah, with Junior and Ian and everyone, you get some of the best practice against Han and the Bothan.
We had a lot of we had some other people playing last weekend at SUG Con playing it too, so it's been fun. I don't know about you, but lately I've also been seeing a lot of blue.
Yeah, it seems like blue. Now that the meta's settled down, it seems like blue has picked back up because people know what to play against now.
Yeah, I've actually been playing against quite a few Ray Reds. So I don't know if maybe it's because Sabine is popping off a little bit more now. Like at first, at the beginning of this, I guess this PQ season, this set too, also that we thought that Green was kind of flying under the radar, or Sabine was kind of flying under the radar there for a little bit. Not so much anymore. So
no. Especially not after Frank's weekend.
No, I keep hitting him. I'm like, why? Why did you have to do so good? I played at SCG Atlanta. I played my first 2 games were Blonde Sabine Mirrors on Saturday. I was like, thanks a lot, babe.
Sabine Mirror is one thing, but Blonde Sabine Mirrors is a whole nother thing.
I know.
That's wild.
And I lost both of them too, so I was like, clearly I haven't been practicing the mirror matches here. So I don't know if those of you that are watching too, I'm a Patreon, obviously on Rebel Resources, and last night I know we did a town hall, and I was asking a lot of questions about how to handle that mirror match after my SCG Con Atlanta weekend. So yeah, definitely if you guys haven't subscribed or gotten in his Patreon, hop in there too. We discussed a lot of different decks.
The Bothans are popping off with so many of our Patreons now. We got Ryan.
Mickey D, right? Didn't
Mickey D has one. Yep, and Chris. Yep.
Yep. It's been great. And of course, CoDameron. That's right. Yep. So I wonder what George is doing here. If they're waiting on the next round, did they say? I missed out. Oh, was there some kind of?
They probably just. George likes to talk.
Oh yeah, yeah. Probably talking through those play lines.
Yep.
Nice. So that actually.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say that match went a lot faster than I expected it to.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Blue Devil probably asked George the theory behind Star Wars, and they've just been talking.
Right, exactly. I love it. This is fun. So I think actually, if it's cool with you, we're going to take a quick break while we are in between rounds here. Coming up next will be in round 6. Stay tuned. Just going to be on a short break here. Be right back, guys.
Yeah.
Is George there for an interview? Yes, he is there for an interview.
Yeah, we're both here. How you doing?
We're having a blast. How'd your round go, Colby?
2-0 into Django Tarkentown. Turned out Quinlan Green, if you're on Surprise Strikes, can be the aggro list.
Wow, that's great. Congratulations.
Yeah.
I put you at 4-1, so you're in
4-1.
great spot then. Just win a
yeah.
couple more. But let's talk to our match winner.
All right, let me jump out.
What does that put us? I mean, I'm 5-0. How many 5-0s are left? Do you know?
3 or 4, but I think at this point it's hard for a 5-0 to lose 2 and not make it because your tiebreakers are going to be so good playing in the other undefeated players. So don't count your chickens yet, George, but you're like a 99% sure that you just made another PQ top cut. Congratulations.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So I think there is a police report being filed for the abuse that you just implemented on that Iden. There are some rule lawyers that are questioning whether you're allowed to play 4 DJs to steal resources in one game. I don't know that's ever been done before, George. So congratulations on breaking SWU.
You know, I was about to go do the Maclunky. You know, so everyone's been talking about, oh, is it the good stuff version? Is it the Rebels version? How about the Maclunky version where I get to play like 8 DJs? Like, let's go. That's the version I want to play.
Cunning bounce DJ resource, play DJ, steal another resource. Disgusting.
Yeah. It's another day in Monohan world.
Very proud of you. So Hunter, Boba Stonks from our team is here. Hunter, what questions do you have for George? You saw the massacre.
It's hard to have a question besides why DJ. Why is that a card?
Why does he exist? That's a great question.
Yeah.
No, yeah, expect an errata, but you know, we'll see how what FFG decides to do. But yeah, especially with because there was a situation with one of them was like I had a tech out and he spent all of his resources to kill the tech, which totally greenlit me. The thing was, like in that situation, when you do the 4 resource tech, he's in a no-win, right? If he stops the Han flip with a perilous position, you still get the tech, you still get the DJ, because you know, because the DJ only costs 5 resources. If he kills the tech, then Han gets an attack and you get to play DJ anyway. And then, yeah, it was a no-win situation. If he had the answer to the Han flip, you know, that's the most optimal. But like we're splitting hairs at that point.
So George, your showed up is not reported, by the way, in Melee GG.
Oh, good catch. Good catch. what a hero. What a hero. Jonah's gonna come out of left field and come yell at me.
It's honest work what I do.
George, being a long-time control player, what do you think of I Am Your Father in set 3?
I'm so proud. I'm so proud.
Were you surprised to see it?
I respected it too. I was just like, yeah, you get my. I'll deny a card advantage. You deny my card advantage. All right.
Well, that's interesting because in game 1, George, it looked like your line was disrupt his hand early. Your first few rounds, you're disrupting his hand. Then you shifted to DJing a few things, or 4 things. Then you shifted to going wide and just getting the damage in. Like, you were very methodical in your strategic overview. Is that pretty much the game plan?
Exactly. Yep. That is exactly that is the textbook. That is exactly what I wanted to do. You know, I even waylaid my own DJ to pull that off, just to deny him from Super Laser Blast.
Okay, so I have a request for you. You cannot scoop next round.
Okay.
You and Michael, Colt Protocol, are the only 2 5-0s, and y'all are playing in round 6.
Oh snap! All right, it'll be from fireworks.
We will have a green Sabine into a mono Han if they put y'all on table 1.
Be in matchup.
Which
Let's
I hope
go,
they
baby.
do. That's the best time to play a friendly fire teammate is when you're both probably locked into the top cut at this point. So this is exciting. What do you think about this matchup? Have you ever played many green Sabines, George?
Yeah, I've never played the deck before. I have no idea how to play against it. No, I can't.
I'm joking because George and I have a few hundred games just between us on it.
Yeah, I think it's super interesting. I think Unfortunately, a lot of the deck is kind of null, but like a little bit of control, but like maybe the first couple rounds, and then you just go face. Then you just tempo out. Like you just take it 1 or 2 value trades, and then just go ham. Hope you get to draw. Cunning is obviously huge. If you can blank, 12 of their damage or exhaust 2 units plus 4, go ham. So. Yeah, little bit more variance than that matchup. Because that matchup, you could, Iden Blue I have all the time in the world. Because one of the things I love about Smuggle is it's not just if you're synergizing Smuggle cards, you're digging into your deck, so you're more likely to find DJs, right? Every time I DJ, I smuggle another card from my deck, so I'm seeing more cards, so I can keep the loop going.
Yeah, that's great. The matchup is for me, I got to play with my Green Sabine at Friday at SCG, and I actually played Alex on his good stuff Han twice that day. He beat me in Swiss, and I was fortunate enough to sneak out a win in the top 4. But what I discovered in those matches in our internal testing is that the Green Sabine player just has to kill all your units. If you don't have if you don't have any units, you can't Cunning +4, you can't Surprise Strike, you can't Blaster if you don't have anything on the board. And so
if they go pure control, which is difficult because like I'm a resource ahead. At the beginning of the game, right? I'm playing 3 resources when you're playing 2 resources. I'm playing 4 when you're playing 3. Like I have Gammo Guards main. I have obviously Kira. My spice in the archetype is Jetpack, which has been huge today. Jetpack, making stuff bigger, allowed me to kill a Han in the mirror match earlier. Like he looked like he was about to win it, and then I was able to Jetpack Hot Shot Blaster a unit, kill his Han, and then.
Well, I think we just saw you do it on stream with Snoke kill.
Yep. It was So I think Jetpacks. It's more to the Smuggle suite, right? It increases that ratio. It's 4 cost. It's great. I had another game earlier where I was able to Jetpack a Gamorrean Guard.
Wow.
Oh, good luck with that one.
That sounds like what I would do as a kid with my Star Wars figures in the backyard. That sounds awesome, dude.
Get him, Piggy. Let's go.
Yeah, but Michael and I worked on his Green Sabine list last night, making some final tweaks and talking through matchups. And we actually spent a lot of time talking about the Han matchup. So I think Michael's really prepared to try to kill all your units. So just be ready for that. I think that's the line he's going to take. We'll see, hopefully, when we get y'all on table 1 here in a few minutes. I don't know. Hunter, you've played a lot of Green Sabine into Mono Boba. What do you think about this version of Green Sabine into Mono Han?
Looking at his list, I think like from the Mono Han's perspective, it's like you just want to. The bounces are always good. You bounce the important stuff, and like the small stuff you usually don't worry about as the like tempo player because you usually can like are better into the board like that than they are because your units are usually on average more valuable. But yeah, it should be a good match. By 2 great players that both have great testing into both matchups. Yeah,
I'm excited to see it. So, how much time's left in the round, George? You're not used to having all this time. Look at you, just laying back. What do I do with myself?
I guess I'll pull out my trail mix. Why not? I guess.
So George, do you see Michael Carlock standing around? Let's get an interview with both of you before you play.
Oh, that's a fantastic question. Hey, David. Can you grab Michael? Can you grab Michael? Stream wants to talk to him.
Yeah, we'll take over. We'll let Michael take over your spot. You can enjoy your trail mix, and we are just on pins and needles waiting to see this epic. Because right now in the meta, you guys are about to play the most meta matchup there is. Mono Han and the Green Sabine are the 2 most played decks after last PQ's weekend, SCG Atlanta, and now this weekend. This is the matchup. If you're on either deck, you need to know it really well. And I think we're about to get a masterclass, hopefully, from both of you on how to play the matchup. But you're a heavy favorite, George.
I'm looking forward to seeing telling me or all the people telling me all the things I did wrong.
We definitely will have the video up demand, hopefully up on CoDameron's YouTube channel later. If we can get it up there, because we just pitched in today. Colby was supposed to be streaming on his channel. He was having technical difficulties, so Courtney jumped in on Blonde Sabine here, If you're watching the stream and you haven't subscribed yet, subscribe to Courtney on Blonde Sabine or Colby on CoDameron. And then the QR code you see is to come hang out with us in the Bothan Network public Discord, where you can actually get games of George the Hulk himself at times. You can talk to us in our threads. All of our content creators have deck lists there we talk about. We'd love to have you guys come hang out with us. I think we passed 900 people hanging out in our Discord, George, today. I think that's exciting. And a lot of the excitement comes around this Bothan Invitational Atlanta. Tell us about your excitement for that.
We're doing a team event, 3 versus 3, on Friday. There's going to be a 2K prize pool. Super exciting snake draft system for that. The man himself is here. And then a 6K.
Biggest prize pool ever.
Yeah, biggest prize pool ever. It's going to be super fun. All the big names are going to be there. I'll let Michael take over.
Yep. Thanks, George. Good luck in your next round.
What's good?
Michael, congratulations! You're on with Hunter, Boba Stonks, our teammates on 2.
Ooh. What's up? What's up, Boba Stonks? It's Hunter, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
sir. What's up, Michael?
Sick.
Congratulations! How's it going? 5-0. Tell us about it. How's it feeling?
Managed to get through a Cad Tarkin town and just now got through a Mono Han,
Ooh.
which is like so the line there was he went full discard game 1 and he had initiative, so he sparked, but I kept a Poe, a Darksaber, a Battlefield Marine, and what was it? I think it was might have been maybe a Cassian. I can't remember. But the point is, it was like it just wasn't great targets for him to. It was a Sunray Peacekeeper. I had a Peacekeeper, a Darksaber, a Poe, and a Battlefield Marine. That was
a nice curve. That's a nice curve.
So basically, it's trying to bait him to get the 2-drop. If he gets a 2-drop, we're dropping a Peacekeeper on the board. We're feeling pretty good. But next, he ended up taking the Poe because scary for that matchup. And then what did I do? I just put down the Marine. He put down a Bodhi, and to take the Darksaber. So he got the double discard. But then I ECL'd the Peacekeeper in. And we were able to just heal, just to keep healing, and he ended up doing the Kira on the next round, so he literally went Spark, Bodhi, Kira, but I had the outs to just run through it and immediately kill it to trade into the Kira, and then I dropped a K2 just because, and the line there was kind of fun just because we had the time leak for the K2 when if it was going to bounce it, so that was cool.
Wow,
so we were able to sync that in.
Yeah.
And then game 2, we just did we did more nonsense. We kept dropping Poe at like the most obnoxious time we could. We held on 7 resort. Like we basically just made sure he couldn't get a crazy good Han flip turn, right? And we were able to kind of take it from there, and we took the control, and then we switched to the aggro, and we somehow managed to get through a Mono Han in 2 games, which is those are hard matchups.
Well, your reward for that is that you get to play George on Mono Han now. So congratulations, 5 straight games probably of Mono Han. So what's your line into George? Yeah.
Okay, here's the storyline. All right, George, he top 8s with Hondo on Saturday. I got 9th on Saturday. Bummer. And we're on the drive home, and George just goes, "I'm playing Mono Han this at the PQ," and I'm just like, not exactly someone I want to see on such a good deck. Alex isn't here this weekend. Ian's not here, so they're kind of like, we don't have like. It's not that we don't have good Mono Han players, but we don't have like the Mono Han players, right? At the PQ this weekend. So I was kind of like, all right, well maybe there's a chance I can kind of take it with Sabine, and then George talking about Mono Han, and I'm like, oh man, the storyline's already been set. It's gonna be fun next game. Next round.
Well, the good news for both of you is that 5-0 at this point in the tournament, you're both pretty well locked into the top cut. So we could just play for a fun game and entertain the stream. So what are your strategies? What are your play lines? What are you hoping to do here into George?
Honestly, cross my fingers and draw triple Poe and make him, make him discard me and cross my fingers. That's pretty much it.
Do you feel like you're more of the aggro or control player in the matchup?
Oh, obviously. Oh, sorry, not obviously, but to the viewers, and with the Sabine matchup into Monohan, Monohan outraces you very easily. You have to be the control player. You can't give them targets for Surprise Strike and Hot Shot Blaster or Jetpack, as I look over at George. Yeah. So, there's good cards there. There's, yeah, the main strat I think I have is I did something different in that game too, Frank.
Tell me.
And I don't know if it's good.
I don't know. Let's find out.
I did it.
You
and
won.
I didn't hate it.
Okay.
So I kept 4 Akaz in game 2.
Ooh, wouldn't have done that. I would have done. But go ahead.
Okay,
It worked.
So
I love it.
The only reason for it is to line up Cassians and Timewees into Smuggle.
That's a good point.
So that's the only real argument. But for what it's worth, I played a 4 Akaz and I saw all 3 Darksabers on 1 4 Akaz and did 1 damage.
But you still won the game.
I did still win the game, which is kind of like, well, okay, we get 1.
And then but the filtering is good though, because you obviously throw those Darksabers away.
Yeah, I guess the thing we have to hope for is put him in positions where he's not super comfortable, right? Like we don't want him to lock up on Jetpack and Surprise Strike, and maybe we'll luck out and we'll steal a game or 2, maybe 1, maybe nothing, maybe we get blown out. Cunning is a card. But yeah, I think we just got paired, but I can't be sad about playing a teammate, like especially at round 6. That's about as good as it's gonna get. So
especially when you're both probably making the top cut. So yeah,
theoretically, I hope so.
Yeah. Are the pairings out yet? I'm looking on my.
Yeah, they're just now paired. But
all right, well, go have fun.
Yep, I'm gonna go play George in a fun streamed game. So I can't wait to look back at this later. Thank you so much for streaming, Colby. I appreciate you.
Yeah, Colby's
really
awesome.
Appreciate it.
Let's go.
We'll get this Bothan v Bothan in the next round, and we'll see what happens.
We're excited to see it. Good luck, Michael.
Thanks, Frank. Appreciate it.
I'm rooting for Sabine, right? I love both those guys, though. So George has only dropped 1 game today. He's 10-1 in games played. Michael's only dropped 2 games today. He's 10-2 in games played. So we're about to get some footage to study the way that Matty just mentioned in chat here. So let's get the names up. Yeah, tell me how you're feeling about this, Hunter, while I'm putting the overlay together.
Oh yeah, it seems like both players have solid game plans into the matchup, so it should be, like Matty said, great footage to study by 2 great players on how to play this matchup. Super excited. Should be super tight games.
And we did just get a sub from Ultima A 1124. The website TV also subbed today. BC subbed today. So thanks, guys. We appreciate the new subs. Courtney is very appreciative of all of you. So glad to have you. So chat, who are y'all rooting for here? Do y'all want to see Sabine or do you want to see Han? These are the 2 most hated decks, right, in the meta right now? Izzy Dave is rooting for Sabine.
If Mono Han's anything like Mono Boba, everyone will root against it.
It's getting to be that way. If players like George are adopting Mono Han, okay, Michael's showing us his sideboard. I mean, I got the list here. Should I put the list up on the screen?
No.
No? Because it's not public?
Yeah.
Okay, never mind. Sorry, chat.
Maybe in finals.
Well, Top Cut, the list become public, right? Is that how it works?
The
So,
boss
yeah.
said no.
Just
Okay.
wait 1 more round.
All right, I'll wait till Top Cut to put the list on the screen. Elias is rooting for George. Josh Doe doesn't like any of this.
He must be a blue player.
Jazred Akatar hates Ham with a passion. So, yeah, let's go Sabine. And Hunter and I love both these guys, so we hate that they're having to play. But also, this is a great reason for our teammates to play. The last 2 undefeateds. let's look at the other 4-1s and see if we have any other. Colby, of course, is sitting at 4-1. He's right in the thick of things. And then from there, we drop down. Reflex is 4-1. He's a famous player. He's not a Bothan. I don't recognize a lot of the other names. I haven't heard of him. I think he might be putting a team together with Crispy to come to the 10K event in Atlanta.
Okay.
So that'd be great to have him. We'd love to have him there.
Speaking of, if you haven't heard about it.
Yeah.
So it sounds like at least 3 possible Bothans playing for their gold jerseys this weekend.
Yeah, for you don't know in chat, the competition members of the Bothan Network get a special golden jersey to wear. It's really just our jersey with gold accents, but you earn it by winning first place in a 65 or more person tournament that was played out through the top cut all the way to first. So obviously a winner of a PQ this large, where they had 90 players today, 91 players. So this would definitely qualify them for a gold jersey. Oh, another new subscriber, Nate PT. Let's go, Nate. Thank you for.
1,000, we get that.
Yep. Thank you, Nate.
I just blasted it on.
Oh yeah. Carlos knows you're practicing for next week again.
Oh, did he just play me?
No, he just says he can sense it.
Oh yeah.
Sam, Noob with the Tude, asks how many were at this PQ. I'm showing 91 players today, so a very large event.
Wasn't it sold out?
The Yub Nub Scrubs. 2 of us love playing. All right, Izzy Dave, send me a direct message and I'll get a team called Yub Nub Scrubs invited. So that's what we do.
Yeah, direct message now.
We want to do giveaways anyway today, so we're going to give away
an invite.
A team invite to the Atlanta 10K right now to Izzy Dave, and we'll probably give another invite out today sometime to somebody.
In the finals.
Yeah.
Sometime in the finals.
So thanks for hanging out with us in chat. So looks like George is taking a mulligan.
We need their emails, by the way. They need to direct message you.
Yeah. We're getting a little bit of Wi-Fi problems, it looks like, from Colby's end. So perhaps the image quality isn't as great as we want to see what was in Michael's hand. Did you catch any of that, Hunter?
I'll pause.
No, it's a little fuzzy.
Yeah, us too. But there, that's getting better. Man, Michael is shuffling George's deck.
He shuffled mine too. He's a big shuffler though. I think he shuffles and thinks.
I really think Han's a big favorite in this matchup, but my experience comes from playing on Alex Blandon, who's the PQ winner and SCG 2K winner on the Mono Han deck, so I'm biased because I see a fleet, a battlefield, I saw a couple of wing leaders, so Michael's got the gas.
Fleet, battlefield, 2 wing leaders.
DJ's actually not a big part of this matchup.
Yeah, usually we don't get that high of resources.
Right.
In this matchup, DJ is usually just a 3-5.
Yep. And here's a really hard decision for Michael. Do you Fleet Lieutenant, though? I think if I'm Michael, I'd Fleet Lieutenant the Battlefield Marine to kill the DJ. Trade. It's a trade, but you don't want Han to have any units. The problem is if he wing leaders, George could have Waylay if he's running Waylays. Somebody from the South American continent, Chile, is in chat. They're starting PQs tomorrow and on the 25th. Best of luck to you, Costa Rica. Hope you win your PQ in Chile. That's exciting that you're hanging out with us in chat. You want to come to Atlanta in March? So let's see if Michael can pull the trigger on the Fleet Lieutenant to kill the DJ. Oh, he can. Very well played, Michael. I'm so proud of him. I'm like a proud dad watching him play. Uncle Frank. Buena suerte from Carlos, who also speaks a few of those Spanish words. So now George is having to think it through and plays out Akira. And this is going to pose some problems. Everything in Michael's hand right now is good. He could either upgrade on Sabine, or pick the Dark Saber is what George picked. Yep, got it. Thanks, Michael, for letting us know. But the wing leader on Sabine is really good. R2 with the wing leader, not put the wing leader on R2, but drawing the R2 is going to get him a 4th resource he can use as he plays the Peacekeeper. I'd probably go Peacekeeper and R2 on this turn with the Sabine flip. Because you can still get tapped down so easily with Cunning on Sabine if you put the wing leader tokens on her. She's still not invulnerable.
Yeah, and Kira hitting that dark saber here is really important because
I'm pausing my gameplay to watch this metagame.
One of the few things that Han can't deal with is a dark saber on Sabine.
So Michael wants to use the pieces on the board first, and he puts 3 damage onto that Kira. So now Sabine can flip and kill Kira, and that's back into the strategy we talked about before the match started. The green Sabine player wants to remove all the units off the board. If you remove all the units, the Han player can't use their pumps. George is the aggro player in this matchup, so he goes ahead and gets 3 damage on the base while he can. Now Michael's got a tough decision to make. I think if I was playing Michael right now, I would just ping and let's see what Han does. There's no reason to rush. There's no reason to rush. Use the ping. Nope, don't flip. Okay, you don't want to ping because you don't want to give the aggro player
there's the guard.
Another point of damage on the base, but this is good because the wing leader now is on the Sabine is going to get rid of the Gamorrean guard and ping the base, and you're still going to get an R2 on the board. So wing leader onto Sabine to kill guard is really good. I like the position Michael's in right now. So Sabine will have 3 damage left on the base, so the Kira can kill Sabine. If I'm doing my math right.
To the bottom.
What did he put on the bottom?
Whenever he fell off the R2 went to the bottom.
Okay, I didn't see it either. The ECL is still up and he drew a wrecker. That's a god draw for Michael right now. The Bright Hope is also good for blunting Falcons, but I'm actually thinking about resourcing the Saber here if I'm the ECL player. Let's see, Michael wants to take a look at his resources. I didn't see what he resourced. There's the wrecker for next turn. I like where Michael is. Yeah. George is panicking a little bit, I'll be honest. I mean, I don't think George had to clear the Sabine with... I don't think George needed to do that. George has got to go put that damage on the base. Because Michael's going to clear it if George doesn't. I think the Sabine was going to attack the Kira there anyway. And George has got to put as much damage on the base as fast as he can. I do like where Michael is right now. Chris Top brings up the great point about how you want to go wide. Even when you're the control player, you want to go wide, especially into these tap-tap decks and the Katina Bouncer decks like Yellow has. Bringing out the Darksaber on R2. I don't like this. I don't like this at all. I don't know. What do you think, Hunter? Because you can't even kill Han, can you? With a R2.
Is that all he had in his hand?
No, he had
play
other choices.
Turn 4?
No,
he's got a wrecker you can't play
Katina
around.
Bouncer would just wreck Michael right now.
I really like this play, actually.
Hey, Emily. Emily's joining us.
Hey, Emily.
We are casting the round 6 of the Orlando PQ. So there's the Falcon, and now he wishes he had that Bright Hope. I don't see how he's... Another thing, you don't want to keep Han hostage anyway, because you want Han to flip so you can wreck her through him next turn. Maybe Michael's going to turn the corner and race. Does Cunning...
Maybe...
Cunning doesn't bounce R2 now, right? Because R2 has 5 power.
Correct. It's too big. It would only be Bouncer or Waylay.
The Hot Shot Blaster. So here comes the damage. We're at 8-9. Very close. Game 1. Yeah, I think Michael would be in a much better spot if he had just played out the Peacekeeper. Because the healing on the Peacekeeper is so good.
There's a 4 cause, and looks like a Pathfinder was drawn for the turn.
You probably resource the Pathfinder and use the Wrecker to... The one nice thing about the Blaster on Han is it's going to make the Wrecker be a trade. He can't ECL through Han and keep the Wrecker alive.
Yeah, maybe the thought of the Darksaber was with the Wrecker in hand. He wanted to go on the attack now.
Now, one spicy play is to put the damage on the Han with R2, leaving Han with 1 hit point. Then you ECL through Wrecker. I still like the Peacekeeper better last turn. And we're sorry that the Wi-Fi at the Coliseum of Comics isn't giving us a clear image of what's happening. But again, the good news for both of these players, they're 6-0 in the PQ. They both feel, or 5-0. They both feel really good that they should get a spot in the top 8 with tiebreakers. So whose action is it? Are we waiting on George to resource still? He just put one on top of from his deck. Is he saying he forgot to place a resource last turn for Han? Is that what the delay was? He had to put
Probably.
But then wouldn't he have done that before you drew a card? So that didn't make sense either. Yeah, thanks Izzy for understanding that we don't have any control over the Wi-Fi at the Coliseum of Comics. There's the Wrecker. It's a trade, though, unfortunately for Wrecker. Fortunately for George. Man, look at little R2 doing work with a Darksaber.
I told you, it was a super cute play.
Yeah, it's definitely cute. For a cause and a Peacekeeper. But there's the Waylay to punish it.
Waylay.
Yep, that's why you don't put the Darksaber on R2. Now Michael's way behind. He can't even risk pinging. He might ping, but I don't think he can risk it. Yep, he claimed. Because George is more explosive. And Michael has... Again, I harken back to it. Imagine if he had that Peacekeeper instead of that Darksaber on the board.
Yeah. Not great draws this turn either. He drew R2 and an A-wing.
Yeah. Yeah, Carlos in chat is picking up on the same thing, is that the Waylay on the R2 with a Saber is a blowout. So that I think Michael is definitely far behind now. And there's not saying he can't come back to win, but all the pieces that Han's going to be using going forward kind of turns the corner.
Yeah, ECL's gone as well.
Yeah. So Michael's just too slow to react at this point because of the Saber on R2 play, I think. There's the Peacekeeper that should have already been doing work for us. This would be the third turn it would have attacked, so it would have healed 6 by now, plus put 9 more on his base.
Looks like George smuggled out Big Falcon, so double Falcon out action.
Okay. And I thought Michael had a Bright Hope. He might have resourced it, because I didn't see it the last time he shuffled through his hand.
Yeah, he resourced it the turn he drew it.
Yeah. Both players playing incredibly well. They're top of the table for a reason. They're both 5-0. Michael's only dropped 2 games all day. He's 10-2. George has only dropped 1 game all day, and you're seeing why, because they're spectacular players. There's the Peacekeeper healing back, giving Michael a little hope, putting George halfway there at 15. And one nice thing for the Sabine players into this matchup is that the Han doesn't have any healing. So if you can just get to within ping and 4 cause range, you get there. You don't have to worry about them turning the corner on base damage like you do against the blue decks. Here comes a Poe. It's a big threat on the board. That represents a lot of potential damage. Michael takes. Oh, but the Han clears it. He had the Han. He had the answer. It's going to be super close.
21.
Yeah, that's it. Michael scoops. Yep. All right.
Yeah, 21. There's no
Let's
way
do
to
that.
deal with the
Games 2 and 3.
unit and Big big
What
Falcon.
good games.
Yeah. All right, here, Courtney, you talk to Hunter and Emily about it because I gotta go to the restroom
Oh, okay.
while we're waiting on them to shuffle up and see what sideboard cards we can see.
Hey guys. Oh, let me
Hey,
see.
Courtney.
How's it going? Do you have a mic?
Oh, the mic's over there.
Oh, okay, there it is. Sorry. Oh, it's fun to see these guys too playing it out. We appreciate them playing, knowing they didn't have to, but watching two BNs going at it.
So, as a Sabine player, Courtney, what do you think Michael's bringing in for this matchup after losing the first one?
You know, I can't remember. We were talking last night to Michael, and I ended up going to sleep about his deck list. And I can't remember if he main decked the Bright Hopes or not, or if he was sideboarding them. But for sure, I think you want the Bright Hopes coming into this. You gotta, you know, if you can slow down the Falcon, it would take two hits with the Falcon to kill the Bright Hope. So
Yep.
you for sure bring in the Bright Hopes. Maybe you take out the Dark Sabers. I don't know. What do you? I think I maybe would take them out. It's possible. Maybe you could go bring in a few more small ones and go wide too, and just take over the board.
I think it's a good call taking out the Dark Sabers, especially because the only good play you can have is the Sabine against the Waylay and everything else. So
Yeah, and I was gonna say with the Waylays, you know, maybe even thinking about bringing out the wing leaders. I know a lot of times I do that when I'm playing the blonde Sabine, just because of the Waylays. That feels pretty bad when they waylay up something that you've got wing leadered. And then the Falcon just runs all over the actual wing leader, so. Oh. Let's see. So he's definitely got all 4 causes there. The 4 calls, you definitely want all 3 Rebel Assaults. Let's see, okay, so there we got, oh, is he taking out took out 1 Fang Fighter there? I believe. George looks like he's ready to go. He's all sideboarded. Alright, so maybe he decided to take out and just go with 2 disabling Fang Fighters there.
Looks like they're both gearing up to start this one.
Yeah.
They done sideboarding?
Yeah, they are done sideboarding free. I'll hop back in. Whee!
Thanks, baby. Oh, sorry. All right, I'm back. What did I miss?
Come on, sideboarding on.
Just
everything.
What you may remember how many Bright Hopes was Michael running?
I think he had 2
Any
main
main
deck.
board? Okay.
I thought 2 off the top of my head.
Main deck, yeah.
We tinkered with the list a lot last night.
Yeah.
But I thought it was 2 main.
Oh, we got Michael versus George.
Hey, Phil. Yeah, welcome
What's
to the
going
stream.
on?
Yeah, come help us
They're
cast
both
this.
5-0.
Yeah. Phil, how do you say
Oh,
your last
wow.
name? Phil Awful? No.
Falafel.
Phil is famous for playing hero green decks, blue-green hero decks.
Blue-green,
Like
yeah.
he played Luke in set 1, made the top 4 at the Orlando 5K, which became featured as a masterclass by Loopee at Late Night Gaming. So Phil, we are definitely thrilled to have you on stream with us. I know you're very sad not to be playing your own PQ today. Tell us that story.
No.
Well, I'm looking outside right now, and I've been looking out there all day, and it's nice, and there's no snow left, and I'm like, man, this thing probably could have actually went, but I understand they had to make the call they did because the storm was supposed to be a lot worse than it was. So, and I think there would have been quite a few people, and I think the main issue was the judge that was coming down was from Virginia, and his travels were not going to be safe for him.
Not through the Appalachian Mountains, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's the main reason it ended up getting canceled. But yeah, I'm sad, but at least I get to enjoy some of these games. Getting to watch this on stream is nice. I'm still trying to wrap my head around George playing something other than villainy right now.
I know, we all are in shock and awe.
I took a double take on that.
Yeah. I told the viewers earlier in the stream that at one point George sold all of his hero cards. It didn't have anything but villains and neutrals. And here we are. Oh, how the tables have turned. All right, so what kind of hand? Here we go, the fist bump. So Michael opens an R2. He likes to open R2. R2 is really good with Fleet Lieutenant to kill off a 3 health unit, but George doesn't really play any 3 health units. For example, here comes
Michael's hand is Fleet, Poe, and Saber.
Yeah. Here's that Sundari Peacekeeper. We really want to see that get into play. He can resource the Cassian here because he has enough other 3-drop options. He won't need the Cassian. So hopefully that Cassian will go to the resource bin. Michael's in deep thought about it. We can't see George's hand, so not as...
Looks like a Bodhi.
One thing about the Peacekeeper, it's not a rebel though, so it lacks the rebel synergy. And there you saw the Cassian did go to the resource pile. So the R2 can be pumped by the Fleet Lieutenant, but there's nothing for the R2 to kill. So I think the better course of action for Michael here is to go ahead and attack base, or to ping, or to do something to stall so that to see what that 3/5 is going to do. See if he can entice the 3/5 to hit R2 before putting 3 damage into his Peacekeeper. If he slams the Peacekeeper, George might change gears with a surprise strike and take it off the board right away. Because George can't let the Peacekeeper sit there healing 2, doing 3 damage every turn. What do y'all think about the lines here?
I don't know. I feel like those 3/5s kind of put Sabine on the back foot immediately, it feels like. And, I mean, this is just from my perspective, especially if you don't have a unit to throw into it with Fleet Lieutenant that has enough attack to clear it. So it kind of puts you in a weird position to where you can't really trade effectively.
Right.
Because I feel like Sabine wants to be a little bit more on the control side in this matchup. I've never played this matchup myself.
Yeah, Sabine is the control. I think one line I just came up with, maybe you attack R2 into the 3/5. So next turn, putting 1 point of damage. Next turn when Sabine flips, you Fleet Lieutenant Sabine to kill the last 4 damage. But no, he's going straight into it now. And that's another line. Go ahead and get 3 damage on it, and then you have a lot of ways to kill it next turn. So that's even a stronger play line. Yeah. I kind of like the Peacekeeper first, and then the Sabine flip, Fleet killing it. But Michael knows not to. And there goes the Dark Saber to a Bodhi.
Old Bodhi Rook doing what he does.
Yeah.
Nothing is safe.
And this is another reason I think the Peacekeeper could have been a really good play there, because then the Peacekeeper could take the Bodhi right now for free. We don't see what they have in their hands, so it's hard to judge what resource decisions they're making. Michael did go to 4, of course. We are a little fuzzy, but I think it's 3-0 is the base damage. Oh, there it cleared up for me.
Yep, I see it pretty clear now.
Yeah,
Hunter, do you see? Yeah, did you get anything out of George's hand? Any idea what George has got?
I know he has a cunning. I have seen a cunning in his hand before he played the Bodhi last turn.
So Michael correctly trades.
So, yeah, seeing a cunning early on in this matchup is really good for George once he gets his board established.
I'm about to say, he needs a little bit more of a board before the cunning has a big impact. ECL is still up, so you really can't risk pumping right now with cunning deliberated slaves, because Michael could answer it with ECL. Like that Sundari Peacekeeper. He doesn't want to do it. He wants to wait in ECL with the Poe next turn. This is round 6. If you look just below my beautiful name, you'll see the title. It's Orlando P. A beautiful face. Orlando PQ round 6. Both these players are 5-0. They're both pretty well guaranteed a slot in the top 8 at this point on tiebreakers, but you still have to play it out and worry. So Michael looks at a Battlefield Marine with his R2, and he rightfully puts it on the bottom of the deck. Base damage is 6-1 right now, and here comes a tech. Now this is dangerous, but it's also a little bit of a ploy, because there's not much that George could do besides take initiative because he'll be at 5. It's gonna take some actions for that tech to cause the DJ to come out. If George takes initiative, though, I think you really have to kill tech. It looks like George did take initiative. Because first action right now, he can smuggle out a DJ, and that's going to stop the Poe. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So George really needs to find... Oh.
Is it a daring raid?
Very daring
nice.
raid.
Yeah.
Wow. I just don't see how he's going to stop the... See, honestly, I think the daring raid had to be held back for the DJ, because if he kept the daring raid in his hand, he could attack with a peacekeeper, put 3 onto it that way, and then daring raid the other 2. Because I don't think that the Sabine's gonna live long enough. Maybe she will, because you can still kill DJ now with peacekeeper and Sabine. But these are the play lines as you're playing against these mono Hans. You have to constantly be asking yourself, how do I deal with DJ right now? How do I kill DJ? What's my line?
Yep.
Oh, George went.
Chris asked how often should you be pinging as Sabine?
Only if you, only if you want to waste time, because you have a play you want to make, but you want your opponent to commit their resources or their unit attacks before you make the play. I never ping in this matchup unless I'm trying to waste time. If that makes sense. Dirtling, we call it. Yeah.
That was a really good kind of tap down the 2 things that could kill tech and buff it.
So do you just slam Poe into it now? Because Poe doesn't live. Wow.
How much? Yeah, with only now it does.
Yeah.
Very.
You
Yep.
can no discard.
So now Michael has to find out if he wants to, how he wants to get this Han, try to bait this Han out, because if he can get the ECL Poe into the Han this turn, that would be incredible. But he's got to play it right to where he can try to bait it out, because George isn't just going to give it to him. That's for sure.
So another line here. What if you just play the Poe without ECLing it? Because
that may be already attacked.
You get first action next turn to then attack with the Poe and do your shenanigans. Is he going to ECL to trade the Poe? I don't know. Don't do it, Michael. I don't think you trade because that's going to kill Poe if he hits into tech.
Yeah. Now
and there's
that
3.
He's already attacked with the tech, I think you just play it.
Yeah, just play it. And take first action you attack. Because now George is stuck. Is George going to... Oh, he is ECLing. Oh, no. I don't know.
He discarded to kill it first, so no damage.
Okay, that was good at least. Oh, that's might be even better. Actually, Michael found a better line than we did. Yeah. That's actually really good, Michael. Well done. That is really good. And George had 3 cards in his hands. There wasn't a lot of reason to discard George. Sometimes you can catch Han with 1 card in his hand, or even 2, and discard him. Oh, the Wrecker's good, because the Wrecker can still clear a unit that has 5 health or less just by playing it. So the Wrecker is a removal card by itself, even without the ECL.
Yeah, first action, you just gotta kill this Han with
the
Poe.
100%.
You can't let him get too far ahead.
Michael has battled back in this game. I mean, if he kills this Han first action, then this looks really good.
Yeah, it does.
Yep.
So he's got a long way to go on the base, but
yeah, because he's going to smuggle out the big Falcon. This has got to be the big Falcon coming out from the smuggle pile, which is going to put Michael on a 2-turn clock. Yep, there it is. So, but again, look at the Peacekeeper. The Peacekeeper is going to give Michael more time, because now he's a 3-turn clock.
Yep.
1 attack from the Peacekeeper made that a 3-turn clock without pumping George's hand. That's why the Peacekeeper is so good in this matchup. Why I would have leaned towards playing it in turn 1. There's what? Hold on.
Oh, I'm asking what that is on the top that he keeps looking at.
What?
That one.
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I don't know what that card is face down. Oh, it's his hand?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's his hand.
Yeah, Michael is...
Four calls?
just a
No, that's
winner,
a
I
Wrecker.
believe.
So I see it. I think you drew an R2 again.
A wrecker and
A saber.
A red
Is it
3.
a saber?
Red 3 maybe.
Red 3.
Yeah.
It is red 3.
Yeah, but I love where Michael is right now. Michael can race him now with the Sundari Peacekeeper.
Yeah, this ground board is pretty impressive for Michael.
Because there's nothing that Han can smuggle in that comes in ready. So Michael has time to react to whatever George does. The little Falcon, of course, comes in ready, but that's in space. He can play a Han unit to ambush, but he's going for the second cunning. Here we go. Can Michael survive 2 cunnings?
Bright Hope would be so beautiful right now.
That's actually probably just game, the second cunning, because Michael can't stop the 9 damage he's going to take, putting him at 23.
Yeah, you can't kill him 1 action next turn, but
Yeah.
So his best bet here is probably what? Swing in with one of his things on board and then claim after the hit and hope he top decks a Bright Hope.
correct.
Yeah.
It's like his out.
Yeah, and I think actually the out is actually you play red 3 here because that also gives you a top deck of a Fleet Lieutenant to kill the Falcon. You can Fleet Lieutenant your red 3 in, so I would just play red 3 and claim.
That's the mean Master Frank thinking right there.
That's not the line Michael found though.
And it's so much
Michael
easier
went with
sitting
the
here.
fill line.
No, at least look at your top deck, Michael. You could have top decked the Bright Hope. Oh,
wanna
he'd
break before
already
finals.
resourced one.
Mm.
I wish he would show us what's on top of his deck. If a Fleet Lieutenant was...
Michael was on top.
Show us what's on top. Show us.
Show us the money.
If it's a Fleet Lieutenant, the red 3 saves him.
Money shot.
That's not what was on top. He already pulled off what's on top, I think.
Oh, there it is.
It wasn't Bright
and
Hope.
Sundari was in his hand.
Oh,
No, that was on top. No.
Yeah. Red 3 gives
I
him
think it
2
was
outs.
Yeah, I think he also could. Yeah, the red 3 was definitely the safest play and probably the right play.
Oh, it's the only play there. You red 3 to give yourself more top decks.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. But I would love to see this rematch. I'd love to see this be the final match today for a PQ slot.
Oh my God, wouldn't you?
Yeah. I'm sorry. I know I'm being biased as a Bothan Network team member with these guys and everybody in chat. I mean, in voice, but this was an epic match. That was so well played by both players. Yeah, Maddie's like, what a game. It was a game. What a game.
Hey, I'm
Who's back? Oh, you're real.
Oh, hey, Colby.
Something's wrong with your mic, at least on my
How about
end.
now? Is that
Okay.
better?
Yeah, there you are.
There we go. Yeah, I understand. Yeah, no. I'm back. I'm 5-1.
You won.
Yeah.
Let's
I beat up
go.
a Han yellow.
Mhm.
Just play the cards and like get the Quinlan value, and it's just good enough. Very cool. Very, very, very cool deck. It's working. And resupply into Spark the Answer, flip Quinlan, play Lightsaber on Quinlan, attack for 6, play a Crafty
Quinlan's
Smuggler
on.
is a busted. It feels like playing Boba Fett.
It won't be 7 rounds, right? It'll just be finals.
No, 7 rounds.
It feels like when you play Boba Fett and you get the $8 turn, Quinlan with Lightsaber after resupply feels like it's a $7 turn sometimes. Takes a lot of cards, but it was really strong. And then Surprise Strike is just doing a ton of damage, and I'm just the aggro list. I'm not ECL. I'm just the aggro list sometimes. 2 damage at a time from the guys. Quinlan with the sword. It's happening.
I'm already working on
Congratulations, Colby. That's exciting. You probably still need obviously a win now get you in for sure. But how do your tiebreakers look? Let's go
I
look
think
at
they're
standings.
mediocre. I don't think that my tiebreakers are strong enough to take me with a 5-2, and I don't plan to lose the next match anyway, so I
Okay.
don't think it'll be a problem.
I think you need. You're right on the bubble. If you were 5-2 right now with your tiebreakers where there are, you would be either 8th, 9th, or 10th. So you have a 1 in 3 chance of losing this.
I'm already putting you in the bracket, so you gotta win.
Yeah.
I plan to be here. That's why I came to this tournament, was to win it. So, yeah, It'll happen. We're fine. We're fine. We're chilling. We're chilling, guys. The deck is cool. It's working. Surprise Strike's good. Waylay is good. Guys, did you know that Surprise Strike's a good card? Man, turns out it's just the best card. Man. Ooh, I got a guest. I got this guy. Look who it is. It's Mr. Han Hondo. Han Hondo.
Han Hondo, I love it.
Easy. Wow, he missed a smuggle. Can you believe him?
Hey, congratulations, George. 6-0, baby.
Thanks, Frank.
You should have been a hero player the whole time. Why'd you wait this long to come to our side?
No, no. only because he's the best smuggler in the game. Sorry, Hondo. I love Hondo, but
congratulations. How'd that match go? Tell us about it. What did you see from your side with Michael?
Let's see. He removed my units with the fleet lieutenant and such. I was able to establish 3 5s. He did good not going space because we all know the classic Millennium Falcon Red 3 blowout. I'll make sure everybody knows it. So like they play Green Squadron A-wing as Han. You can cheat out a Falcon, kill it before they can attack with it, and then now you're up a unit, and you didn't have to pay for the Falcon because you Han ability. So now you have a 3/4 in space. That one. And like it had to like ECL to kill it or something crazy. So, but in that matchup, you have the freedom to activate Han a lot more aggressively because the cards in the hand don't matter. So you're almost always going 3+4 drop, which you saw game 1, game 2. I was able to Bodhi away a Darksaber. Game one, I was able to Kira a Darksaber, which ended up getting us a dark seal saber wielding R2. That was cool.
So rude.
It's almost like knowing your opponent's hand allows you to back them in the corners.
Doing it too.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah.
And then I got a free lightsaber and crafting.
So the real play there is spike the non-bamboozle, so they bait them into discarding a card. So now we have 1 card in hand. No, we're not value gamers. All right, fair. Tempo gamers. All right. Don't listen to the propaganda, right?
So George, one of our favorite Palpatine players, Symbiote, is in chat and says hello and congratulates you on your win. But does he know you're playing hero now? He has got to feel betrayed like a lot of villain players do.
I don't know. I've been holding that torch for a while, but I finally saw the light, so to speak. I don't know.
So the double cunning though. So you see the high skill play with Mono Han or all the Han double yellows is to draw cunning. If you draw cunning, you're a really good cunning player. A Mono Han player, right?
I mean, did I cunning at all the first?
Expert.
I don't think I cunning. I don't think I cunning at all the first game.
Yeah, but the second cunning.
Objectively though, so my flip turn, it might have been bait because I did cunning on my flip turn and I only played cunning. So was that actually the optimal line? Because I could have also established a Millennium Falcon. Hot shot. I was digging for the hot shot. That was the cope. The cope was I was gonna attack with Han and get a hot shot from the top of my deck, and I was like, if I could do that, this is my problem. I get on stream, I get excited, and I'm like, what if I do that? A cool 1 in 50 fans that it happens, right? That's my problem with stream. I get excited, and I'm like, what if I pull the hot shot from the top of my deck and get to slam on the table? Oh man, this is how I was smuggled. I think about stuff like this.
So George, a couple of mistakes on your part. One, you have not reported your round.
All right, Jonah. All right.
And 2, did I see you miss replacing a smuggle card? What happened? At some point in the game, you just put a card from the top of your deck down as a resource. Is that how you fix that problem? How does that work?
Yes. So what happened was when I hot shot blasted the Han, I forgot to replace it because I put the card out of muscle memory. I put the card for Han, but I was supposed to put 2 cards in for the Han attack plus the smuggle.
Yeah.
So you could say I missed the Han attack, however you want to phrase it, whatever. But true. All right. We'll roll the tapes to see how I screwed up. But Phantom.
No, I just think it's funny how hard even an accomplished smuggler like yourself can make a small oversight like that. Because
I will say, my games off stream are flawless. I've been very proud of it. It's when I get on stream, I get excited.
A lot of mechanics.
Yeah, you're doing great, George. We're all big fans of yours.
Thanks. Thanks.
But so you drew 2 cards and then you smuggled in to replace the one off the top?
What happened was no. So, that's how we fixed it. Yes.
See, because the card you top decked was that second cunning. That would have been a smuggle card face down. Yeah, see? Michael had a shot there if you had smuggled it correctly.
I don't know.
I'm just messing with you, George.
No,
I don't know. I'm just messing with you.
What happened was, to that stage of the game, I had 1 card in hand because that was a 3 cost and a 4 cost.
Yeah, I'm just messing, George. I'm just messing with you.
I was just like, I was sitting there for a second. I was like, oh god. No, I think that was a Falcon that I ended up switching.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. I was just trying to play. But Michael played it great. He took the right lines just about, I think, and then y'all may face off again in the top 8. You gonna let him get his revenge in the top 8?
Maybe.
Finals match.
I'd love to see y'all in the final. I want to see a Colby, Michael, George final 4. So, and then an all Bothan final match. Can y'all make that happen, please, gentlemen?
Yes.
Can y'all please do
Working
that?
on it.
Okay. Anyway.
I need to not screw up on stream. What's up? Oh, you got it.
Thanks, George. Good luck next round. Even though he can just scoop now. He doesn't need to play it.
Yeah.
So
Can we talk about how good the Bothans are?
Oh, don't be like that. We've had some good. We had a good run today, though. Yeah.
I don't mean like, wow, we're great and friends and stuff. No, we're just always at the top of these tables. We just actually have like
Heart of the cards, baby. Heart of the cards. We're just getting. We're playing really well. We work really hard on our decks and our play lines, and then we get good lucky cards. Like George had 2 cunnings there, or he doesn't win that. Probably didn't win that. Michael had just turned the corner. He was about to be able to win that game, but George drew a second cunning. That's just part of the cards.
I've got a saying, and it's like when you get beaten by a player, it's like, how did that player beat you? It's that good players draw the right cards.
That's
and
a good
that doesn't
point.
mean it doesn't mean that good players will top deck better than bad players. It means the good players put good cards in their deck, give themselves the chance to draw the better cards, and put themselves in the positions so that any card is the right card. Good players draw the right cards.
And the other thing that better players do is because they've made so many good decisions along the way, they're giving themselves a chance to top deck something. Some players, if they misstep along the way, don't even get to top deck. They're already lost before. They don't make it that far. Yeah.
And you'll hear players talking about like, oh, I would have been in the top if I didn't, if I did it this way. I think matchups are much more indicative of, if you actually get matched up into the wrong things. That's how a tournament can go very roughly for you. But yeah, like we have. How many Bothans do we have that are 5-1 right now?
I think it's just 3 of you.
At least 3 of you?
Yeah, there's 3 of you. Mm-hmm.
I think there's like 5 or 6 of us here.
Yeah, it was great. Great day today. I'm real proud of y'all. We have people not reporting, so there may be more 5s, at least 4s coming up.
There's still 12 minutes in the round.
Yeah. Yeah. Good. So, good. Well, I want to take a break. I've already been on here for, 4 hours doing this?
I'll start working on the bracket.
And we have
I appreciate you guys.
10 or 15 minutes.
Thanks for making this happen.
Yeah. We'll leave the stream running if you want to talk to Hunter, Emily, Maddie's in here, Phil's here. Are you still there, Phil?
Let's take 15 minutes and come back at the next round.
Okay. I think we're going to take a 10 or 15 minute break and let everybody rest, recover, and get ready for the last round of Swiss.
Yep.
All the bubble players. And if you can, Colby, try to get us a table that's on the bubble, not George. If they will let you switch around. Yeah, well, we want your game. If you can get your game, please.
Yes.
Yeah, I want my game.
Okay.
I'm gonna make that happen.
Yeah, move yourself, because if you win, you're in, and we'd love to cheer for you and watch that. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna be on the stream.
Okay, try to do it.
Assume my opponent's okay with it. If not, it's because my opponent didn't want it.
Okay.
And I respect that.
All right, so guys, everybody, we're gonna take a 10-minute break, and we'll be back after these commercial messages. They're real names, but Colby was gonna try to get us real names. But then we won't know who's who.
Yeah, we can always move them around.
All right, on gray, you have Jason.
Jason?
He's a local to my Jason.
Okay.
He's a local from my meta.
Does he want Jason or
Saunders.
Jim?
Oh, I love Saunders. Tell him
Jason
Frank said
Saunders,
hello. Yeah.
Yeah.
Jason Saunders.
Jason, Frank says hi.
SAU.
Tell him I'm casting it.
SAU.
He says hi. The other one is Mike from
Is that
Maclunky.
right?
Oh wow! And you know what? This is a win. This is a win, and you're in. Loser's out. Looking at tiebreakers, Colby. Okay, I don't know if you heard that. So the winner of this match is in, and the loser is probably out.
So we have Jason Saunders and.
Oh, did y'all catch the other name from Maclunky Gaming? Shoot,
Mike.
Well, I can do that.
Mike from Maclunky Gaming.
Mono Han.
Oh, never mind. We have Mono Han. Somebody go change the tables around. And then Mike from Maclunky Gaming.
So is it gonna be
Is,
Sabine?
is Michael on Mono Han or
The
I got it.
ECL.
is Michael Mono Han?
ECL.
Let's go.
Hi, Phil. We need your help, Phil.
I got my money on Luke, baby.
As a matter of fact,
This
Phil,
is,
you're going to do the casting this match. Everybody. Phil's our main caster. The rest of us are just going to be our color commentators.
Is it Mikey?
Yeah, sure.
No.
So it's a good thing he's on ECL because this matchup is already a nightmare
which one's
for
on
Luke as it
ECL?
is. DJ is scary for any 6 deploy leader.
But which one's which? Do I have
So-
it?
That's Jason.
At least he's got the ECL to hopefully sway the tempo back in his favor if he does get hit with DJ. But
Publish everything.
you got to have your the tool to kill the DJ when they go for it as well. So there's
Okay, you'll have to wait a minute, baby.
this is exciting. I love seeing a Luke up here on the bubble right now. You know who I'm pulling for now.
Yeah. And Jason Saunders is one of the first friends I made in Star Wars. So when I came down for the Orlando 5K, he was nice enough to sit and play with me the night before the tournament started. That's where I met Colby also. I met Colby and Saunders together. Back then he was playing Mono Boba before anybody else was playing Mono Boba. And we actually had played in the Swiss, unfortunately, at the Orlando 5K. I hated to beat him because I was like, I like you. I just made a new friend and I have to play you.
Now I wonder if this Luke is on Rebels. I think going the Rebel route is kind of the right way right now because there's so much Mono Han. It allows you to have some options to challenge the DJ via Fleet Lieutenant, Wing Leader, stuff like that.
Right, because that's the question you have to answer. How do you stop Tech and DJ?
Yeah, because it's a nightmare for Luke. It really is, and a lot will just decide also if this Han's on Enfi's Nest. That's a huge Achilles heel for a lot of these blue hero decks that rely on Obi-Wan to protect their leader.
Yeah, it eats up the shields.
Yeah, it eats up the shields. It bounces. All right, we got a dispatcher turn 1. That's good.
Into a Sparks. We'll see the hand. It is the Rebel package. I see Battlefield,
Bright
Hope, Concord Dawn. Lots of things that Luke can give shields to here. It's a hard choice for Saunders. He's going to take the... Man, I don't even know what to take there. Is that right? The Concord Dawn over the Bright Hope?
I guess that does take away his space wall next turn, but typically you want to play that on turn 4 with Luke anyway.
Because with with the Dispatcher, though, he could have played... Oh, he can't play the Concord Dawn. No. But he can't play the Concord Dawn Interceptor. It's not a Rebel with the Dispatcher. I was going to say you could play the CDI and shield it, but he could just play the Bright Hope.
Dispatcher discounts it no matter what it is. It just discounts any unit.
It's not any... Oh, wow. Okay.
Yep.
So that would have been a great play for Mike, would be to play the CDI with the Dispatcher this turn and then put a shield on it with Luke. But now he's going to have to play the Bright Hope with no shield.
If I was in his position, I would even bounce the Dispatcher here. I can't see what's in Mike's hand. But the draw is critical sometimes. Just being able to find the tools you're going to need to deal with things.
He did bounce it.
He does.
Yeah.
Very good. Just to kind of refresh his hand a little bit. Because with Bodhi Rooks and Kira's and all the hand hate that Han Yellow has, you need as many options as possible.
Yeah, that's a high skill play. I didn't even see that line. That's really good.
Trying to see the Luke's hand is hard to see. He's in a good spot right now. Han's going to 5.
Yeah, what's the 5 for? Katina Bouncer is all I could think of.
I think it's only 5 in the deck.
That's what I'm thinking, and you definitely don't want to be playing a Plo Koon right now. That would be
Maybe
super.
Yeah, it wouldn't be Plo.
maybe a Falcon with a surprise strike, or to smuggle out something. The big Falcon, but doesn't that smuggle for 6? Maybe.
Yeah, Big Falcon 6.
Wait, what's he doing? Wait, is that all he did? Was just?
He's trying to take back on it.
I'm confused. What's happening right now?
I think he might have been trying to take back the ramp.
Well, I think he ramped and then took initiative. No, maybe not. I don't know what's going on. It's hard. There's the 5. There's the Katina Bouncer. Yeah, that's all I could think of. The play line here.
I'm totally okay with that if I'm Luke right now. That's a very low tempo play.
Mm-hmm. Because now the Falcon's off the board too. And one of his bouncers is gone. This might come down to, can Luke survive all the bouncers? And now one of the bouncers is gone. I mean, at some point Han will run out of bounce. Or do they ever?
Village Protectors.
Yeah.
If he gets the Luke deployed behind that, even bouncing the Village Protectors, I mean, you can just play it back so cheap for 3.
Yeah, and re-shield it on the attack.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Thanks, Courtney.
And Luke can hide behind that the whole game, which will be huge if he's able to do that.
Yeah, I definitely like where Luke's at right now. It doesn't feel bad. Sometimes Bothan, you already feel blown out this far into the game.
Mm-hmm. And this Han player may not really know what Luke has up his sleeve either, because Luke is not a common deck to come across.
Right.
So this may be a matchup he's very unfamiliar with.
And if anyone out there needs to learn more about the Luke decks, you can go watch Loopee Late Night Gaming's masterclass from Set 1 on Luke, starring Phil.
There's still some relevant topics in there, believe it or not.
Oh, I do believe it. So the perilous position taps down the Han before he could get his 7th resource.
Yeah, that's great.
There's a waylay, but again, it's just getting through. Count the bounce cards. Yeah, that's now 2 bouncers gone. The most he could have is 9. 3 cunning.
He's on 5. I'm sorry. He's on 5. I just realized the Han cheats. He can come out on 5 because he's a cheater.
Man, Saunders is playing very conservative. He's playing very control-y into what I think is supposed to be an aggro match. And he's going to spark, but look at this huge double U-Wing reinforcement! Call in the U-Wings! We need the U-Wings! He's got to take a U-Wing. Oh! Why don't you take a U-Wing?
I think that's correct there.
Really?
Because that Village Protectors is going to keep him from ever getting to base next turn.
Wow. Okay.
Because if he had it this turn, he could play the Village Protectors, shield it with Luke action, deploy Luke, swing with Luke, shield the Village Protectors a second time.
But
in the same turn. So
my prediction is the U-Wings win this match. Double U-Wing is going to be really hard for Han to come back from. Because all of his bouncing is spot bouncing. He bounced one thing. He can't bounce multiple things. Yeah. But he's going to play 2 to 3. If he gets both of those off, that's 5 or 6 units that are going to come out on the board on those U-Wings. That's going to be hard for Han to come back from. And now an ECL. Oh, wow. With a heal? Oh.
Beautiful.
So good. I'm rooting for my friend Saunders, but man, it's hard not to root for this Luke deck.
Yeah. Now, with Luke being at this point in the game, obviously anything can still happen because we all know Han Yellow has so much gas that it can really go a long ways. But if I'm ever playing against a blue-green hero and I have no damage on base and we're on their flip turn and also as much going for them, I'm a little bit scared at this point.
The only thing I hate for Luke right now is he didn't have a unit to put a shield on him when he attacks here. Maybe he'll put a unit down before attacking.
Jason taking that Village Protectors was absolutely huge.
Yeah, it's looking more important now because that Village Protector would have clogged up the ground. But these U-Wings that are coming up are going to just, oh my god. It's going to be an explosion of people, of units on the board. And here comes the first one. Because for 7, I guess he's going to look for a smuggle for a 7. He's going to try to DJ him to stop the U-Wing. Yeah, DJ to stop the U-Wing is good because it also lets, because Luke can't kill the DJ. That might be Han's only line right here. Does not look like he has it, though. He only went to 4. Kira, that'll stop the U-Wing. But that Rival's Fall is going to take care of Kira pretty quickly. Definitely calls out U-Wing. Yeah, I agree with Hugo in chat that if Saunders is going to play Han so controlly, I think the U-Wing is a really good target for that spark. But interesting that he takes out the...
Yeah, he's probably just doing that to make sure he can't get a surprise strike traded or hot shot traded.
There goes Kira. Super important because you want to get that U-Wing off next turn.
Yep.
And here I think you have to go ahead and play an extra resource in case you get DJ'd. I think you need to go to 8 resources. Yep, he did. Mike did from Maclunky Gaming.
Yeah, and if Mike's also on the... I know some players are not on home ones right now because they'd rather play the Redemption because of all the aggression in the meta right now. But if he's on home one, he could just resource just about every turn and get value from it because home one, late game, just grows stronger and stronger the later the game goes.
Here we go! Big U-Wing! What's Mike gonna do?
I think I see a Luke in there.
Luke would be okay, but not amazing right now. I think I go wider with more units, but what do you think? You're the expert. What do you think, Phil?
I think Luke's not a bad call. Oh, that's a great call as well.
Maz, tell us about the general that came down. You love this card.
Yeah, General Riken is absolutely an incredible card. So, you know, he has the when played and on attack ability to make anything a sentinel, which is amazing. I've found a lot. He's even better in Obi-Wan, but he's still extremely good with Luke as well. And he's probably the right call right now over Obi-Wan, just because of Cunning being a card. He gets out of the range of Cunning being able to bounce him, which is huge. So the 5/4 attack is massive. And he also has an additional health as well.
And there's Zori Bliss. Yeah, Zori Bliss is a card Hunter likes a lot. Why do you like Zori Bliss, Hunter?
Zori Bliss is good at digging you to key cards in each matchup.
That's a good reason to like her.
Draw discard.
Yeah. And Carlos wants to ban you, Phil, from being able to play the general. But just to recap for audience who's just joining us, this is round 7, final round of the Orlando Swiss PQ. We have Jason Saunders and Mike from Maclunky Gaming playing. The winner of this is going to make the top cut. Based on the tiebreakers we're seeing right now, the loser of this match is likely not to make the top cut. The Luke deck, both these decks are 5-1, and this is game 1 of their 3-game match. So Mike from Maclunky Gaming, I don't know Mike's last name. So if the winner of this match is in for sure, and it's going to be super close, the loser of this match is going to finish 8th, 9th, or 10th, it looks like in the standings, with it more likely being 9th or 10th, depending on what else happens. So this is a win and in, or basically this is a top 16 match, if you want to think of it that way.
Another U-Wing, and the other U-Wing went completely unanswered, so this is just all profit here.
This Maz is going to get big.
Oh, yeah.
And we're back to counting, like we said before. We're counting how many bounces does Han have to delay this.
Yep.
And eventually he's going to run out of bouncers. What's he taking?
That's a
great
Yoda.
U-Wing. A Yoda and a
Cannon.
Why do you like that? What's great about it?
I think it just cements your healing even further. So if Han ever does start pulling ahead, now he has 2 units that are constantly healing on the board as well. And they both bring a great benefit of Kanan can take off some very key cards off the top of the deck sometimes. And then Yoda also leaving play, letting you draw another card is great. So he replaces himself as well. So just furthering the fact that he's going to be able to hopefully find the cards he needs to continue this amazing position that he's in right now.
Yeah. And that's another Katina bouncer, so that's 3 of his 9 bounces now. I don't remember. Did he play a cunning earlier in the game? I don't remember.
I don't believe we've seen a cunning.
Okay,
yet.
so he's got 3 cunnings. Okay. He's played a waylay, 2 Katina bouncers, so he could potentially have 6 more bounces in the deck to slow down this Luke assault. But I mean, I still like where Luke is. What's the top end in this deck?
I'm assuming the U-Wings, Lukes, and Home Ones are probably the top end. But it is also likely that he could also be on Redemption over Home One right now, because I think a lot of blue-green heroes have been kind of opting over the Redemption, at least in the main board,
And so
just because of all the aggression.
You see here one of the problems with using bounce as your defense is he just gets to play the general back out, and Maz gets even bigger, and the general has Sentinel again. Mike is playing
nice
this
and fresh with another 7
Yeah.
health.
Mike is playing this masterfully. He's showing that you're seeing right here firsthand the skill Maclunky Gaming has that they bring to the table. They played in our show match with us. We saw there how fantastic a set of players they are. When I went to this PQ last time, getting to play with Titan. Titan was at SCG Atlanta this last weekend with us. They streamed, and Mike is representing them very well here, getting off to a good start in what is going to be a elimination match. It looks like win and you're in, lose you're out. Is this 5 resources, or did I see another waylay get played? No, I see it. That must be his discard pot. Well, there's a waylay I think sitting down here. Is that something else? No, that's something else. It's hard to tell with the glare. It must be a unit. A Katina bouncer.
That's R2.
New R2. Yeah. It is new R2.
Out of aspect? Oh no, not out of aspect. I'm still thinking we're playing Bobo Yellow. I'm still so traumatically PTSD'd from Hunter abusing me on Bobo Yellow.
Yep,
Falcon into the counter with Concord.
Yep, Luke's in the exact position he wants to be in right now.
Look at Zori Bliss
walling off both arenas.
Yeah, having to hit into shields for 5 damage. That's brutal.
Let the healing begin.
Yep, and this is where the hope of actually being able to destroy the Luke space just gets dimmer when all this healing starts going off.
Yep, and he got a blaster off the top of Saunders' deck. So that's good for Mike also.
Yep.
With the discard from Kanan to heal back a point. The Yoda is going to trade with Zori Bliss. Isn't that also going to cost... Does Saunders have to discard now, or is that at the end of turn? I don't know how that works.
I believe it's at the end of turn with that Zori.
But he's going to have no cards in his hand because he's playing the Kira. And look at this, a handful of cards. I mean, I don't see how Saunders can battle through this. I mean...
The name had to be Luke, right?
Yeah. But... There's a missed Maz trigger, perhaps, but I think Maz was dying either way with the trade. I don't think, because Maz had so much damage on it, I don't think that would have. I think Saunders doesn't have any cards left in his hand. So I don't think there's anything to discard. He just drew 2, and he's not resourcing. That's one way to play around Zori Bliss, is just make sure you don't have cards in your hand, right? When you have to discard.
That's it.
Man, Phil, how much do you like this? How much do you wish this was your board state right now, being a Luke player?
Oh, I would be ecstatic right now with
Yeah.
4 damage on my base as well.
Yeah, this is amazing.
I would be very happy.
Mm-hmm. So we're gonna cunning. Here's a second cunning. That's gonna be the.
Okay. Tap, tap, bounce.
Yeah, but it's too little, too late. I think it's just delaying the
Yep.
inevitable right now. And that's 4 of the 9 bounce cards gone. So now there's only 6 more bounce cards, or 5 more bounce cards possible.
Village protectors.
Yeah, and it's gonna get a Luke shield.
Yeah, I was gonna say if he was able to get the Rican attack off on this turn as well, he would be able to pump up that Concord Dawn to be able to trade with or actually just take the Falcon out when it attacks. Because whenever Rican gives something Sentinel that already has Sentinel, you get a +1/+1 counter on it as well.
Tech deploy.
He might have missed. Did Saunders miss a Falcon? Pay for Falcon? I mean, not that it's going to matter right now, because I think this game is so far out of hand for Han. And I did see that in our chat, we're joined by TowerNumberNine, one of the top content creators and one of the top casters in all of SWU. So we're happy that Tower, he's been casting with Maclunky Gaming as of late. So we're happy that he's here supporting his teammate Mike in the chat. Matty says that perhaps the Han player paid for the Falcon with a discard from the resource row, but I didn't see Han use his ability the turn before that. Maybe he did and I just missed it. No, they're not undefeated. I'll give a recap. We are in round 7 of the Orlando PQ. This is the last round of Swiss. Based on tiebreakers, these players are both 5-1. The winner of this match gets in for sure, the top 8. The loser is very, very likely out. And there's the scoop from Saunders. Yep, too much.
Yep.
Yeah, I think he's got to go faster than that. He's got to get through. He just early game, he seemed like Saunders was trying to play a little bit of control. I think you just have to race, right? And try to get the damage on the base before Luke gets set up with his late game.
Yeah,
Yep.
I don't think Han's the control player here. Your late game is not better than Luke. You gotta kill him.
Gotta kill him. You gotta hope you draw all your pumps, all your blasters, all your surprise strikes. You need your 2 or 3 cunnings that you always draw when you're playing Han against me. Yeah.
Yeah, the DP combo is absolutely devastating in this matchup for Luke. If he gets one of those off, it will be very, very hard for Luke to claw back if he doesn't have the answer for it. I'd be interested. I would assume that Mike is probably on takedown, so he does have at least a instant answer.
Mm-hmm.
But that's one thing with Blue-Green Hero is you don't have a lot of clean answers to DJ. It's even with ECL targets. With DJ coming out on curve,
Right.
it's with the tech on 5 resources. It's very hard to have any answer for it because currently we don't really have any ECL targets on 4 that clear it.
So the only 6-0 player is George Hudson, and he got pared down into a 5-1. Jorn, I'm assuming from Europe, is asking. And we did actually ask to switch tables for the stream because we wanted to see something like this. This is much more dramatic to have the winner of this match make it into the top 8, and the loser is very likely out. So we thought that would give the audience a much more interesting match, and we're happy we did it because we got an ECL Luke. How exciting is it to watch an ECL Luke deck? This is definitely outside the meta, and it's right in Phil's wheelhouse to talk about.
Oh yeah, baby. It makes me happy seeing people represent, especially someone from Maclunky Gaming. So this is someone who really understands that Luke is a powerful option to take into the meta right now, and it seems like Mike knows how to navigate Luke very well. So I love seeing other skilled Luke players or Blue Hero players. It's always great to see.
So as most PQs nowadays are, ours has a lot of drama. We're going to get right into the controversy. We're not going to shy away from it because TowerNumberNine is asking about George's deck today. It is true. The rumors are true. George is playing a hero deck for the first time in his life. He is not playing villain. He's playing hero. He's on the Mono Han. He's undefeated, and he's playing it like he's never not played Mono Han. We watched him on stream a couple of times today, and he's been fantastic with the lines, showing what a skillful player he is. So that's our controversy. George the Hulk is not playing villain today. I think I see a Concord Dawn Interceptor in Mike's hand. That looks like another one of those dispatchers, perhaps? Because you could play it and shield it on turn 1, right, Phil?
Yep, and which is huge. I mean, it's just so nice to be able to throw out something with a shield immediately that allows you to just, you know, cheat out something you shouldn't be able to play the next turn.
And the Bodhi did get a Perilous Position, which is a strong card into the Han flip turn. But I don't think Mike's that bothered by a single Bodhi on the table, especially since he gets to shield up his dispatcher. He showed a Concord Dawn Interceptor, but I couldn't tell from the camera what the second card in his hand was.
I think I see a Yoda in his hand as well.
That was so close.
See, yep, the dispatcher is doing what he does. Brings out a Yoda for 2 resources, which feels good. Okay. So if they're bouncing my turn play like that, I'm pretty happy about that as a Luke player. This Han may not have drawn the gaps that he really wanted, but putting something out like Yoda that can, oh my goodness, and Ayla.
Ooh.
That
You
is
don't get seen played very often.
that is amazing to see coming out on 4 resources as well. Getting a lot of value out of this dispatcher. And here's the scary thing is if for Jason, if Luke's able to deploy like a village protectors this next turn and hide this Ayla behind it, and Ayla can just start killing things for free.
Sorry about that. I had to go moderate some chat real quick and get rid of somebody. We are back. We are an all-inclusive, happy family. We love everybody. So I'm back for my moderation duties of chat. Let's see, where are we at? Phil, catch me up, Phil. What I missed?
So he used dispatcher to cheat Ayla out
can y'all hear me?
4 resources. I hear you, Frank.
Is anybody there?
You hear us?
Hello? Did I lose sound? Hold on. I don't have sound. It's my fault. Hold on. Then I accidentally pulled out my mic. There we go. Sorry about that.
I missed something. Did he get bounced again?
Okay.
Did he get another waylay?
1,633 views today. Holy moly, baby.
Must have been second waylay.
I think so, yeah.
I apologize. I'm back now. I accidentally unplugged my headset in my rush to go squash trolls. That's a fun job. So... Alright, so what did I miss? Catch me up on the game state.
So far, Jason has used 2 waylays. He bounced the Yoda, I think right before he left. And the turn after, Mike was able to bring Ayla out on turn 3 with the help of Dispatcher, and it got waylaid as well, I believe.
Okay. So that three bouncers, 3 bounce spells, 3 bounce abilities gone out of the 9?
I believe that is 2.
2? Okay.
2 so far.
I haven't seen what he's discarded from his resources, so I can't say for sure.
But I think that's an important thing to keep up with is the bounce, how many bounces, because that's what I mean. Han's got to get through these sentinels and get through these healers, and the way they do it is by the only removal he's got is bounce, and then keep hitting the base. So he's got 11 damage on the base this time. This is a much better start for Saunders than last one.
Yeah, he's in a pretty good spot right now. 2 bounces gone though. That's
Carlock TT got second in France in a PQ today.
Ooh. Wait, does that mean Baku
Who won
won?
game 1?
Oh, sorry, I gotta update the standings up here.
Deploys Luke. I think he's wanting to try to ECL Ayla. Yeah, Ayla ECL would be great here if he still has the Ayla, because he can clear that R2 without taking any damage back. It looks like that's probably what we're gonna see. Yep. Ayla kills it cleanly.
With no damage back too. Yeah, this is a man. Am I gonna sleeve up some Luke? This is pretty hot, Phil. I'm not gonna lie. I'm enjoying this. This is making me feel all kinds of funny.
Do it, Frank.
I'm liking what I'm seeing. If it's a deck, does this deck usually shut down Han like this? This is just crushing Han, mono Han.
Not usually.
Well, I don't see what we're missing because this looks like just strong play lines from Mike and Maclunky Gaming.
Yeah, and Jason's he's putting a lot of pressure on Mike's base. Mike's not quite out of the woods on this one. He's got 18 damage on base. If he doesn't draw into a Sentinel, and preferably something like a Village Protectors,
right,
so that he can replay it if he does get bounced, he's not in a great spot right now.
Oh, I see now. Yeah, I didn't notice the damage on the base. So a Cunning might win for Jason.
Yep, it could.
Wow.
So Mike hasn't played any Sentinels yet, so it doesn't look like he's probably found one yet. But he does get to kill the Han leader clean.
That's really good.
But, I mean, a surprise strike and a Falcon is game here.
I am getting word that one of our favorite European players, Buketheads, may have won a PQ in France. It's just a rumor at this point. But I may shed tears on camera. Oh, that Luke was beautiful. Wow. That is amazing.
Yep, and this puts Mike in the position to start gaining back some of the health on his life in this coming turn.
I don't know what Saunders can do at this point. This is this looks like we're about to have a Maclunky Gaming representative in the top cut of the Orlando PQ, and hopefully Saunders can still squeak in on tiebreakers, but it's going to look grim. We'll see.
Yeah, it's not looking good. And that's 2 Cunnings down.
His only loss is Jason.
I mean,
it's George.
What?
His only loss is George.
Kills the Ayla, but we're swinging with this Luke into
Monohan mirror. Did you hear me?
Yeah, but you can see tiebreakers by looking at opponent match win percentage, and both of these players had really low opponent match win percentages coming into this match. And there's the handshake. Saunders surrenders, and there is going to be a ECL Luke from Maclunky Gaming in the top 8 at the Orlando PQ. I thought
beautiful.
I was already super excited for this top cut, but now I can't even contain myself. This is amazing. Congratulations, Mike, from Maclunky Gaming. And again, I'm hearing rumors that a Mace Blue won a PQ in Germany, but I also heard that I heard that in the finals, the opponent scooped to the Mace and didn't play it. So I don't know if they'd already won their PQ before or something, but anyway.
But even then, a Mace Blue getting to finals.
257 people watching.
Yeah. How many viewers?
257 people watching.
All right. We got a big audience for all the PQs you could be watching. Thank you for watching ours. Hopefully we can get Mike on stream for a winner's interview here in a moment. And it feels like we need to add we need Tower to come on and cast with us. I don't know why he's just hanging out in chat. Let's go. Oh, I gotta change it to 2-0. DeFi won a PQ. Is that the same as Buku? I don't know if DeFi and Buku is the same. But I
don't think they're the same.
Okay. Yeah, that's the most I've ever been impressed with the Alliance Dispatcher, Phil. That's a card you love dear to your heart, right?
Oh yeah, it's an absolute, almost an auto include in Luke.
Wow.
Luke is just able to shield the Dispatcher of the turn 1 and actually give it protection and make it become an actual like a nuisance.
Like a Llanowar elf from Magic the Gathering.
Yeah.
So Jorn Lebowski tells us that the Mace Blue deck beat 2 or 3 mono Hans on the way to the finals today. That's pretty impressive run. So I'm gonna have to find that list, and we're gonna have to run it through our internal team gauntlet testing this week to see what's going on.
Oh, like when you think about it, like, you know, he's probably on 3 open fire with that mace deck. So if you think about it, if you get DJ'd on curve, you're able to like open fire mace ability and get rid of the DJ.
Oh wow, that is good.
That's pretty huge, and you don't even have to run Tarkentown to do that.
So our PQ here had 91 players, not quite full, but that's a really well. I mean, Courtney just said
all
it was
the
full.
signups are full.
The signups were full, but only
Then we
91
had
players
a few
showed up.
no-shows.
Yeah. So Courtney, you want to sit over every minute? Let me have my break before we interview the winner. So I'm going to take a quick break while Courtney sits in with y'all.
Just
And
let them talk real quick.
well, they're talking. We have a huge audience.
Okay,
They don't.
perfect.
This isn't the. We're excited about Top Cut. When I come back, we'll start going through the match results and see who's going to be in this Top Cut.
Yeah, I'm working on brackets over here.
With
So let's...
Maclunky Gaming's Mike. We'll be right back. Here's
Yep.
Courtney.
Hey everybody, just sitting over here working on the bracket here. Hopefully we'll get one going shortly.
Cool. Hey,
Yeah.
Courtney.
Hey Phil, how's it going?
It's going good. I feel like I'm living vicariously through the Luke player that just won.
Yeah, I bet.
You got it,
That was nice to see a Luke in the top there.
Yeah, that got me excited. It almost erased the feeling of my PQ being canceled today.
Oh, almost, right? No. I know you were ready for that.
But,
Have they rescheduled that PQ yet?
They haven't, and we're not sure if they're gonna reschedule it yet. We're gonna see though.
Awesome.
If they do, I have a feeling it'll be like probably the week after the last set of PQs, or we could even see it get rescheduled into like step 4 even.
Oh
So,
wow, that's crazy. What other PQs do you have around you? Any other ones
I'll
you
be
signed
playing
up
at
for?
Duluth,
Oh yeah, that's right.
which I think you guys will be at too, right?
Yep, absolutely. Excited.
Cool. That's
We
gonna
like-
be the
We
one
like
to
the
win
Atlanta
there,
area.
because- Yeah, that's gonna be stacked with a lot of really good players.
Yeah, absolutely. It's gonna be a lot of fun. All right, let's see if we've got any pairings up here. No, I doubt it. That one did go pretty fast. Let's see here. Nope, not yet. Come on, I can work on the bracket. Oh, Frank's back.
No,
Hold on
I'm
one
not.
second.
I'm filling up a
Oh,
drink.
he's filling up a drink. Never mind.
I gotta get some beverages.
All right, get your beverages in, babe, because finals is coming up.
Top Cut's coming.
Top Cut's coming. Phil, are you gonna be able to hang around with us?
Yeah, I'll probably be able to cast a little bit longer.
Awesome.
Pretty soon I'll have to start getting Gwynny ready for bed and such here soon. So, well, probably by the time the top 8 plays out, I'll probably have to hop off.
Yeah.
But,
Well, we know we'll have at least one BN, and we know we have one Maclunky Gaming in the Top Cut, right? So hopefully
Yeah,
2. Looks like maybe Michael also, along with
Yeah, I
George.
think Michael
We
will
have a
get in
possibility of
almost
3.
regardless.
And it looks like
Colby's the
Colby,
third.
yeah. That's awesome. Just seeing here. Looks like Wesley Wagner is right here on the cusp too. Looks like they just reported he won 2-0.
Wesley Wagner.
He hasn't been on stream yet. I'm not sure what he is playing.
Has the reflex game reported?
It has not reported yet. I know. I'm sitting here, keep refreshing my melee.
Is Reflex on Monohan? Or what is he on?
I
Not
don't
for
think
sure,
so.
but He's 4-2 going to this round.
It's
So he definitely
Okay.
has to win if he wants the champ.
Frank, do you know if Reflex is on Monohan?
He's on Bosk Green.
Bosk Green. Okay, interesting. Yeah.
Another one of my favorite.
Yeah, there you go. That's an interesting deck for him. I don't know that I don't know that he's played it in any major tournaments that I know of. Wesley is Kira 30. Bryce says. Thanks, Bryce. We appreciate that in chat.
Yeah, I've always known Reflex as like the mono boba guy. So
Right.
I figured he probably just jumped on the mono Han.
Yeah. Well, he took down the last
mono yellow things.
Yeah, the last Orlando PQ on with Mono Boba, right?
Yep, in finals with Colby.
With
Yeah.
Colby, yep.
Yep.
We may see him in the top cut here again today.
Yeah.
We were all very confused when Bobo left.
Right. And all the
Trying to
Sabine
find
players
yourself.
were oh so happy.
Are you be back in?
Yep. All right, here's Frank for you guys.
We can start
and I'm
working
gonna
on the
go
bracket.
work on the bracket.
Yeah.
So you guys
Let's
in a
go
minute.
through it with the audience. We'll call out the
Yeah,
how
that'd
the
be
bracket's
great.
looking. Let's figure it out
They
together.
just told me who Wesley's playing, so Kira 30.
All right, I'm back. Where's we need to get Tower up in here talking. That's the caster everybody wants to hear.
Yeah, so we know for sure we got a mono Han and George going into top 8. We got a Luke ECL for sure going into top 8. And I'm pretty sure Michael is going to make it in regardless of the outcome of his next match just because he has great tiebreakers.
And hopefully we'll get an interview with Mike from Maclunky Gaming.
Yeah,
And I
that'd be
think-
awesome.
And I think we're about to be joined by a special guest for the top cut casting.
Ooh, special guest.
I'm hoping. Here he comes. Hello, Tower.
Yeah, what's going on, guys?
Hey, we are joined by SWU celebrity Tower9. Let's go, Maclunky Gaming. Hey, Tower. Did you enjoy watching your teammate win that?
Yeah, I did. And not only was it a Maclunky Gaming teammate, it was also Luke ECL, which I think is a really cool deck, kind of an old school deck from the early days of the game, but now with some exciting new twists on it.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun to watch. I was kind of rooting for my friend Saunders, who is one of the first people I ever met playing Star Wars. He's a great player himself, but hopefully he will squeeze in. So while y'all start talking, I am going to pull up the standings and start going through them with y'all to see how close we are to finding a top 8.
Sounds
Yeah,
good.
we had some set 1 tie-ins that round.
Was that was that the last round of Swiss? Like
Yes.
in and in?
That was.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Saunders might bubble in with the tiebreakers, but
Might, but it didn't look good. Mike is for sure in because Mike's 6-1 now,
Cool.
but they haven't reported yet. So
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see what we get. This PQ season has been very exciting. We have a pretty diverse meta, a lot of different leaders winning out. Honestly, ECL Luke win, I'd be pretty happy about it for multiple reasons.
all right, let me go in here to settings and try to raise up the volume on the Discord. All right, that should have fixed it. Tower, you should be louder for the audience now. Same for us,
Awesome.
but louder
Yeah,
for
I
the
saw that in
audience.
chat. Thanks.
Yeah, not a problem. And I'm running a screen if you want to view it to see the board state
Ooh.
live
Yeah,
instead
I
of
love it. Thank you.
yeah, so you don't have the delay that the audience has.
How much delay do we have on here?
It's a little bit. It's I've noticed maybe 15 seconds at times. But
Okay.
they don't know there's a delay. What they hear us seeing and talking about appears live to the audience. They don't know there's a delay, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean,
Yeah.
it often happens. Sometimes people will even put like an extensive delay on to prevent stream sniping or whatever. but it
Yeah.
often happens if there's like at least a small one.
Yeah, I definitely want a delay so we can squash trolls faster.
Yeah.
Chat trolls.
Yeah, I was just thinking, this community is pretty
Tower
positive
joined us?
as a whole. There have been a few controversies, but overall, compared to some of the stuff, especially that you might see on Twitch, I think the Star Wars Unlimited community is a pretty
Let me know when y'all
positive
figure out what
space.
topics you want to do with that.
Yeah, 100%. And James Vincent in chat asks, he wants to start playing Blonde Sabine. What's the best list to play? So Ryan
Not
from
pranks.
Ryan from Rebel Resource has a great Patreon. You can go find some of his YouTube videos. I think he has some lists out there right now. The list that I ran at SCG Atlanta, I think you can find it inside our Bothan Network public Discord. Basically, what I'm doing with Blonde Sabine right now is I'm going wide. I'm playing 13 or 14 one-drops to try to get around Tarkintown decks and ping decks by putting out more units than you can kill with Tarkintown. And going wide in a Rebel package for me has been playing really well. I had really good results in Atlanta and our testing this week. And it's probably what I'm going to sleeve up at my PQ next week. So,
Oh yeah, dude, I thought that was some cool stuff. It didn't end up. I know at the SVG, the Sunday event, the top cut didn't get fully played out, but I was
yeah, we
rooting for you to
stopped at
win
the
if it
top
had been.
4. Yeah, we stopped at the top 4 because everybody wanted to go home and they'd travel through snow and stuff. So I let them off the hook and let us chop it. But that was a fun day. You casted 2 full days at SCG Atlanta, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, give us a little recap. What'd you think of that tournament?
Oh, I thought it was really interesting. We saw some cool stuff. We saw some cool stuff being played there. I think it's become apparent, at least at this phase, that the double counting Han decks are very real.
Very real, yeah.
And I think for a time it was like, oh, this is sort of this weird thing that only like very specialist players are getting results with. And I feel like, I think it's still the case that you have to have a lot of knowledge about how to run that deck, but it's putting up enough results that I wouldn't count it out or think, oh, well, I'm probably not going to run into one of those guys. I think you have to start thinking about what you're going to do to counter it.
Yeah, because especially as more of these games get streamed and more players are able to watch and learn the play lines from the best players on it, I think it rises everyone's skill level with the deck over time. And I think you're seeing players that normally would not be able to pick up a deck and thrive with it, or being able to succeed because they get to see commentaries like yours. They get to watch the content being put out by content creators, and they get to go into the deck list forums that are doing so good of a job of educating players on how to play the lines. And right now in this information age we have of the internet, you could probably take any of these decks and in a week or two be playing at the top level with them. So Mono Han is going to be a fierce force today and next week and for a while, I think. What do you think about the DJ Tech combo? Should something be done about it?
Yeah, I know that in our stream chat for the event, especially on day 2 where it ended up being a double counting Han mirror in the finals, there were definitely some people who thought that action should be taken against the Tech DJ combo. Personally, I'm torn. So I do think it's like unintuitive and annoying. I don't think that it's so busted that they have to change it personally.
Right.
But I would see it more being something where maybe they would do some kind of intervention, not necessarily as a balance intervention, but as a like negative play experience intervention. But I'm not 100% sure it's even there. I feel like I do think that it's quite counterable, but unfortunately I also think that if you don't know it's coming or don't know what it does, it can be a really nasty surprise, especially for leaders that deploy late.
Right. It's just the fact that Han can destroy an opponent's resources, I think, what the developers overlooked. And they've admitted to that, and I feel like if they tried to errata it, I think that would be a nice fix to make it like Lando, where you can destroy resources that you own. But it's
I think they said they didn't want to do errata in this game, but maybe that'll change.
I know, but it's egregious.
You could plausibly nerf it with a rule book change. Cards couldn't have multiple instances of smuggle, which would make it so that the Tech DJ combo would no longer work.
Right.
Like just say if a unit already has smuggle, it can't gain smuggle from another source. That wouldn't require errataing any card, and it would make it so that at least they can't do it on 5 resources. But you would still be able to do like the Han 5, 6, 7 and do the just standard smuggle out DJ from the row. So I mean, it wouldn't completely mitigate it.
Well, but it's a small blemish on what has been an amazing SWU experience this year.
Oh yeah.
Tell us about your. You have previews coming up, don't you, from Set 4?
I do. I have Fantasy Flight has sent me some preview cards, so stay tuned for that. I think, I would have to check and make sure, but I think that's going to be going live on Wednesday. So.
And how do people find you to see your content? Your content's great. Give yourself a plug, Tower.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, so I write written articles about the game over at the Fifth Trooper, and then probably my main content though is on my YouTube channel. If you search for TowerNumberNine, one word all spelled out, 9 is spelled out, then you will find my channel on YouTube. And yeah, I got some various SWU stuff. I do some competitive stuff. I do some more casual stuff. Really a medley.
Yeah, it's great. And then talk about your recent, I think it's very recent partnership with Maclunky Gaming. How did that come about? And tell us about Maclunky Gaming.
Oh yeah, so Maclunky Gaming is really cool. So it is a competitive team and also a kind of content and coverage group. They've been doing coverage for a lot of the events recently, and during last set's PQ season, I cast a bunch of events with them. So they had, big shout out to Titanic
and Claire,
and to Claire from the Maclunky Gaming team, who are like the ones that go to these events and set up the cameras and
no, they're the power couple of SWU. Titanic and Claire, we love them.
Yeah, so that they got some really cool stuff going on, and I was doing remote commentary on some of these events. So they'll go and set up the cameras and stuff, and then myself and maybe another co-caster or two will be doing commentary. And we did that enough, and it was working out well enough that I have joined that team. Primarily as a content creator. I'm not currently doing competitive testing with them or whatever, but the streaming side of things I've really enjoyed with them. I think they put together some great events, and you should check out their channel too. So they are Maclunky Gaming on Twitch, and there also is a YouTube Maclunky Gaming channel where they post edited VODs of some of the cool tournament games that we've been doing.
Yeah. So if you want to find Maclunky Gaming, Courtney is working on the overlay for the top 8 right now, but she will put the links in for Tower's channel, for the Maclunky channel later. What we're casting today is kind of impromptu. CoDameron, part of our Bothan network, was supposed to be casting this on his CoDameron YouTube channel. Was having some technical difficulties on site, and so we took over this kind of behind the scenes part of it for him so that he could focus on playing in the PQ. It looks like he is right on the edge of making top 8 himself today. Be great to have Colby in there, and that's why you see the CoDameron branded playmats, and I really want to encourage everyone to go see CoDameron's YouTube channel. We'll put those links out later. But the video on demand of this will be up on Colby's channel, not on Blonde Sabine. So while you're watching it live here on Blonde Sabine, expect, if you want to come back and watch this and have your friends watch, what's going to be some dramatic, we already had dramatic footage. It's going to be on CoDameron's YouTube channel, and I really encourage you to go find it. We've had a couple of new subs, Travis Quick, Jeremiah Smith. Thank you guys for subbing to Blonde Sabine. We have just got our, what does YouTube do, partners or whatever it's called? I don't know. I guess you've already been like a YouTube partner for a long time, Tower, because you're so successful.
I wouldn't say that. I had made a bunch of YouTube videos in the past, but I was not a YouTube partner until I think actually sometime either in late 2023 or sometime in 2024 after I started making a whole bunch of Star Wars Unlimited videos.
Yeah.
I think if I had kept at it with the Flesh and Blood TCG videos I was making at one time, that might have gone that way as well. But it was really with SWU that I first hit that level. And I think you're gonna hit that level very soon, Frank.
Yeah, I think we did. I think we just did. We got a message from YouTube, right, Courtney?
Yep.
Welcoming us
nice.
to the partnership program or something. I don't know.
We're nothing
Hey,
like
congratulations.
Tower,
Yeah.
5,000 people.
Yeah. And so I think We're just trying to be as awesome as Claire and Titanic. That's all
And
we're trying
Tower.
to do.
Yeah.
Well, I meant like the power couple thing. It's a friendly rivalry of we have to aspire to be somebody. When we grow up, we want to be Titanic and Claire because they're awesome.
Titanic and Claire are giving you some props in the chat there, though.
That's why I'm reading them. That's why I'm giving it back to him. It's a love fest. Love it.
Yeah,
anyway.
No, that's actually one thing that I like a lot about this community is the positivity. There's not, there are friendly rivalries and stuff, and, not everybody is best friends with each other or whatever, but by and large, I think people try to lift each other up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, 100%. And I think Kyle just jumped in the chat. Hey, Kyle, good to see you. I think we're going out to Idaho to live cast from Idaho because Kyle Starkiller in chat invited us to come to Idaho for that PQ. So,
cool.
Yeah, that's going to be a fun time. What's on your upcoming agenda? What all do you have to do casting and playing wise, Tower?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm going to be casting a bunch more events with Maclunky Gaming this PQ season. I think that the only PQ that I'm going to be playing personally is the San Francisco one towards the end of the season. But that doesn't mean I'm going to be disconnected from it because I'm going to be doing a lot of the casting side of things instead. And yeah, I'm looking forward to that, and I'm looking forward to playing as well. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, win a PQ so you can do more commentating on day one at Galactic Championships.
Oh yeah, that would be cool.
Yeah.
Go
ahead.
No, that would be cool. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. I do think. Maybe you know this, Frank. I'm actually not sure about this. How many other PQ sections or seasons or whatever you want to call them are there going to be before Worlds? I suspect set 4 almost for sure, but I'm not sure about set 5.
There won't be a set 5 PQ before Worlds.
Yeah.
Okay,
set
but
5
set 4
is
will go in?
A couple weeks before Worlds.
Yeah, set 5 drops within like 2 weeks of Galactic Championships.
Oh, that's going to be spicy. Is it going to be legal for it?
Yeah. That's what's right. That's one reason why you need to be working with your Maclunky Gaming team to work, because when the set drops, you gotta already have been like working the meta. You've already got to be like testing in private. It's not going to be all these tournaments where you can watch a bunch of PQs and then decide which of the meta decks you want to play. Galactics will have no meta when we get there. It's going to be
that's going to be really exciting. I think it's going to be it's going to be a really cool thing for the game. I've been to past Fantasy Flight Games World Championship events for some of their other games.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you, those events were really fun. And from what I understand, they're trying to up the ante and deliver an even better event this time. So I'm really excited to see how that goes.
So we have some breaking news in the standings. George has now won to finish 7-0 today on his Monohan as the #1 seed going into the top cut. So that's going to mean we're going to have some really tight X2 people because he just created another X2. The player he was playing was 5-1.
What is Michael playing? Do we know Michael Martinez?
Yeah, Michael is playing BlueDevilBoxer, the blue Iden we saw in an earlier round.
What deck?
Michael is on green Sabine, but that hasn't reported yet, which is interesting.
Michael that played George?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then Colby has not reported yet in his match with Marcos, but Reflex did win a 2-1 game to put Reflex at 5-2. So let's go look at Reflex's tiebreakers. Going into this, his tiebreakers were really good. So we might have PQ winner Reflex in the top 8 if these his tiebreakers are really good. I would be really surprised if he doesn't make a top 8 as an X2. But there's going to be a lot of X2s right there at that bubble spot today, unfortunately. Our teammate David did lose, so he's now out. That drops him to 3 losses. Guy won. Okay, so Guy's an X2. Let's go see if we can find Guy's tiebreakers. I'm looking at
what
this.
is Guy running today?
That is a good question.
Is Jemic Saul?
I think he's on Anakin.
No,
He's on what?
Iska is mine.
I think he's on Anakin.
Yeah, I think he is on Anakin Blue.
Okay, would that be like Anakin Blue 30 HP?
I believe so, yeah. But unfortunately, I just looked up Guy's tiebreakers are actually really bad. So even though Guy's going to finish 5-2 today, that's a great showing. His tiebreakers are probably not going to get him there.
It's a tough situation, at these sorts of events. Typically, if you're undefeated, you're in for sure. If you're X and 1, you're generally in for sure. But X and 2, it gets really dicey. It's
Okay.
really coming
Yeah.
down to just the top few people on those tiebreakers.
Wow, it is super close. Yeah. So Jeremiah Smith.
What are we looking at meta-wise for this event?
Well, Courtney's working on the top 8.
I'm trying to figure
So
out
we
what
have
it is.
George is going to be first seed with Monohan.
Yep.
What else do you have? Courtney, come over and give us a report. Come over
Michael
here.
Martinez.
Yeah.
I'm still working on it.
Yeah, we're still working on it because we're not sure who the top 8 is, but she's been over here frantically working on her. She's really does great overlays.
Michael Martinez on Green Sabine.
Michael Martinez is also a Green Sabine.
I think that's right? Isn't
No.
that what George just played? Oh, okay,
No, I don't think that's right.
That wrong.
Mm-mm. That was Michael Carlock on Green Sabine.
That's what you were saying.
Yeah,
My
Michael Carlock is on Green Sabine.
bad. Okay. What's Michael Martinez playing?
I
Do we
haven't
know?
seen him on stream today
Okay.
yet. I don't know if anybody
Michael
in chat.
Carlock, did he just win?
Well, no.
Or is it not reported yet?
Not reported yet, but his tiebreakers are
Of course,
pretty
we have,
good.
um,
He's gonna get in. His tie.
Maclunky Gaming Mike, of course, with
Yeah,
Luke.
Michael. Okay,
ACL.
Michael Carlock is gonna get in. He has the highest opponent match win percentage of anybody. Even if he drops from 5-1 to 5-2, he's in.
Okay,
So
I
that'll
got
give us a
Harvey
Green
in there.
Sabine. That gives us a Monohan. So far, we know about.
And we got Luke ECL, obviously.
Right, we just saw the
Mike.
Luke ECL get in.
Mhm.
Yep. If
who's
Colby
in it?
gets in, Colby's on a
Colby?
real spicy deck tower. I hope he gets in so you can take a look at it. It is a Quinlan Voss 30-point green base.
Ooh, that is cool.
Yeah, it is. He's worked on it with our French prodigy Junior, who's the Monohan player.
Yeah.
He and Colby internally to our team have been working really hard on this Quinlan Voss 30-point green, and I'm really excited that hopefully he can make a top cut with it and show the world what these guys have been doing, because it's a really, really nice deck for sure.
That can really be an exciting moment in these games when you've cooked something up in the lab and the world doesn't know about it yet, and
we have
it's about to make its
Reflex is
debut at a
playing.
big event.
Right. So Reflex is in on a boss green. It looks like, and don't hold me to this, chat. I'm just going through what I see on the standings and projecting what I believe the top 8 will be.
Boss Green.
So that's a boss green. So we have a wide variety of decks already. That's 5 completely different decks
Well, we're not
that we
sure
think
what
we know
Michael
about.
is,
Well, no, you could put Colby down. Oh, Colby hadn't won
Yeah,
yet.
he hasn't won yet.
Yeah, so that's true. Let's wait for Colby to win. This is exciting.
There's
This is where we need somebody with a robe.
There's somebody that was playing Kira that I think is in the top 2.
Well, the Iden Blue. Let's see how the Iden Blue. What their tiebreakers are, because that might make it in. Yeah, Blue Devil's in also. So we have an Iden Blue.
Mm-hmm.
Even if Blue Devil loses that, their tiebreakers are as good as Michael's. So we're definitely gonna have an Iden Blue. This is such a wide variety of decks today.
Yeah, this is crazy.
I think you're gonna enjoy casting this tower. There's a lot here.
Oh yeah, I always like it when there are unusual decks, when there are
Working on
big
another mouse.
varieties in terms of the strategies being used. I think it can lead to some really interesting gameplay.
Yeah, I don't know what Michael Martinez is on, but he is going to make it in with his tiebreakers, it looks like. Colby could get in even if he loses, looking at tiebreakers. He needs Easy Spawn to lose. Let's see if Easy Spawn lost. And chat's talking about a Kylo Tarkentown finished 2nd in France. Did you hear anything
Cool.
about that,
Oh,
Tyler?
I heard that.
What would a Kylo Tarkentown even be? Double red? That's double red, right?
Mm-hmm.
I
Wow.
presume it would just be super aggro. Like Sabine Double Red is a better deck than people think. I'm not saying, oh, run Sabine Double Red right now. I think it's best into a more control meta. But like Kylo Tarkentown, you can play Aggression, you can play Chaos of War, which is cool for Kylo because he wants to burn through all his cards in hand anyway. There's some cool stuff in Double Red.
I know, if memory serves me, I remember at one point in our SWU history, you were really big on Sabine Red.
Yeah, that's right. So I was playing it. Is in set 1. I was playing Sabine Double Red a lot, and I thought it was desirable sometimes in set 2 maybe as well. But it is I would say relative to the yellow or green Sabine decks that are more common, I feel like Double Red's strength is really in those matchups against aggro in particular, or I'm sorry, against control in particular.
Mm-hmm.
And as a result of that, I don't know that it would necessarily be my top pick into a general meta. And indeed, at the end of set 1 and set 2, I was actually playing Cunning Sabine. I wasn't on the Double Red, even though that was something I was more known for.
Okay. And chat asked if there's going to be more games today. Yes, Porg, we are awaiting the end. We're at the very end of the Swiss, 7 rounds of Swiss. We're waiting for the last matches to finish so we can get our top 8. And you will see 3 amazing rounds streamed here. Hopefully TowerNumberNine can stick around to do some of it. We'd love to have it. And we're going to have it. Looks like, we're not going to have a late night gaming. It looks like Solo. He would made it in if he won this round. It looks like Solo.
Yo.
Okay, here comes Colby. Colby!
6-1, baby!
Did you do it? Colby's in!
I lost game 1 because I tried to race, and then I sideboarded in, and I played it was Han Yellow. I haven't played a Sabine yet today. But I beat Han Yellow. I had to beat him in 3. And on the last round after time, I had to R2 dig for surprise strikes. We were going back and forth with, he was playing Fennec Shand ambush unit. I was playing Han Solo. But the game 1, I tried to race him, and he had a Falcon out in space, and when Han does the turn 1, play a $3 card, suddenly my pings don't work on Quinlan. So I have to like trade really efficiently. I've got a surprise strike into his units. Really complicated board state management, really complicated Kira calls. Don't get DJ'd. I didn't get DJ'd all game because I was not letting myself get DJ'd. But let's go, top 8.
Congratulations.
Congrats, man. That's great.
I wanted to let you know that TowerNumberNine has joined us in the casting room. So
Tower's here.
Yeah, he's going to help us.
The voice of SWU.
Yeah.
Oh my god!
Shout out also to you, Kobe. The CoDameron channel. I remember seeing some of your cool footage. I think it was from Gen Con and doing some commentary over that earlier. And I really like the stuff that you've been doing with producing some of this footage for the community.
Thank you so much. And like, Maclunky was here at Coliseum of Games last time in November. And I offered to stream, and they said, no, we have a caster. But this time, they just didn't have anyone to do it. So I'm like, I have my stuff. My whole thing is that any video is better than no video. And if I can do like a nice video, that's great. So like, this is how you grow a game. This is how you actually grow a community. This is how you make a game popular. People want to see the big tournaments. People want to see what people are playing. People want to watch. This is good content no matter what happens on the stream. This is how you grow Star Wars Unlimited, is you just bring your camera to your games. And it doesn't matter if you're commentating, but apparently we have an amazing commentary booth, so that's awesome. Thank you, Frank.
Oh, I'm just enjoying the games, man. This is fun to watch.
Man, that game was a nail-biter. Oh my god, because I lost game 1, and I'm like, damn it. I've been fine against Han. What changed? And the change is I tried to race him. It didn't work.
Okay, we have a top 8. Colby, you are playing BlueDevilBoxer, the double blue Iden.
I need the
Ooh.
Michael is playing. The two Michaels are playing.
I haven't tested that at all. I have no idea what to do in this match. I'm not sure if I played a dark side deck other than Django today.
George
What do I do?
is playing Marcos Lopez, and I think Mike is playing Duncan Howard. So we have 3 Bothan Network team members in the top 8. We have a Maclunky Gaming, and I don't know if these others are on a team or not.
Reflex did not make it.
No, Reflex did not make it. Wow, he had incredible tiebreakers.
Anybody know what Marcus?
I gotta go look at the standings. There's no way Reflex didn't make it.
I gotta move.
Okay. Oh, he did.
All right, hey, good luck in your game.
Yep. Oh,
all right,
wow.
he is going to be playing against double blue Iden. It sounded like, which is kind of the uber control deck in terms of being very, very end game oriented. At least if it's the normal composition for that.
Michael's what?
Yeah, we're working on the overlay, so y'all feel free to chat
Marcus
while we get the overlay made for the top 8.
What is the Luke having to play against in top 8?
Someone named Duncan Howard. We haven't seen them on stream today, so I'm not sure. We need someone on site to help us figure out what the decks
so that's
are.
1, 8, 2.
Yeah.
Shout out again to Claire for being that person on site for those Maclunky Gaming streams.
Right. It's so much easier when you have someone on site. Yeah. Colby is that for us today, but he's also playing and he made the top 8, so it's like
yeah, that's the awkward thing. I was once doing a Flesh and Blood stream where the deal was that I was going to stream first my own gameplay and then I was going to shift to doing commentary for the top 8. And the problem was that I actually made the finals, so I was just streaming my own gaplay the whole time.
And Marcos
which
Lopez,
I don't
and
know. I mean, like I enjoyed it, but I think if people were hoping to see objectively commentated games, they ended up in the wrong spot.
Wow. I am excited to see this round. I just don't know what these other decks are on. We need to.
Bothans are going against each other in top 8.
We have 3 Bothans
Can
in
you
the top
ask
8.
chat if anybody knows what they're playing?
Does anybody in chat know Duncan Howard or Michael Martinez
Or Marcos Lopez.
or Marcos Lopez? Those are the 3 we don't know.
Miranda here says Duncan is my friend.
Oh, do you know what Duncan is playing in the top 8 today?
I just texted Guy to see if he can get us the decks.
Yeah. We only need 3 of
I
them.
do also see someone in chat says it's probably a very bad matchup for Quinlan 30 into double blue Iden.
Who's
You know, I didn't want to put, you know, I didn't want to say anything demoralizing, but that is my understanding as well, is that double blue Iden will probably be rough there, but we'll have to see. You know, I think CoDameron might well pull it out. You know, he has an unusual deck, and maybe the Iden opponent isn't ready for him.
BlueDevilBoxer's 5.
Yeah. I'm going to work on the overlay with Courtney while y'all chat it up.
Suggests, I think Duncan is playing Bosk Blue. That's what he's been playing forever. So another more control-oriented build.
So Luke Green versus Bosk Blue.
Do we know what match is going to be featured here on stream?
We don't. All we know is what we just got from Colby that 1 second that he was here. So we are at their disposal, being remote casting. Hopefully we will talk more than just about this mural on the wall for the next hour.
Yeah, we might have the if they don't get things set up, we might have a art
Yes.
critique here of the art and architecture on the back of this game store wall. I'm not sure we'd be hugely increasing your subscriber count with that one.
Blue Devil Boxer is playing what?
Boxer, we don't know.
Yeah, he played earlier. Blue Devil Iden Blue.
Oh, Blue Devil Boxer is on Iden Blue,
I don't have
and that's what is Colby's gonna have to play. That looks like
4 and
that
5.
is the 4-5 matchup. Yeah. So the 1-8 matchup is George Hudson into Marcos Lopez.
All right, this is gonna be blue.
Yeah. And then Miranda thinks that Duncan is playing Bosk Blue.
And 2 is
Michael Carlock was second. So that's the green Sabine. Move it up.
I have 2 is Mike.
I'm looking at the standings right here.
Okay.
This George Hudson was first.
Yeah.
Michael Carlock on Cult Protocol.
Mhm.
Oh, and CoDameron was third. So the Bothan Network competition team finished first, second, and third in Swiss standings.
Hey, pretty good.
That's pretty funny.
Let's go.
Yeah, I think we only had 6.
Now, Frank, who all is on the Bothan Network competition team?
There's only 200 or 300 of us. There's, I think we have about 20 active competition team members.
Okay.
So it's a pretty large team. One reason we went with a larger team format is because at this stage of everyone's life, I think people wax and wane. Like their interest levels are like super intense for a few months, and then maybe they want to take a month or 2 off. When you have a small team, it was hard for us to see this interest level sustainable to practice as much. But with a larger team, we always have somebody who's ready to, hey, I need to jam some games tonight. With a larger team, you always have somebody wanting to jam games with you and play and work on decks with you. It just feels like we'd rather have extra people for that than not have enough and not be able to work on things.
So
Yeah, I
George
could
is
see
1,
something like
Michael's
that. You know, you
2,
have
who's
someone who
3?
doesn't, you know, they don't
Cody?
particularly like a certain set and they kind of take a break and then
Yeah.
come in again for the next one. And having that larger structure gives you, you know, a deep bench for moments like that.
Right, exactly right. A deep bench is a good way to say it. We, you know, we'll have a weekly practice night where we'll have 15 to 20 people jamming together and talking through decks and working on things. But then during the week, we are ever looking for games within our team. It's really easy, not easy, but it's easier than it would be if we had a 5-6 person team. When you have 20 plus people, it's really easy to find people to play and test with. And people have different schedules. Like Phil, you like to get on late at night after you get your kids in bed, right? Is Phil still here? But like I said it also helps to have a larger team because everybody has different practice schedules. Like you like to get on later at night after you put your kids to bed, whereas I'm an old man.
Yep.
I'm already falling asleep by the time you're getting on to play.
Yeah. Yeah, it is nice having a lot of people with multiple schedules, you know, so
Right.
it's everybody's got someone to practice with usually.
Yeah.
So
Plus, you know, if you have more players, in some ways that means you have more chances to win the event.
Right.
If you got more
Yeah.
contestants.
And Juan asked a great question. So Juan, we don't add very many people to the Bothan Network competition team. Probably every month or two, maybe sometimes 3 months will go by without us adding anybody. But we look for people that want to hang out with us in the Bothan Network public server. That's what the QR code here on the screen is. If you want to join our public server, we get to know you because we're always playing games with the public. Like, we're not hiding behind a wall. We play games with the public a lot. Like, maybe getting ready for a PQ this week, I may play with my teammates more than the public, for example. But most of the time, we're getting to know people that way. We're in voice chat. We're talking to people. We meet people at tournaments. And then if you vibe with us, which is the first criteria, to be honest, then you have to have some pretty significant results. Most of the people we've added the last 3 months have been PQ winners or PQ finalists. I can't think of anyone we've added that had at least final to PQ. So you pretty much have to have spectacular results, and you just fit with us. We get to know you, and then we invite you to be a candidate, and then you have to get voted in by 75% of the members have to vote for you. So it's pretty high. It's pretty hard to get on the team, because with a larger team, you have to get to know enough people that they'll vote for you. But you can do that oftentimes just by impressing them with your PQ win. So Juan Bonilla, if you want to come be a Bothan, then go win a PQ and come hang out with us.
But also join the Discord.
Yeah. And it starts by joining the public Discord that's up on the board. So
yeah, I'll also
So
say,
who's- what
I'm
did you
not
figure
on the
out when
Bothan
Marcus
Network
looked at
team,
his
but I'm
phone?
on that Discord server. It's a cool server. There's some good discussions about the game, and I think even if you're not aiming
BlueDevilBoxer
to
playing
get a
Iden
place on the
Blue,
team
right?
yourself, it can still have some useful information.
yeah, we have a lot of information that we have some deck lists. We have a lot of content creators that are network. That's what the network part of Bothan Network. We have content creators like Ryan from Up Resource, RodneyStubbs, Chris Schutz. He does his Patreon through us. And then we have like Carlos, who does this hyperspace cube stuff, which is really good. If you haven't seen that, go check out the hyperspace cube things. We have Mickey D, who just won a PQ on Quinlan Tarkentown. He has a deck thread inside our Patreon from our membership. Jonathan R. Fisher, who's one of our casters, he does YouTube videos. So there's a ton of things like that where people are doing content, and then we come together to bring all of our audiences together, and kind of a rising tide lifts all boats. And we love other organizations. We're really big on community building, like Maclunky Gaming, Late Night Gaming. We're real good friends with a lot of the KTOD people.
Of course, TowerNumberNine.
And with the big benefit of doing this kind of networking is we're able to throw. What we think we're going to throw, we are throwing. We're throwing the biggest SWU event ever. Tower, we got to get you to Atlanta, baby. Come on, Tower.
Yeah, I'm not 100% on it. I do think it sounds like a really cool event, and I do want to participate one way or another, but I'm still not sure. However, it sounds very hype.
We're gonna have a $10,000 guaranteed prize pool weekend, March 28th, 29th, and 30th in Atlanta, Georgia. If you want to see the intro video introducing the event, you can find it on Blonde Sabine's YouTube channel, where you can also read the press release about it. Cars HQ in Atlanta is partnering with the Bothan Network, and we're going to throw the biggest SWU event of all time. It's an invitational. You can only come if we invite you, unfortunately, because there's just too many people would want to come. We just wouldn't be able to. We didn't want to have repeat the experience like at Gen Con, where you're smashing your phone trying to buy tickets as soon as they go on sale. So instead, we're bringing in the best teams, the best players, the best casters, the best content creators. There still may be some tickets open for sale to the public. Check within our Discord. When that happens, we'll open them up inside the Discord for sale. But it's going to be an incredible weekend, and we're trying to include as many of the content creators who want to stream matches from it, want to do content.
Do we know?
It's going to be a who's who of SWU, the last weekend of March.
Yeah, we're excited. Do we know yet about these three? It's the only thing I'm missing.
So we think Duncan is a Bosk Blue player. So I think you can put Duncan Howard as Bosk Blue.
Okay.
But I don't have anything else, and I'm really hoping Colby didn't just leave to go play and not come back and change the camera to the table. So
that would be awkward.
Yes. If anybody in chat is there at the event, will you please reach out to Colby and tell him that he needs to put the camera back on the table. Here, I'll start texting and calling George and Michael, who are there.
There is also often time for deck checks and stuff in between rounds.
That's probably what's
you know,
happening
going
right now.
from, Yeah, going from Swiss to the top cut, often there is more of a break than there would be at other times. Or we can get started on that art critique if you want to go that route.
Yeah, I'd have to use AI to know anything about art. Let me go get my chat GPT up, and I can tell you all kinds of things. And I can sound really smart. Yeah, Yeehaw asked in chat, is the 10K event invite only? Right now it is. The first week of ticket sales is by invite only, but we are going to open up ticket sales to the public in a week or two, assuming that we don't sell all 256 tickets privately. There should be some open tickets we are expecting. The thing that is selling out really quickly is the 3v3 team event on Friday, the 28th. It's the first team competition that SWU's ever had, and we're guaranteeing a $2,000 prize pool, and we're going to have special event-only playmats. You can only win by winning the team event, finishing top 16 in the $6,000 event, or winning the $2,000 Sunday event. So the exclusive playmats, I've already seen the mock-ups for them. I'm telling you, Tower, they are fire. I cannot wait to show these off one day.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's really cool that you guys are putting this together. I think, Fantasy Flight Games has done a bunch of events with their own organized play programs, but one thing that I've noticed in a lot of games is that often official organized play ends up not being the only thing going on. There are also a lot of events run by the community or run by stores or similar, and we've seen that to some degree here with the SCG events and some other things. But I think that this sort of cool community organized event is a good sign for the health of the game and its competitive scene.
Yeah, we are super thrilled with the direction that FFG is taking the competitive and organized play. I mean, Galactics this summer in Las Vegas is going to be out of our minds. I mean,
Yeah,
this is
for
going to be the
sure.
most incredible event, and I think that's going to actually launch their season 1 after that, where they're actually going to have the regionals and the sectional tournaments. Stuff like we're doing in Atlanta is going to be much more common as part of the organized play. But we just have a little gap in the schedule right now where after set 4 drops, there's not going to be much to do while you're waiting on PQs. And so we thought, why not just bring all of our community people together and throw a big event? And it's been very well received, and we're super excited, to be doing it. So, but it's not.
It should be a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's only to bolster the great things that FFG is already doing. So.
Yeah, I think ideally sometimes you get a situation where the actual organized play that the company does is considered terrible or incompetent or whatever, and the fans kind of replace it. And in the most extreme cases, I've even seen situations where community tournament organizers have made PDFs of house rules that actually change the official rules of a game.
Wow.
For their event. That was true in what's it called, in Warhammer 40K for a while. Games Workshop was so hands-off on the competitive scene that the tournament organizers made their own rules FAQs that in some cases actually changed the rules and stuff. It was really weird.
That is weird.
And I'm glad that we're doing stuff here with Fantasy Flight where they have an organized play team and they are actually working on those things in a more professional sense.
All right, let's talk to Colby.
Hi, everyone.
Hey.
Nope. I gotta run. I gotta play. Love y'all.
Well, we're missing 2 decks. Do you know what Marcus Lopez and Michael Martinez, what decks they're playing?
Marcus is on Han Yellow. Michael Martinez is on Palpatine Yellow.
Palpatine Yellow for Martinez and Han Yellow for Lopez. Thanks. Good luck, Colby. Okay, so we'll have our graphic up here momentarily. Courtney's going to put that in.
Yeah.
And let's see what matches we're getting here. I'm excited. I see they're showing the PQ
So we have a mirror
prizes.
match.
Those look beautiful.
We have a mirror match.
Well, if we don't know which match they're putting on stream. I don't know that we want to see a Han mirror. I see an Iden blue.
And a Palp green.
Okay, this might be Colby himself is going to be on stream.
Give us Iden.
I think we're getting Iden blue and Colby himself on his Quinlan green I told you about that I wanted you to see.
Should be spicy.
Yeah.
What do you think about this matchup? Do you have a sense of which way it's going to go?
No, I think Colby's a big underdog if that's what we're about to see. I think the Iden blue just has all the answers for the little pieces that Quinlan does, and I don't think the pings are going to be the pings aren't important to Iden Blue. I don't think Iden Blue cares if you're pinging their units, what few units they play. I think this is just unfortunate matchup for Colby, but I'd love to see my teammate come through here. What do you think, Tower?
Yeah, I mean, I think you make a good point that Quinlan's ability is just really not all that good against Iden necessarily. I mean, there are a few spots where we could see it being quite relevant. You know, maybe he needs to knock a shield off of the client, for instance. But overall, yeah, my tendency would be to say that Iden is probably favored. But that being said, I don't know this deck. The Quinlan deck here is something like you said that's been kind of being cooked up in secret, and maybe it'll surprise us here.
Right, I do know because I know the deck and I have the list. I guess I can put the list up now, right? Maybe I'll find the list, but it's got a much better top end than you expect to see in a Quinlan. I'm putting up the team names right now. There is wrong thing. There is BlueDevilBoxer. The score is going to start off 0-0. Let me change that. And let me see if I can pull the deck list out of our private server real quick. If I can find it. I just saw the list. Phil, are you still here? Nope. Phil's the AFK. That's okay. I really want to shout out Hunter for streaming with us today. Hunter had to... Oh, here's Junior's going to send me the... Yes, I do want the list, Junior. Yes, because it's public now that he's in the top cut. So Junior, our French prodigy from the team, is about to send me the list to put up.
Nice.
So
Blue Iden.
Yeah, and it looked.
Oh, go ahead.
It looks like we're seeing it. We're seeing it here. It's going to be Iden Blue with the showcase Iden Blue. Now that he's moved the lists there, and we can see it. Now this might be controversial, guys, but I personally think that Hyperspace Iden looks better than Showcase Iden. What do you guys think about that one? You guys got some art critiques on Star Wars Unlimited cards?
Oh, I'm focused right now on trying to put up this list for y'all to look at. So this list is close. I think this. Fair. I don't know if this is the exact list, but I think this is Colby's. This is super close to Colby's list. So let me put this up as an image. We'll just flash it on the screen real quick. I think you would want to look at it with us, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think in chat we have some agreement and some disagreement with respect to my my Iden art opinions there. Right. I like it. That's funny with the giant Death Star dial there for Colby.
Real quickly, here's the. I think this list is pretty close. I think Junior said he made a couple of changes from here, but this was the last version of it that I had. You can see that it leans into the General's Blade with whatever this little droid guy's called that can activate off the General's Blade, and it has the top end going to Impha's Nest and Han. If this is the same list he's playing, I think it is. So.
Oh yeah, and then the sideboard, he's got those home ones and stuff. So in theory, more of a top end if he needs it.
And the tech I think would be really good in this matchup, because the Iden Blue player obviously is going to go a long time, and if he does, then yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think tech's quite desirable there. I think home one's quite desirable there. You know, you probably don't need like the Ozatech Liberator gunship against an Iden deck, so maybe that would get sided out for some of those bigger endgame cards. Should be interesting to see how this goes.
Yeah, I'm excited. This is gonna be a big match.
And Maclunky Gaming roasting me in chat for having a similar opinion to my Iden showcase opinion with respect to the Boba showcase. But you know what? Boba Fett is suspended, so that one's gonna be less prevalent on competitive tables for a while. Unless they bring him back, it could happen. They could say he's unsuspended at the end of this season. And Hugo in the chat there brings up a good point, which is that Bright Hope can be used as a good counter to Top Target. After the client bounties one of your units, or after the opponent plays a top target on them, you can use Bright Hope to bounce them back and prevent the opponent from scoring that bounty. Especially effective against top target because it kind of wastes their card.
So start at the L3. I think they really like the L3 in a meta of pingers because you can't Tarkin Town on turn 1 L3, just like you can't Crafty Smuggler. So I think that's a reason why. It's not because of the capture mechanic. I think a lot of us when we first saw the capture mechanic, I think in set 2, we were excited about it, but it turned out not to be played much in competition. However, the CAD unit has brought it back. So, and there's
looks like a merciless contest there, clearing L3.
Yeah, no pings needed for that.
Yeah, Iden Blue is not going to be the deck where shields are the most effective. You know, a lot of damage-based removal, -2/-2, or I'm sorry, a lot of direct removal, -2/-2, not a lot of damage-based stuff. And we see more of it there. Takedown clearing that Sundari Peacekeeper. But Colby has a good answer. You know, BlueDevilBoxer played a takedown, and Colby turned things around and played 2 2-cost units. Looks like Republic R2 and L3. That multiple small units tactic can be quite effective against one-for-one removal.
And that's actually a little microcosm of what our Bothan Network team's strategy is right now into the Tarkin Town decks, into the blue control decks. We're trying to play more units, go wider, so that you may have spot removal, but if I play 2 units, you can only kill 1, then eventually I'm going to have enough of an army to get the damage on the base I need.
Yeah. Now, it's possible that we're going to see BlueDevilBoxer playing Equalize, which is 1 card for double blue that can be effective against multiple small units, but I'm not sure if that's going to be in his build.
So this 6/6 Childson's nasty. I see, is that a Vanquish, a Power of the Dark Side, an Avenger, and I can't tell what the top edge card is.
I think top left might be a Vigilance, but I can't quite tell. There's a bit of glare, and we only have a corner of the card there.
Yeah. It might be Vigilance. Yeah. That's a pretty good hand, though, for Blue Devil. Colby's got his work cut out
there,
for him.
and he's got that Avenger as the kind of win condition for later on.
So here, a 4 drop from Colby would let him ping the Childson, but he's still going to be a damage short, even with L3 and R2 slamming into it. Let's go back to his deck list real quick while they're thinking. Oh, looks like the thinking's over with. Never mind. Let's see how Colby answers it.
Yeah, I was wondering if maybe he would have like a hotshot deal 44 to throw onto. Ooh, there we go. It's just a straight trade with Plo Koon.
Oh, beautiful use of Plo Koon. What a powerful card from set 3.
Yeah, Plo Koon is really, really good. It's funny because on preview, I think a lot of people, including myself, thought that Coordinate was going to be a comparatively weak mechanic, but there are some very strong Coordinate cards. You know, Plo Koon, Isla Sakura. There's some real stuff going on there.
All right, I will let you explain what's happening because I am putting up the top 8 bracket. Let me work on that for a second.
Sounds good. So Colby swung into the base with L3 and R2, and then went ahead and deployed Quinlan, who also swung on in, and did some more damage there to BlueDevilBoxer's base. Right now, Colby is maintaining a pretty wide board. It's got 3 units on the field, and BlueDevilBoxer is going to have to try and stabilize here and avoid taking too much damage.
Do we know what the damage numbers are on the base? Is it 6-0?
I think that we've actually seen maybe a bit more damage going through against BlueDevilBoxer there. I think it would be.
I don't remember. I'm looking at his discard pile.
Plus the 2 droids, but BlueDevilBoxer probably got to use Iden's ability to heal that turn as well.
Yeah, I see 6 damage on the blue base, and looking at the discard pile, I know that Childson died right away. I don't think it got to swing, right? So
yeah, I don't think so.
So that's 0. But here comes a shielded Iden. That's going to be trouble for his little units, but not unmanageable.
Both players here are on the 30 HP bases,
which gives us more time to watch the game.
Yeah. Now, one thing that can be really good against Iden is if you can ambush her with a Saboteur, that can be really strong. But I'm not sure Colby's deck has that. But I remember in the past having taken out Iden with things like the Rogue Operative off of ECL or maybe a Timely Intervention or similar. Looks like Vigilance being played here. Vigilance is going to kill L3 and presumably do a big heal here for BlueDevilBoxer.
Yeah,
and
I don't
that
know.
heal is going to be improved as well thanks to Iden.
I don't know that he took all the damage off the base he's supposed to. Was he at 8?
Yeah, I'm not entirely
6,
sure.
7,
because
then
Iden does
okay,
a lot of
he did
healing.
it right. Yeah, it's hard to read the dice, but I don't know that Colby minds that early vigilance so much. The L3 is not a big factor in the game for the removal part, and the base damage hadn't really gotten started yet anyway. I think the control decks do a better job when they turn to healing later in the game after they've already gotten control of the board state. So I think the vigilance to kill one small unit isn't as important. Oh, but look at this beautiful surprise strike.
Yeah, BlueDevilBoxer uses Iden to attack and defeat R2, but that removes Iden's shield, opening her to a surprise strike from Colby's Quinlan Vost and clearing her off. I do think that clearing Iden is actually pretty important. You know, when you're the aggro and your opponent is playing one of these control decks, the instinct is sometimes just to go to base. But if you leave Iden on the field, she just generates so much healing. It's really not something that's very sustainable.
Yeah, you can't leave Iden out there. You're right about that. And so between games 1 and 2, we have the graphic for top 8. We show everybody the decks that made the top 8, as far as our information goes, and we'll have something to talk about while they're sideboarding here in maybe a few minutes, maybe a while. There's not a lot of damage on bases here. So is that a takedown or a vanquish? Probably a takedown. Is that 4 resources or 5 that were tapped?
I think it was a vanquish.
Yeah, that's 5 resources.
So 5 resources there. Took out the Falcon that Colby had played on the previous turn. So now it's just Quinlan on the field here.
But with only 2 resources up, he doesn't have to worry about Power of the Dark Side. So he has time to get a unit on. You gotta always have to keep a little unit on the board against blue because of Power of the Dark Side. You don't want to lose your big units.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely not the color, and especially now that we've seen Power of the Dark Side augmented with Merciless Contest in a lot of these decks as well, they have even more options to make you pick a unit and get rid of it.
Colby is deep in the tank. I wish I could see his hands so we could talk through some play lines.
Yeah.
He spent 1 to pay for the Falcon, so he has 6 up. And
just going to go for a swing here.
Yeah, which isn't bad. It gives him more time to think about what's happening. Heals back to 5. Here comes a Plo Koon with no ambush target. 5, 6, 7.
It's not the most optimal, but it is still a significant threat, especially if he can get another unit on the board to enable that coordinate on Plo Koon.
I would assume a Super Laser Blast is in Blue Devil's deck. I don't know if he drew one yet, but I don't know. Would you Super Laser Blast to get 2 units off? I don't know. Probably.
Yeah, I think if you're BlueDevilBoxer, I don't know. So like Plo Koon's raid isn't enabled right now. I might try to, if I had the Super Laser Blast as BlueDevilBoxer, I might try to wait for Colby to bring out a 3rd unit to enable that coordinate and then fire off the blast.
Yeah, and I think in chat they're talking about maybe some damage was missed, but we don't think so because Iden was being tapped to heal damage too, and I don't know that we were counting that. The chat is counting that. So this is 2nd Vigilance, healing off all the damage, and killing. And here comes a Spark.
Ooh.
All right, the Bounty Hunter crew.
BlueDevilBoxer is laying out his hand slightly out of sight, but we do see, I believe, a Supreme Leader Snoke there.
And a Bounty Hunter crew below it to get those Vigilances back. I kind of think you take the Bounty Hunter crew. I think he's going for the Snoke, but those Bounty Hunter crews, if they start recurging the Vigilances, that's going to be gross for Colby.
It is worth noting that the Bounty Hunter crew in this deck is out of aspect. Sometimes the Bounty Hunter crew there is, I think, a card that people are running in large part for control mirrors, where vigilance and restock matter to a huge degree, and the games take so long that sideboarding isn't always as effective as it might be in other circumstances.
Someone in chat's asking if Crispy made the top cut, and he just bubbled out. He did not make top cut.
Alas.
Yep, we love Crispy. He's playing his Finnick deck. Did y'all do a deck video about Finnick? No, someone did.
Oh no, I did. Yeah, I did.
Okay, I thought I was remembering that right.
Crispy on there with the Fennec Shan deck, and I think Fennec Shan is a really interesting leader. So she has a really bad leader unit side, but her ability is so strong. Ambush is just such a good keyword, and there's an interesting thing there. I've actually played Fennec a bit myself. I'm not as hardcore as Crispy. You know, I doubt I'll be playing Fennec at my PQ, but I do think there's some there's something to it. Yeah, in chat there is some discussion of whether there were times when R2 attacked and Blue Devil only put 1 damage on base. That may be. I'm sorry if I missed that, but honestly, it's a little difficult to see the life totals for me with this perspective.
This isn't our most ideal. I'm gonna make it a little bit bigger for us.
Yeah.
Oh, we got a new sub from Justin Riddle. Thank you, Justin, for subbing to Courtney's Blonde Sabine. CoDameron's YouTube channel is also worth subscribing to. He's the one bringing us the footage today. And of course, TowerNumberNine is in casting with us, and he has a great YouTube channel that I'm sure all y'all are already subscribing and watching.
If not, do it.
I think you were the first content creator I came across for this game way back in the day, Tower.
I remember I started making videos for this game before it came out, actually, because I had been a fan of other games and I was following their preview season and stuff. And so I've been in it from before the beginning, I guess, and it's been a lot of fun. It's been really cool, and as someone who has played other Fantasy Flight games, I do feel that they really kind of took it to the next level with this one. The amount of support and development and resources and stuff they've been putting into this title is substantially more than what I've seen with some of the other games that I've played for them, which have themselves been good and fun games, but this one's the next level up.
Yeah, we're definitely gonna ask Colby, because if he does not get past this round, he'll be there supporting the stream in person, and I think it'll be easy for him to ensure that things like dice are being used for the tokens. It's ironic that Colby isn't using dice for his own stream, so I'll have a chat with him about it, because we use those big casino
Although that
dice.
Death Star is pretty cool.
The Death Star is cool, but we can't read the numbers.
Yeah.
So we'll get some casino dice. We learned that
I will
from
say it's not looking good for Colby
Maclunky.
right now.
Yeah, this might be a time to scoop, because let's go back to his top list. If we want to look at his deck real quick, I know it's going by really fast, but if I look at his list, I don't see anything on the top end here that he's playing for right now without sideboarding. None of these little guys he's got is going to fight Avengers. So, oops, sorry, wrong. That's what we're going to talk about next. So, in my opinion, I think for the sake of time, well, it's 75 minutes. He has plenty of time in the top cut. So there's almost no reason to play it out. If this was a timed Swiss round, I would definitely encourage Colby to go ahead and scoop, knowing you don't have your top end that you're going to bring in from the board. And Dickie Trump.
I think that's an apt point, and I do think that's an aspect of the game that not everyone recognizes. Sometimes it is correct to scoop for time.
So Dickie Trump asked, we had 91 players of the 126. I think the tournament sold out, but when the tournament started, they were taking people off the wait list because people didn't show up. And I think some of that's weather related. In the southeast, we've had more snow and ice than we're accustomed to.
So some people who were wanting to drive probably couldn't.
Right. I know Phil's PQ in Greenville got canceled for snow and ice here in the south. I mean, I'm rooting for Colby, but I don't see what his end game is with no damage on the base. Oh, sorry, 2 damage, 5 damage on the base.
He's getting a few hits in, but Iden has a really and as we can see here, even before I finished saying it, Iden being used there to recover some, I believe. Or no, he took that back, played the power of the dark side. Now he uses Iden. Falcon comes out and hits him again. So I think there's still 23 damage that Colby needs to inflict here. And while he is bringing out more units and so on,
Colby has no cards in hand. He's just top decking 2 and playing 2.
He's just hoping to draw units and flood the board and hope Boxer doesn't draw his end game. It's not looking great for Colby here.
I agree with Ray in chat. If they did miss 2 damage very early in the game, it so far has not looked like that 2 damage is going to be relevant to the outcome of this. Okay.
Yeah. Iden has had a lot of healing. You know, we saw a very early vigilance. We saw some healing from Iden herself, and it looks like a big play is being made. It's actually a bounty hunter crew ambushing in, taking out R2.
And probably getting a vigilance back.
Yeah, that's what I'd do. And
yeah.
He has to pay so many resources because it is an out of aspect bounty hunter crew, but it is going to be an issue, I think. Oh, but there's Han to take out that bounty hunter crew from Colby.
I don't know how many cards Blue Devil has in his hand. That's a very relevant issue right now because Colby is just top decking 2 and trying to play 2.
I think they may both be in top deck mode, aside from whatever the bounty hunter crew found, and maybe 1 or 2 other cards from BlueDevilBoxer. Hugo suggests, I think here you scoop when you see he gets back his vigilance.
Yeah.
I mean, vigilance is a really good card. Colby doesn't have a super easy vigilance target here. Some removal being used to clear Han. Colby surprise strikes the base with the Falcon. Iden's ability used to heal. Colby brings out a Crafty Smuggler, and I have a strange feeling that Crafty Smuggler is going to get hit by vigilance. Oh, but it looks like a takedown on the Falcon here instead. Okay, next turn.
All right, Tower, we added audio only TowerNumber9 to our overlay so people know who's talking. Those are the beautiful, soothing sounds of TowerNumber9.
Oh, thanks. Oh, man, it's brutal. There goes that vigilance, clearing out the Crafty Smuggler. Colby again left with an empty board, and it looks like 11 damage on the base here. And what are we seeing here? Is that a smuggled L3? I believe so.
Yeah, but that just feels so little too late. I mean, the damage just at least got him to 10 damage. Woohoo! Okay, here comes the blade. But you're just
a smuggled buffed L3.
Yeah,
you gotta hope he doesn't have vigilance or.
I was about to say the problem is you're like Voltron. You're like upgrading a single unit, and Blue Devil's deck is full of single unit removal.
Oh, entrenched.
Yeah, just have him sit there.
L3 now has even higher stats, but unfortunately she also can't attack the base, so that's going to be not great for Colby.
Not great for Colby.
Not every day that you see an 8/8 L3 though.
It is a rarity.
Admiral Yularen on the field now from Colby. Oh, and in chat we have someone asking, what are your thoughts on last week's set 4 spoilers, Tower? Been missing your shorts talking about new cards. I think they're super cool, and I'm going to be back on the YouTube Shorts game shortly.
Yeah, we love those videos. We love it. Justin is right that the problem that Colby has is that the Avenger's coming. At some point, Blue Devil slaps down an Avenger to an empty board, or to I think that might be scoop time. I see Colby collecting some cards. Maybe just looking for smuggles. Nope. I think
it's a scoop. Scoop.
Wow, that's unfortunately that went as well as we thought that was going to go for Colby, and Blue Devil played it perfectly. Well played by Blue Devil. Let's go look at Colby's list real quick before we look at the bracket. Colby may have some top end here with home ones and tech to help him smuggle more of his cards out. But what do you think, Tower? Is this going to be as one-sided in game 2?
I think Colby does have some things in the sideboard that are going to help. The problem is I think BlueDevilBoxer might well have some things in the sideboard that will help that side of it. Yeah. To be honest, I think it will probably still be an unfavored matchup, but never say never. It'll be interesting to see what happens. And Blue Iden's a kind of unusual deck, but it does its game plan pretty well. You know, they have a lot of removal, a lot of healing with Iden's ability, with vigilance, potentially with the client top target, and it has some really good end game with things like Avenger and Supreme Leader Snoke, and if all else fails, you can just start Vigilance mailing people. So,
well, we will see.
we'll have to see what happens. But
Right.
I do think Blue Devil Boxer is favored
He's
here.
showing us he's bringing all of it in. I think he's taking his whole sideboard and shoving it in the deck.
That might be an anti-milling
I did see a resupply, so maybe the list that I got was not the most current list. We are always tweaking lists, as y'all know, right before tournaments.
Well, now wait a minute. Was that going in or was that going out? I think those cards were going out, and these are the cards that are going in.
So he had moved
I
the scanning
cut the
officers to his main
resupply.
deck. Yeah.
I think he cut resupply, cut scanning officer, cut general's blade, maybe.
Yeah. Because again, like I mentioned earlier, you don't want to be putting upgrades like that on a unit when their deck is designed to kill units.
Yeah, upgrades are not necessarily the way you want to go against this. In fact, they tend to make you more vulnerable to some of the opponent's best plays.
Well, let's take a look at the bracket. I thought Blue Devil may show us their sideboard, but they're not. So here's what we have today. We're down here in the bottom right corner with CoDameron from Bothan Network playing BlueDevilBoxer. Then Michael Carlock as our 2 seed on this side of the bracket, also from the network, against Michael Martinez on a yellow Palpatine. That's spicy. Can't wait to see that. I've worked a lot on yellow Palpatine, haven't been able to get it to work. It looks like we're going to have a mono Han in the final 4 because it looks like George and Marcus are going to beat heads on that. And then that green Luke deck from Maclunky Gaming's Mike that we like so much is up against a blue Bosk, a deck everyone universally hates. So we're going to all unify and hoping that Mike beats Duncan. Sorry, Duncan. I don't know Duncan.
I don't hate blue Bosk. I think blue Bosk is cool.
It's not fun to play against. I'll say that. How about that?
Okay. Look, it's a control deck. It's annoying. I agree that it's annoying, but I think it's cool, and I think it does a kind of unique thing with the bounties and has some different strengths and weaknesses than other control builds. Like, for instance, upgrade removal is much better against Bosk than it is against some of the other more control-oriented leaders.
Yep. And I'm going to let Courtney talk to you for a minute. I'm going to make a run to the bathroom and be right back.
Sounds good. How you doing, Courtney?
Hey, Tower, how are you? I'm wonderful, thank you.
Oh yeah, it's exciting to be on here. You know, I didn't think I was necessarily going to be casting this weekend, but having some fun here checking out this event.
We're so happy you jumped in. Thank you so much.
Happy to oblige.
I know everybody loves to hear. I call you the voice of SWU.
I wouldn't go that far, but I have done a lot of streams at this point.
No, we appreciate it very much. So we are going to game 2 here. Sorry, I stepped off to the side there.
Smuggler.
Yep. All right, Shieldy Crafty Smuggler.
Yeah, Blue Devil Boxer, no turn 1 play, but that's often something these control decks actually don't mind doing. They'll just skip their first turn in order to play a Power of the Dark Side at first on the next turn or something. Let's see if that's what happens here. Yep, Merciless Contest.
Put out a Sundari Peacekeeper there.
Yeah, Sundari Peacekeeper, while the Restore isn't so relevant in that matchup, it is a comparatively tough unit, and it does hit for 3, so it's not, it's not totally bad. And the main weakness of Sundari Peacekeeper against some builds is its vulnerability to ambush, and Double Blue Iden is not an ambush deck.
That is very true. Is that a Vanquish we see there?
I think it's a takedown, and Colby follows by just playing another Sundari Peacekeeper.
There we go. Oh, here's Frank back real quick.
Welcome back, Frank. Frank, the start of this game, you haven't missed a lot. We've seen Colby playing some units, and then we've seen some removal coming out to clear those units.
Okay, this is what we would expect.
I think last game, I'm not sure we saw a single Quinlan Voss trigger, and we look to be on track to maybe miss that this game as well.
And that was one of the weaknesses in this matchup I mentioned before we started with Quinlan Voss. I don't think Iden cares if you're pinging their units, and they're not playing units on curve anyway for Quinlan to ping.
Yeah, and so there we saw the Power of the Dark Side coming out to clear that Sundari Peacekeeper. Quinlan Voss deploys and hits the base, and we then have Iden healing and Colby playing Plo Koon. No ambush available.
Man, this is a huge stream today.
In chat, we have some people discussing why control decks are disliked. Justin saying, I can't speak for others, but I think the dislike for control decks is due to their goal of simplifying the board state and how they can play a lot of off-aspect tech that makes it more annoying. Yeah, there is something that's a little extra frustrating about having a totally empty board and knowing your opponent probably still has a lot of removal. Oh, I am your father on Quinlan, and Colby chooses to give his opponent the cards. What do you think about that, Frank?
Well, it's I mean, George Hudson and I have talked about this all the way back from set one. If you need the units, you give him the cards, and I think Colby's decided that he's going to race and he's going to win in the next 2 or 3 turns. I think that's all he can do. There's the power. Ooh, this is a hard decision. Quinlan here? Oh, that's such a hard decision. I think with 3 resources up, Colby should have actually played a unit to the board before attacking. I think
That's
that might
possible.
Yeah, I think that was there it is. He should have played that Battlefield Marine before attacking, because anytime Iden has 3 resources up, a blue control villain deck, you have to be thinking Power of the Dark Side. So that might have been a misstep on Colby's part, because then he could have just sacked that Battlefield Marine.
But we don't know what else.
I think Colby is trying to get 3 units out for Plo Koon here, but I think it's going to be a little tough. Because with Iden on the field, she can actually just attack now and clear one of these units, putting Colby back to 2. But if he has another 2-cost unit, maybe he can bring something out and get that buff going again.
Yeah, this is again looking grim. Surprise! He has to waste a surprise strike to kill Iden. Ugh. When you would rather just have Plo Koon get the coordinate. Yeah, that's tough.
Yeah, it's rough to have to play a surprise strike to deal 1 extra damage. That's not where you want to be.
So if Colby had sequenced it, first action Marine, then there's not a way for Iden to flip. Because if they power and he sacks the Marine, then Colby plays the R2, and now coordinates on, because Quinlan Voss is still out, Plume's out, the new R2's out, Iden can't even flip in front of that Plo Koon.
No, she could still flip because of her shield.
Oh,
right?
she does have a shield. Yep, you're right. Thank you.
Yeah, but it would mean that if she then took out one of those units, there would be a potential position for retaliation. Looks like a perilous position being used to clear the wounded Plo Koon. R2 swings in for 2 damage to base. Iden healing again, I think. Once again, it's not looking good for Colby.
Yeah, this is an unfortunate matchup. We all play the paper rock scissors game in this TCG, as all TCGs, and this is definitely the rock to Colby scissors, no doubt about it.
A lot of chat talking about Yellow Palp, wanting to see that deck list.
Yeah, I like my version of Yellow Palp was running a lot of Underworld. Yeah. So there's the Kira, so we should get to see Blue Devil's hand if he'll show it on camera. Nope, he's showing it off camera. There's that Vigilance, Super Laser Blast. Oh my god, there's a lot of cards. 2 Bounty Hunters, maybe a Childson over there. That might be a Childson in the far corner.
Man, it's not looking real good for Colby with that. And we do have a top target being thrown onto R2 as well.
And he's saying Super Laser Blast is what he's naming. Yep, you got it. Colby's making sure the stream can see it.
Trying to prevent that board reset. But there just isn't very much damage getting through right now. I think that we have 6 damage on Iden's base, and she does use her ability there to heal. I had thought that she had used that earlier in the turn, but I think it was actually just left in an exhausted state erroneously. And then, what is that? I think that's an entrenched on Kira?
Yeah, this is unfortunate for Colby. Looking at all the cards that Blue Devil showed in his hand, I'm not seeing a lot of lines go forward when there's only 3 damage on Iden's base. This is
I mean, it doesn't make you probably don't want to scoop for time when scooping means you lose the match, but I think if this were happening in game 1, people would be saying it was time to scoop for time.
Yeah. I'm sure Colby's going to play it out for us. He wants to put on a good show for the stream, and he is a valiant warrior. Colby was actually in the finals of the PQ that took place here at Coliseum of Comics in set 2. He lost to Reflex, who won the PQ in a very tight game 3 when Colby was on a Tarkentown Boba Fett deck, and Reflex was playing mono yellow Boba, and they went down to just 1 action in game 3, or Colby would already have won a PQ. He's a great player.
Looks like a merciless contest being played, and because BlueDevilBoxer doesn't have any units on the board, the downside of that card doesn't affect him. And Colby chooses to remove the entrenched Kira rather than the R2.
40 more subscribers.
Yeah.
Colby plays out Han Solo, Reluctant Hero. Once again, no ambush target. And then another merciless contest. R2 is dead this time, and that is going to be, I believe, a heal 6 because
Ugh.
R2 is unique.
Yeah.
And then Iden heals 1, and now there's 0 damage on BlueDevilBoxer's base. That is
Yeah.
brutal.
I just don't think Quinlan's equipped with the tools to deal with this puzzle. I mean, this is.
Yeah, I don't think Colby is aggro enough to push through this. It's not over yet. We'll see how it goes. But
what's an interesting choice on Blue Devil's part in bringing this into a Mono Han meta is we saw George. I don't know if you were here or not, but George Hudson played Mono Han into BlueDevilBoxer in the middle of Swiss today, and DJ'd him 4 times in one game and 2 or 3 times in the other game, and Blue Devil put up no fight whatsoever into Mono Han.
DJ is not what you want to see is this Iden deck.
But there's so much Mono Han in the meta right now, I would hesitate to play any kind of mill deck, like a Mono Blue. There's the Snoke. That's going to slow the Han down, but doesn't end anything. He needs a blaster, I think, is what he's looking for, or another surprise strike.
Han is already exhausted.
I meant to take initiative and then hit him first action.
Oh, yeah.
To kill the Snoke.
Yeah, that would actually be pretty sweet because Han would take no damage in the process thanks to his excellent card text.
Okay.
Colby brings out Heck.
That might help him find a surprise strike.
Breaking news. George won.
And we have the news. Yeah, we have a result. George Hudson has won the mirror match and moved on to the top 4. So he is now undefeated today. He is now a ridiculous 8-0 in his day. The first time he's ever played Mono Han. So congratulations.
Waylay on Supreme Leader Snoke there.
He won 2-0, so George has moved. George has won 16 out of 18 games today. He's only dropped 2 games out of his 18. That's a ridiculously successful day for George Hudson into the top 4.
Strong performance from George.
Yeah. So what happened when I was looking at the breaking news?
We saw a tech played by Colby and a Waylay to counter that Supreme Leader Snoke. We moved to the next turn, and now BlueDevilBoxer fires off a Super Laser Blast to clear the field. But Colby still has a lot of resources. Let's see if he can put out some cards onto the board and rebuild after that Super Laser Blast.
So I think the list that I was showing wasn't the exact list Colby was on. I think Colby actually had some resupplies in his list. But also I don't know that DevilBoxer has resource every turn.
Iden used to heal there after Colby brings out the Falcon. Falcon swings in for 3, and I believe we're now looking at 8 damage on BlueDevilBoxer's base. 22 more damage to go.
Yeah, this is tough for Colby.
And let's be real, Frank, it's probably a lot more than 22 damage given the amount of healing available for BlueDevilBoxer.
It's probably going to feel like 40 or 50 damage he has to do at this point.
Colby does bring out Kira. BlueDevilBoxer's hand slightly out of our visibility here, but it looks like Supreme Leader Snoke, maybe a Vigilance there. I think a Bounty Hunter crew, or maybe even 2 Bounty Hunter crews.
He's saying Snoke?
And Supreme Leader Snoke is indicated there. Thank you, Colby. If you're watching this back, thank you for making things clear for us, the viewers on stream. All right, let's see if Colby can turn this around.
We're at 8 damage to 0.
That part sounds good until you remember there's 22 left to go, and there's a lot of healing in that deck, and BlueDevilBoxer's endgame is very likely stronger. But we haven't seen one of those copies of Home 1 yet from Colby, and that's a pretty powerful card.
And once Blue Devil can lock things down with an Avenger, I don't know that Colby has a lot of ways to answer an Avenger. He's already used one of his Waylays, and then Blue Devil would just replay it. So
yeah, I think one of the best answers to Avenger for these types of builds is to try and keep getting small units on the board so its attacks are not causing you to have to discard anything important. But I'm not sure Colby can necessarily do that, especially I believe he's not running U-Wing Reinforcement, which is an important card for that strategy.
What is happening?
I honestly don't know. A random discard?
From the resource row? Maybe he didn't pay for the Falcon and he agreed to destroy a resource? I don't know.
I'm not really sure what happened there.
Yeah.
My apologies to the viewers.
No, I don't think you need to apologize. I don't think any of us could figure that out. For some reason, he just picked up his resources and offered it to his opponent to tap one, maybe? Because he didn't pay
Yeah,
for the
maybe it's
Falcon?
like you have to tap a random resource, or I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't
Maybe
know why
someone
that
in
would
chat will
matter.
have some better thoughts on what happened there. I'm not entirely sure what was going on there.
But what is going on is that we're getting excellent casting from TowerNumberNine as a YouTube channel. So find him on YouTube and give him a follow.
Follow CoDameron.
Well, thank you for that, and I will say you have some pretty cool stuff as well. Here with the Blonde Sabine channel on YouTube, and I believe on Twitch as well.
Yep. Well, no, we stopped on Twitch. It was Twitch just doesn't support live card games.
Are you YouTube exclusive
We're
now?
just YouTube exclusive
So
now.
subscribe if you haven't.
Yeah, so y'all sub to
Hey,
this
Frank.
channel and turn on your.
Hey, Frank.
Colby, yeah.
Did my opponent skip a resource turn, or did I smuggle an extra resource?
We were discussing that. We
really didn't know what was going on there, and I'm not sure, to be honest with you.
We couldn't see because Blue Devil's left edge of his resources is off camera, so we didn't know if there was some turn where he put a resource down we didn't see. But I did not see him
That's
skip
what we're
a
trying to
resource
figure out.
turn.
And we're like, do I put a resource back on top of my deck or not, or something?
I don't know what to tell you. We didn't notice it, and we also noticed that the resources were wrong, but we didn't know if that's because Blue Devil didn't resource.
Calum says
Okay,
Iden didn't
I guess he's
resource,
gone.
but
That's what's happening.
and somebody didn't pay for
Hopefully
it.
that was hopefully that intervention was judge approved.
Are you reading chat?
Yeah. Yeah, I feel more and more like Blue Devil forgot to resource or skipped a resource one turn, but
But call a judge.
Yeah, I think this is one of those things where we'd have to watch it back. Unfortunately, it's
Also didn't pay for
especially for something like that that might have happened at many different points in the game.
I didn't skip the resource, by the way.
that's what we think too, Carlos. Yeah, Carlos has been watching. We think Iden didn't resource one turn. So, if somebody in chat could go back and watch it and let us know, but.
Hopefully they're figuring out something. It looks like gameplay has resumed. We're going to see Lieutenant Childson being played here by BlueDevilBoxer, and the cards are not visible, but I guess 4 cards are revealed. Oh, there we see some of them. Oh man, is that 2 vigilances?
It is.
That was
It's 2
brutal
and a
for
Snoke.
CoDameron.
I mean,
Oh.
it's like I don't want to put too much energy into figuring out the resource problem because this looks so desperately bad for Colby right now.
It really is a tough situation for Colby. I feel like BlueDevilBoxer and this Iden double blue kind of have the situation pretty firmly under control here.
I actually agree with Jeremiah in chat that we can and should be using replay because even at SCG Atlanta there was a controversial play in the top 8 where a mono Han player had forgotten to destroy enough resources, and when they caught it a turn later, the judge actually came over and watched it back on the stream and decided how to handle it. So I think that was actually really helpful to have the stream to be able to watch and see exactly what happened. It was nothing intentional happened. It was all negligence. It wasn't like somebody intentionally was not destroying their resources.
Looks like we're seeing here a perilous position being played by BlueDevilBoxer. Exhausts and debuffs Kira, and Colby plays a Alzatech Liberator gunship with no ambush. Man, how many times, Frank, has Colby had to play an ambush card with no ambush targets here? That's rough.
This is what's so I guess non-reactive or non-interactive about this Iden deck. It just doesn't have units. I mean, other than Childsons, it's doing almost nothing on the board.
Yeah, there are a few units that some of these decks are playing, but I'm honestly not sure if BlueDevilBoxer is running them. So, things like Inferno 4 saw a fair amount of play. The Client, Dr. Pershing, stuff like that. But it looks like BlueDevilBoxer has mostly just been. I think we've seen Childson. I think we've seen Iden on the field. There's of course Snoke and Avenger as win conditions, but otherwise we've just seen a lot of single target removal.
And I have a lot of respect for Blue Devil. There was this controversy just now about the resources, and he thinks perhaps Colby put an extra resource down with Smuggle, and he did not throw his leader at Colby. That was really big of BlueDevilBoxer. Very happy for him.
BlueDevilBoxer playing out Supreme Leader Snoke. That is going to defeat L3 and debuff the other units here on Colby's board. So even though Colby does have kind of a wide board now, Snoke is a major obstacle.
Yeah, units hitting for 1 is not going to get the damage done. Ray in chat went back and watched and said Iden did not resource on the 10 resource turn. Thank you for that, Ray.
Yeah, I appreciate that clarification. Looks like the space arena is getting in, but in the ground arena, Kira is cleared out by Lieutenant Childson here. And even though those space units are in an open arena, they are also debuffed by Supreme Leader Snoke, and they're only hitting for 1 damage each. It's pretty brutal.
So
Frank,
I think
if you're Colby, what do you have to answer Snoke here?
Probably a scotch and some ice, maybe like on the rocks with a little splash of water. I might even mix in a little Drambuie, make a rusty nail cocktail. But as far as chat talking about the judge calls, every time anyone sees a mandatory miss of something, a judge should be called. Even casters should do it. Spectators should do it. If a judge happens to see it, they're going to intervene. If it's a mandatory action or something mandatory happens in a SWU game, it has to be fixed as soon as it's caught. But as far as trying to answer Snoke, I can't think of anything. A waylay does it very temporarily. Waylay into a spark, that might be the... If he could top deck... I don't think he has any cards. I don't think he has any cards in his deck. I think that his deck at the top is that one little lonely resource. That's not a resource. I think that's his deck.
Is that the deck?
I'm
thought
afraid
that was his hand.
Oh, it might be his hand, but I think it's his deck. So yeah,
well,
the only...
in that case, this game is going to end pretty fast.
Yeah. The only thing I can come up with is that you waylay Snoke and spark it right away. That would be the only thing I could think of to get rid of Snoke.
And even that is like negative card advantage. That's brutal.
Because even with a ambush from Plo Koon, the Snoke stops it from being fatal. So here's a tech.
Okay,
giving more
it
cards
looks
in
like
his
Colby
hand.
does have a deck. It's just out of sight.
Oh, okay.
He's gonna smuggle out. I think that was a resource, and it was a tech that he smuggled out. I believe. Okay, now we're seeing smuggled waylay via tech. Probably gonna bounce that Supreme Leader Snoke.
There's the waylay part that we talked about. So
I don't know that he has the resources to follow up with a spark here, though, even if he has it.
He would have to get initiative at this point, which I can't imagine Iden letting him have initiative.
Yeah, so if you're a BlueDevilBoxer, Frank, do you just replay that Snoke immediately?
Unless I had a Super Laser Blast, because I think a Super Laser Blast here might look beautiful. And we can't tell the damage on Colby's base. That Childson hitting for 6 might also be really good, because there is still only 12 damage on Iden. I mean, this is not like fatal is anywhere near right now. And I might Super Laser Blast to get rid of that tech also. You don't want him to be able to smuggle out of his resource row.
Yeah, I think killing tech's a high priority here, because at this point in the game, with so many resources out there, tech is providing huge like virtual card advantage by allowing those cards to be smuggled out, even if it's a little inefficient. In terms of the amount of cards that Colby has available to play, it's quite a few.
And I think Juan Bonilla figured it out. That one resource we see tapped at the top of the screen is what he's paying for the Falcon with. It's not his deck.
Gotcha. Okay.
I just thought it was so bad. This game has gone so badly for Colby. I thought that could be his deck, one card, because it feels like we've been here for a while with nothing happening for Colby.
It is rough.
Oh, the home one! Tell us about it.
Yeah. Is that a smuggled home one?
It is a smuggled home one. That's how long this game's gone. So give us
Tech is doing his job.
Yeah, what is good about home one? Walk us through it, Tower.
Okay, so Home 1 is a powerful card. It not only provides big stats and restore, it gives your other units restore, and when you play it, you're allowed to bring out a unit and discount it by 3 from your discard pile. I believe it has to be a heroism unit, and it looks like Colby's using that ability and paying an additional resource to play out Kira. And this is one of the cool things about Home 1. It plays a unit discounted by 3. It doesn't have to be a 3 or less cost unit. If you have extra resources, you can use it to bring out something larger, and that's just what Colby's doing here.
And some kind of spot removal card from set 3. I think it's one of the new cards. I'm not sure. It's a 4. Do you know what card that is, or is that?
I don't. Yeah, I do not immediately recognize it, but it looks like it was used to remove Home 1.
Yeah.
I initially thought Fell the Dragon, but
Right.
I can't quite tell.
Is that the artwork for Fell the Dragon? Doesn't look like it to me.
I think it's like, I think there's some glare and maybe it's a foil or something. I can't entirely tell what it is.
Maybe
there.
that's what's happening. But meanwhile, now Blue Devil is stacking damage on Colby's base. But
Yeah,
Colby
we're up
did
to, I
get
think,
him
18 damage.
I mean, but there's 18 damage, but I can't tell from the Death Star. But I think he hit him with the Snoke, and he hit him with the Childson. That's a lot of damage. That's 12 damage coming if that's what happened.
Okay, someone
Lethal
in chat points out
crackdown.
that it is a lethal crackdown.
Yeah.
Which destroys and that also explains why there is now so much damage on BlueDevilBoxer's base. So lethal crackdown is a card. It's a 4-cost vigilance villainy event. Defeat a non-leader unit, deal damage to your base equal to that unit's power. So it cleared Home 1, but it did 7 damage to BlueDevilBoxer's base in the process.
Wait a minute. If they can if he can find a way to get rid of the Snoke, Colby's on the
Michael 1.
That's another 4 damage.
Oh man, another lethal crackdown.
1, 2, 3, 4. He could replay the Snoke if he waylays it though. This is so close.
And I do believe it was
Surprise
actually only
strike
5
for
damage to his
4.
own base because of Snoke. But yeah, surprise strike. Okay, Colby's getting close.
Hey, we're don't give me hope. I don't want hope.
Ooh.
Oh, is that one of the
And there
vigilances?
is the vigilance.
Yeah,
I think
there went the
healing
hope.
that Aztec Liberator and healing 5.
No hope.
And now Iden probably being used to heal another one. Yep. And so we
No,
are
get-
back to 17 damage on base.
No. Courtney, we do need to get the scotch out for Colby. I'm going to fix a cocktail after watching my teammate get abused like this on stream.
Colby brings out a Battlefield Marine, but Snoke attacks and kills it, and then we see a perilous position being used to clear the Falcon, thanks to it being debuffed by Snoke itself. You know, it looks like Colby had a bright moment there, but the skies are darkening now.
It's in chat. Discord.
Now let's see here. It looks like their players are reordering their
George plays the winner
resources
of
or
that
something.
one. Michael plays the winner of that.
And lots and lots of resources for both players here.
So in more breaking news, Michael Carlock on Green Sabine did break. Here, let's put up the bracket. So in the top right corner here, Michael Carlock has beaten Michael Martinez. George Hudson's beaten Marcus Lopez. So we'll have a Green Sabine and a Yellow Han in the top 4. Who their opponents are going to be, it's likely going to be BlueDevilBoxer, and then the winner of the Maclunky Gaming Blue Bosk game.
I do think that green Sabine deck from Michael is going to have probably a better shot against a double blue Iden than Colby's deck does. An aggro tactic can be more effective in getting in there.
And is he back to 7 damage on his base when he was just at 20 something? That is disgusting.
Iden has a lot of healing.
Oh my gosh. Duncan Howard is really good, Tony says. Yep. And I think Duncan is going to be playing George if he can get past Maclunky Gaming's mic. But I think we all kind of want to see that green Luke deck again. That was fun stuff to watch.
Yeah, that was cool stuff.
Yeah. Very well brewed by Maclunky. Oh, there's the handshake.
Oh, Colby offers the handshake. The healing was too much. Snoke was chipping away at the base. Unfortunately, I think as we predicted, this is not the matchup that Colby wants to see with his Quinlan build. Double blue Iden was pretty firmly in control.
Yeah, I really give Colby a lot of respect for how hard he fought. He took an early loss today in Swiss, but he submarine back, making it all the way up to being third in Swiss. That's a pretty great day. He was 6-1 in Swiss, and then just ran into the only deck in the top 8 that I think he has almost no chance into, and that's unfortunate.
Yeah, tough break there. Tough break there for Colby. I suppose he was probably hoping that Iden was going to be on the other side of the bracket, or that it would be knocked out by, maybe one of those double yellow Hans that you were mentioning, having a strong gameplay into it earlier.
Yeah. And Dr. Kamikero is asking what the heck is BN. BN is short for Bothan Network. We are a competitive SWU team. We compete against teams like Maclunky Gaming, like Late Night Gaming, KTOD, and CoDameron here is one of the streamers who just played on Stream and Lost, and he is a member of our competition team. If you want to come hang out with us in our free public Discord, this is what the QR code you see on the screen is. You can scan that, join our Discord, and we'll play games. It's mostly a looking for games spot on the Discord, but we do have some deck lists, and we do have some channels for some of our content creators. But we'd love to have more people come and hang out with us. So thanks for asking. Yeah.
Yeah, and I do think there are some cool resources available on that. On that Discord, even if you're not interested in trying to become a part of the team or doing that type of stuff.
Yeah. We have a great community.
They got good general channels. If you're into, if you're a Rebel Resource backer, the Rebel Resource Patreon has a channel on that server actually.
So does RodneyStubbs.
Yeah, RodneyStubbs. That was the other one. You were mentioning that earlier, Frank.
Chris Schutz is in there. If you join his Patreon, you get a private part of our Discord to interact with Chris and work on decks with him. He uploads VODs on there. Ryan has town halls. And we do general stuff, too, for the public. Like, we'll have a Bothan Brawl Night where members of the Bothan competitive team will be sitting in a room, and you can come and play our decks, play against us. We usually play meta decks for you to get ready for events. We have a European section. We have a lot of Europeans that hang out in our server. We love that. And we just enjoy building up this great community of Star Wars Unlimited. I mean, Tower, you've seen it firsthand yourself. I have never been around a card game with such a open and supportive and inclusive, just such a great community. Has that been your experience also?
Yeah, I think the community here has been really good. I think that Fantasy Flight games in general, I think, have often had friendlier communities than some of the other games. I played several of the older living card game titles, so Android Netrunner, Legend of the Five Rings LCG, Warhammer 40k Conquest LCG, and I think that those games in general, I think, had more positive and laid back communities than you might otherwise associate with competitive card games. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah.
There are good TCG communities out there. I didn't mean to
for
say
sure.
there wasn't. I just mean I love our community. It's so great.
Yeah. No, this one's good, and it's not cutthroat, and it's not unfriendly to new guys either, which I think is very, very positive.
And Don's has some nice comments about the Bothan Network. Thank you, Don's. We are a very serious competitive team, but at the same time, we try to do everything we can to support and build the community. That's why we interact with the public and encourage players and help. We have a coaching section where we don't charge anything. We just help people with their decks and their thoughts on the game. And we are throwing the largest Star Wars Unlimited event ever, March 28th, 29th, and 30th in Atlanta, Georgia. It's going to be the Bothan Invitational Atlanta, BIATL, so the battle at Beattle. We are super excited about it. We're going to have every content creator, and if I have to go drive an Uber to pick up Tower from California and drive him over, we are going to have TowerNumberNine there. He's going to be casting. He's going to be playing. We're going to get a team for him. Hopefully get a second team from Maclunky.
I want to just be very clear. It's not confirmed that I'll be there.
I know, but I'm gonna keep hopes and prayers alive that we can get Tower 99.
I do think there's a good chance I'll attend. I have sort of a complicated and weird work situation, but I'm hoping to get that sorted out soon.
It would be a huge boon for your YouTube and content creation because we would feature you prominently at the event and the live stream from that event, because it's going to be, listen to when this is. This event's happening within 2 weeks of set 4 dropping. Jump to Lightspeed. This is going to be the massive Gen Con-like tournament that's going to set the entire meta for set 4. We're going to have the largest SWU tournament ever with 256 players, and it's going to have a $6,000 prize pool. it's going to be $2,000 just for first place in that tournament. And then the Sunday 2K, when everyone's seen the meta from the 6K, we'll have a 2K. That also will see how people can respond. We're also going to have Star Wars Unlimited's first ever team event, a $2,000 prize pool. It's going to be 3v3. It's going to have a really exciting format. And so I think this is going to be the biggest SWU event that we're ever going to have until we all get to Galactics in Las Vegas with FFG. So I'm excited about it.
I think it's going to be really cool. And have you announced the format for that team event at this time?
Yeah, this is cool. So what we're doing, you can only have one leader on your team. So you can't have a team of 3 Sabine players. You just can't. So each team of 3 can only have one leader. Then
you mean each leader can only be once on the team?
Right. Yeah, you could have a Leia, a Sabine, and an Ahsoka. We don't care about which leaders you choose. You just couldn't have 2 Ahsokas or 3 Ahsokas on the same team. Yeah. And then the format's kind of cool too. At the start of the round, you show the other team you're playing.
You guys want to bring me a steak?
Colby's ordering his food. You show the other team.
What do we have there?
I think Colby's mic is picking up. I can mute it.
Oh, it was awful.
Oh, here he comes.
Where's the press release?
Hold on, I think we're about to have a talk with Colby.
Where's the press release?
Colby. There he is.
Hey.
Colby.
Oh, that was awful.
I'm pouring out a scotch for you, brother.
Nah, my pile of 60 didn't beat his pile of 60. I had a shot if, but thank you, sir. All of my home ones went in the thing. Game 1, no shot. Game 2, Snoke comes down, no shot. I don't know how to beat that matchup. I've never tested it.
Yeah, it was pretty one-sided, I'm afraid. Not because you didn't play perfectly. It was just that I don't know, just
seemed like a tough matchup.
Yeah.
Yeah.
About that.
My pile of 60 doesn't beat that pile of 60, and that's just the facts. And I did, and like if you dodge that, like if Michael also lost, he's playing the yellow pop because our Michael won. My Michael, Florida Michael lost. But Cold Protocol he won. If he had played Snoke, if the matchups fall differently, it's fine. If I can get the Sabine player to kill the Snoke player or something, But hey, consistent top 8s in PQs, I'm about it.
Oh, I was telling him how you made finals here at this very shop in set 2. You were the finalist with your red Boba deck. But today, you still made a top cut. That's pretty impressive.
Oh, I'm so happy with it.
If I recall correctly, that was a really good and close finals. I think I might have been casting that.
Yeah, you were.
Yeah, that was a match to remember.
I remember that match. The daring raid, but the third surprise strikes one action faster. Man, that was, and this one was already a bit of a Cinderella story to make it as far into the set that I did. And sometimes you get a bad matchup, but I was really happy with the performance.
When I was playing Flesh and Blood TCG, at one point I had a deck where I was like, I feel really confident into everything in this field except this one deck, and my game plan is to just not get paired with that in the finals.
And that's just how tournaments go. And that's the law of large numbers, right? The good players are consistent in Swiss, and then you have to get lucky in the cut. That's what I found. So, winning Swiss is about consistency in your deck, and cut is about getting a little lucky, pushing your luck, trying to push a little harder.
So we have some bad news for the people wanting to see the Luke Green again. Duncan Howard on Bosk Blue. Is Duncan playing Bosk Blue? Is that right,
yeah.
Colby? Okay. So we think Duncan Howard has prevailed. So George Hudson on Mono Han will play Duncan Howard. We think it's Blue Bosk. And Michael Carlock will play Green Sabine into that blue Iden deck we just saw.
And right now, we're going to see that matchup on the table once again.
It's going to be Sabine versus Iden. Is that right, Colby?
Yes, sir.
All right.
It's the Bothan versus the Iden. Good luck, guys.
Yeah, and can you stick around and cast with us, Colby, or are you going to go watch?
I would be too loud next to the players. I'm right here.
And can you confirm for us, though, that the other bracket has a Bosk Blue, Duncan Howard on Bosk Blue?
I will be here. I'll be manning the chair for you guys, but I don't want to actively cast.
No, you don't have to cast, but will you just go check that the other matchup got Bosk Blue in it?
I'll figure it out for you.
Thank you.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Well, we will see here whether or not Michael from the Bothan Network is going to be able to avenge his teammate Colby's defeat at the hands of BlueDevilBoxer's Double Blue Iden. But I don't know how this is going to go, but I will say that if I had to go against Double Blue Iden, I would like my odds a lot better running Green Sabine than I would with a more mid-rangey Quinlan build.
I could not agree more. We've got you've got a chance to get it done in 5 resources. If you maybe with a Wrecker 6 resources, and that's it. If they've turned the corner, unless you can stack some 4 cause I believe ins, I think it's over.
Now Iden does have some relevant tools, and Double Blue Iden in particular has one tool that's very important, and that is Vigilance for 4, which is really an annoying thing to deal with as an aggro player.
Vigilance for 4 is what can turn this match around. In my experience, when blue villain decks or even the hero villain decks, if they try to start healing too soon, your first priority has to be control the board. If they control the board first, then they start stacking vigilances and top targets and things like that. Then it's just, you can't come back from that. The only hope that Michael has is that Blue Devil maybe tries to play an early vigilance that's not that impactful, so the board state isn't changing that much, just 1 unit. If Blue Devil only changes the board state by 1 unit per turn, and Michael's able to keep putting out big units and multiple units, he can get a wave. It's like a tidal wave of damage and get past the finish line. So that's what we're going to be looking for.
Frank, I can confirm the other game is George on Mono Han versus Duncan on Bosque Blue.
Perfect, thank you.
All right, I'll be back.
Great.
I have it updated.
Okay.
Go there and save it.
We're going to bring up an updated bracket next.
Discord.
In Discord? Okay.
Private message. Save. Be out or yeah.
All right, so our top
Save it
4,
over
we
top-
have
save over top 8,
a Mono
Save.
Han,
Hit save.
we have a Sabine Green, we have a Bosque Blue, and we have Iden Double Blue. And that is the top 4. 4 different leaders in that top 4.
And I think we've gotten the bracket updated. Duncan Howard, yep, against George Hudson. Michael Carlock against BlueDevilBoxer. Yep. So Duncan is a fan favorite of Symbiote from the KTOD Discord. I don't know Duncan myself, but maybe Symbiote can give us some background on him. And the blue Iden list is right. Let's see if we can move this and look at the lists. No, it's not really possible. The video is not good enough to see the list. But they are getting their cool top 4 prizes right now, which is nice.
Nice. What is the top 4 prize for one of these events again?
It's these tokens. You can see them looking at right here, these black and red tokens. And it's more of the promo cards that say top 4 on them.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
Yep. I'm going to go fill up my water so we can keep going. It's been a long day for me, and I love this. I'll be right back.
Josh in chat saying, of course Palp gets matched against Sabine. It's only weakness. Yeah, Michael Martinez might not be loving the fact that he ended up matched with the one Sabine player who made this top 8. Not the deck that you necessarily want to be playing against as a Palpatine player. Tim in chat asking, what is this Luke Green deck? So we actually had a game earlier on stream with this Luke deck. It is I believe a Luke Skywalker ECL build that had some cool energy conversion lab ambush plays with cards like General Riken, Isla Secura. It seemed like a cool thing. And these players here are getting ready. BlueDevilBoxer versus Michael Carlock from the Bothan Network. I believe they are shuffling up and getting prepared to initiate the game here. Should be an exciting time as we move into the semi-finals here at the Star Wars Unlimited Planetary Qualifier here in Kissimmee, Florida. Michael pile shuffling there. Useful technique for counting how many cards are in your deck, making sure you have the right totals, didn't leave something from the sideboard in or get your cards mixed up or anything like that. And it will be interesting to see how this goes. I personally think You know what? We'll have to see. We'll have to see. I think Sabine is probably favored in this matchup, but maybe not by as much as some people might think. A double blue Iden deck does have some real moves into Sabine. Oh, and we have Josh from Next Gen Gaming SC in the chat. Josh, also a caster and content creator. He's put out some cool videos on his Next Gen Gaming SC channel, and we were actually co-casting together a bit recently over on some of the Maclunky Gaming streams. So shout out to Josh. Good to have you in chat.
Hey, let's go, baby. Go see Warren.
All right. Hopefully we are going to be getting started soon as these players are getting ready, and both of them here are using showcase leaders. Showcase Iden versus Showcase Sabine here on the stream. What do you think, Frank? Who's your favorite to win this?
I mean, I'm biased because Michael's my teammate, and we've worked on this deck list together. We were making tweaks late last night. I don't know that. If you, like you said earlier, if I was going to play blue Iden, I mean, isn't just massive aggro your only hope? And if you're not playing Han, the problem with playing blue Iden is that the DJ tech combo just destroys your. I mean, just you can't keep up if they DJ you a few times.
Yeah. So having a discard strategy can be effective against this type of deck sometimes. Looks like Michael's going to win that roll off, and I surmise that means we're going to see him going first.
Yeah, it's going to be a race where if Michael can double unit, if he only plays 1 unit per turn on curve, I think Iden's going to win this. If Michael can get like I don't know what he has 1-drop wise, he has R2, but he'd have to on turn 2, if he can put down, his turn 1 unit's going to die out of power or something like that. Then his turn 2, if he could play like an A-wing and an R2, something like that, it's going to help him be able to push damage around the spot removal that Blue Devil's running in blue Iden.
Yeah, and there are some 1-cost units that you have access to as a Sabine player to potentially flood that board. You know, you might see something like Spec Force Soldier. You know, that was a card that saw a lot of play in the Spark of Rebellion meta, but I think is a reasonable choice here as well. You know, Spec Force Soldier, there's the 2 new clones that are 1-cost units that are somewhat aggressive. There's the 1/3 raid 1, and there's the 1/2 coordinate for +1/+1. But one downside is some of those cards, running them is going to compromise the amount of rebels that you're playing, which is traditionally something that Sabine cares a lot about.
All right, so we did just see a really good resource for Michael. The resource is that he put a timely down. If he can ECL Wrecker and follow it up the next turn with a timely ECL Wrecker, something like that, yeah, that's the kind of thing he's going to have to do. He's going to have to get 2 big ECLs off using the timely resource he just put down. He's thinking about keeping the Pathfinder, which we were in testing really liking the Pathfinder against Crafty Smuggler and against Village People, the Village Protectors. But you don't want the... is that an R2? I think you would be able to... He could double deploy on turn 2 maybe with the R2. But unfortunately he drew the... Peacekeepers. Peacekeeper is not good in this matchup. The Peacekeeper it's fine at 3/5, but the Peacekeeper is really good in the mid-range and aggro matchups where you can heal back the damage they're doing to you. Iden's not going to be doing any damage to him. Iden doesn't care about...
In this matchup, that Restore 2 really doesn't necessarily mean as much as it would in an aggro race.
So it looks to me like Michael would lead Pathfinder. He might lead it into A-Wing, but I hope he top decks something better, like any of the 2-drops that he could pair with the R2 and do an R2 with a 2-drop on turn 2. So you start getting around the power of the dark side and spot removal that Iden's running. I hope Michael, he might end up resourcing that Wrecker. I hope not. I would resource the Sundari Peacekeeper here as an easy resource choice. So Jordan's asking about the top 8. I can put the bracket up for a moment while we're waiting on Michael to make his decision. That's the bracket. And we'll flash it again. Michael's not running Soldier of the 501st. It doesn't have Rebel Synergy, but I know that some Green Sabine decks have been lately going towards kind of the idea of double deploying on turn 1. And so the Soldier of the 501st is showing up in those decks. But Michael's got a tough decision. Oh, is that the Pathfinder? It's hard. It got a little fuzzy for me, right? Yeah, don't resource the Pathfinder. Resource the... Peacekeeper. Man, he keeps changing his mind here.
Resource decisions can be very important in this game.
I would definitely keep the red 3 for my turn 2 play if I don't double deploy R2 with a 2-drop. But Michael has decided he is going to resource the red 3. He's a great player. He has a masterclass video with Loopee on how to play Green Sabine, if you want to go watch that video. So I have in no way criticizing what Michael's doing. I'm just giving y'all some thoughts. I've been known to play some Green Sabine myself.
Yeah, I remember seeing you actually a few times playing Green Sabine. You know, your channel name, the blonde Sabine, is indicative of a different angle on it. But you know, Green Sabine's a good deck too.
Yeah. My wife is the blonde Sabine. It's her channel. I just help. You know, I'm her sidekick.
All right, looks like it's going to be an R2 for Michael Carlock here.
Mm-hmm. So
Initiative taken.
See, he drew the
Sabine
A-Wing. So if he had led with the Pathfinder, which is going to die to the Power of the Dark Side, then he could have played the R2 with an A-Wing on this turn, and now he's going to be able to get around the fact that Blue Devil can only kill 1 unit at a time until he gets the Super Laser Blast. But
Yeah, let's see what Blue Devil plays out here. I think there's a good chance that we are going to see some kind of removal to clear out R2.
Yeah, he's running 6 Power of the Dark Sides, 3 powers and 3 of that new card, whatever it's called.
Merciless Contest,
yeah,
I believe.
That's it. Mm-hmm.
And Merciless Contest is an annoying card for opponents to deal with sometimes.
Josh Doe is rooting for Iden. We have a contingency of control players and wants to avenge Palpatine. Yeah, resourcing with Sabine is a much harder decision-making process than people realize. So Michael's gonna... I'm seeing what's happening here. He did play the Peacekeeper. And he claimed. Wow. So Iden took off his first 2 turns? Yeah. This is good for Michael.
Okay.
Yeah.
But look how much better the board would look if it had been Pathfinder R2 A-Wing. He'd have 3 units on the board right now. But Michael's in... This is good, though. I mean, Michael's in a great shape. I mean, I like where Michael is. So...
I take it you're not one of the ones who's rooting for Iden then.
This is that card. It's only going to cost him 1 damage. It's one of the new set 3 cards I'm not very familiar with. But it cost all of his resources, and now Michael's in great shape.
Blake's right. I think the mulligan messed him up.
Okay, yeah, I mean we're gonna see a Sabine deployment this turn, almost certainly. We still have 4 resources for Michael Carlock to throw out some more units and threats here.
And I see we're joined in chat by PQ winner Blake Edmondson, who just won the SCG Friday event and played fantastically
And a
this
PQ
weekend.
winner.
Also made the top 4 cut where they split Sunday at SCG, and he is a Green Sabine master. He mains it. There's the flip from Sabine. So any thoughts Blake has in chat is something we're going to pay careful attention to, Blake. So thanks for hanging out with us.
And the heat is on here for BlueDevilBoxer. Michael bringing out. Oh, that's odd. So he played the A-Wing and didn't use his other resources this turn. That surprises me.
Yeah, again, I just feel like I gave y'all a different resourcing line and deploy line Michael could have taken, and I think it would have fixed all of what you're seeing right now. But Michael's still in very good shape. I can't tell from the fuzzy camera where we're at on the dice, though.
Yeah, it's a little difficult to tell how much damage is being dealt here. It looks like it's going to be a Lieutenant Childson from BlueDevilBoxer. Maybe skipping some of those turns, enabling him to get some big stats on the table here.
Yeah, we really need the Wi-Fi there at Coliseum Comics to pick up. Okay, 8 damage on the base. A Childson is going to be a 6/6, of course. Childson. So this is a really good roadblock Iden has thrown up.
Looks like there's a Super Laser Blast and a Perilous Position in hand for BlueDevilBoxer. Not sure what the other 2 cards that were revealed there were.
I think Iden will want to get that Perilous Position onto the A-Wing next turn, because he's got ground just jammed up with a 6/6 Childson. Michael is running sabers. Okay, the wing leader. Okay, Michael's getting fully committed to space. Because another option
Wing
here.
Leader comes out and gives 2 experience to that A-Wing, which can now swing for 5 damage. 1 base, 2 from the experience tokens, and then 2 from Raid 2.
So this is a 4-turn race at this point. Can Michael... He's got 5 resources. This is 3 turn. Michael has 3 turns before Super Laser Blast. He's got to get enough damage through space. So I think Iden's going to lead next turn with a Perilous on the A-Wing. Because I think the line... For sure. See, Michael's showing us. I seek the Saber. If he has a... he's still got the ECL Wrecker. Oh, we've got an ECL Wrecker right now. Oh, that's going to blow this game open. I think Michael's got game 1. I really do. And don't forget, there's still a Timely underneath in his resource rod. We saw...
Michael has some options here.
I mean, I hate that the Wi-Fi there at Coliseum of Comics is giving us a little fuzziness, but we had 8 damage on the base. So the... Man, this is actually not bad for Michael right now.
Could be a lot worse.
It could be a lot worse. And this is what I think a suboptimal resourcing decisions at the beginning play line. And Michael still looks great here. Here comes the Wrecker.
Okay, Wrecker. Yeah, Wrecker ECL, I believe. Looking at his resources.
Probably going to throw out a Pathfinder. He'll probably discard
I surmise
the
he's going to ditch a resource, deal 5 damage,
3.
then swing on in and do a lot of Overwhelm.
Yeah, that's great. And it's going to kill the Wrecker, but he doesn't care. He's going to get, 6 damage Overwhelm? So taking him to from 13 to 19 with the Fatal on the board, and he has 6 resources to answer it. Even 1 Vigilance right now doesn't stop Blue Devil from losing this game. Iden has a flip now, but I think it's just going to be too slow. As long as he attacks with the Battlefield Marine first action, the Iden flip isn't going to get him out of this. There's the Entrench. That slows Michael down.
Yeah, that buffed A-Wing is now even bigger, but unfortunately with it being unable to attack the base and this double blue Iden running very few units, that A-Wing is kind of out of the picture for now.
Right. I mean, Michael does have some anti-upgrade stuff in his sideboard, but I don't know if it's worth wasting a spot just to take out an occasional Entrenched. Here's the Vigilance we knew was coming. All I can do is take out a little A-Wing. The healing is nice, but it's fuzzy. I'm having a hard time seeing the damage numbers.
Yeah, it looks like the Wing Leader's off the board, and there was a
18,
heal for 5.
19, 20. Is that 20 damage? This is... Michael hasn't drawn any 4 causes.
Arena is still chipping those hits in.
Yeah, Michael needs some 4 causes. He's going to put an R2 on the bottom of his deck. The filtering
Probably
is...
a good move at this point. Now, what is happening here? Are they? I guess they're doing the next turn procedure here, I think.
Yeah, they went to the next turn. I saw a Fleet Lieutenant in his hand. That's good for Michael. So we're at 7. Michael's still 1 away from the Super Laser Blast. I think Blue Devil next turn will want to flip Iden and Super Laser Blast everything off the board. But again,
yeah,
seeing how
that can be a way to get an emergency heal. It does clear Iden herself, but you get to heal for every unit that gets defeated in that blast as well. Every enemy
second
unit,
Vigilance, trying to hold on for dear life at this point, but the Fleet Lieutenant's going to pump one of them. I don't think it's enough. It's going to be super close. Because that puts him back at 12, 17, 18. Even with the Fleet Lieutenant, that's 23. I don't see a 4 cause yet. Michael really needed to stack up a couple of 4 causes in his hand to combat the fact that Blue Devil had both of his Vigilances already. 2 Vigilances is also tough for Sabine to overcome.
I have breaking news.
Vigilance is a very strong card, Frank. Very strong card indeed. Iden is taking the field here from BlueDevilBoxer. But is it going to be too late? Fleet Lieutenant sending more attacks into that base. BlueDevilBoxer's base is severely damaged. I think that's 22 damage on there now.
If Iden
Only
has
8 HP left.
Super Laser Blast, I think he just claims and blasts right away. I think there's too much damage.
A Super Laser Blast here would not only clear the field, it would also heal for 5, I believe.
It would. Oh no.
Ooh,
that's a bad
entrenching
sign.
Iden.
That's a bad sign for Blue Devil. If he's having to do this, this is really good for Michael.
Yeah, not what you most
Yeah.
not where you most want to be here as the Iden player. Does get 1 point of healing from having the Iden clear a Fleet Lieutenant, but not sure it's going to be enough.
Back to 20. I thought he was at 22. I must have been adding up wrong. Yeah,
All right, we're going.
Yeah, Eekfoil's
We're
asking.
going into the next turn, and it might be the last turn of the game if Michael can avoid losing his stuff and keep this pressure on.
He just needed to draw Super Laser. I mean, 4 causes, and I don't see him. He does have a timely. He can ambush in if he needs to. If he could top deck another Wrecker, then he could actually ambush in a Wrecker right here, which would be huge.
Yeah, Iden's shield is down, and while she is reinforced by that entrenched Wrecker, an ambushed Wrecker could deal 5 damage to her, and then, swing with the main attack and deal 5 overwhelm.
So, Juan Benia is asking about what were some of the suboptimal decisions. I thought early Michael led with a R2 instead of a Rebel Pathfinder. I like keeping the R2 for turn 2, where he could have come down. He could have put it with the A-Wing and actually played 2 units on turn 2. He had 3 units on the board. At the same time that Blue Devil is skipping his first 2 turns, Blue Devil would have started turn 4 with Michael already having 3 units on the board. And I think the damage would have got there by now already, to be honest, if that had been the line.
Yeah, and chat, just in case anyone is not aware, Frank here is very familiar with multiple small units tactics as Sabine, so I think, I quite agree with his analysis at this point.
It's just Sabine is usually one misstep away from losing almost every game we play, right, Blake? it's like Evanson, the PQ winner on Sabine CLs in the chat. He'll tell you if we mess up a play line at all, our deck does not forgive us. We can only get there with really precise play.
Yeah, Sabine may be an aggro deck, but she is not a no-brain aggro deck.
No.
There are some very real decisions to make with the Sabine deck.
I hate that the camera keeps being fuzzy for everybody. I hope hopefully Colby can do something to improve the Wi-Fi experience. Yeah, Blake's agreeing with this.
What is happening here?
I think we're waiting on Blue Devil to make his resource decision. Is that a Snoke that came down?
No, yeah, I think he resourced. I think he just played a Supreme Leader Snoke, -2/-2 on the field here. Michael Carlock now not in as good a spot as it looked because a lot of his units are not really doing damage here. Now Sabine swings in and is going to do at least 1 just with her on attack ability. Iden swinging to clear R2.
Thanks, Alex. Was rooting for the gold
go ahead,
jersey. He's referring to Bothan Network competition team members like Michael Carlock here and George Hudson on the other side of the bracket. If they win a 65-plus person tournament, they get the gold jersey, which is just our jersey with the accents that they're allowed to wear. So Michael, if he can somehow miraculously find a way through this Iden and then win the PQ, he'll also be winning a gold jersey. But now this is interesting that he chose not to ECL. That he could have used the timely on this K2. I don't know what's in his hand.
But what do you do? What do you ambush in with K2?
18. I'm doing the damage. 23. That I got him to 26. If you hit Snoke with it, put 2 damage on Snoke. You're gonna have to clear Snoke, I think.
Snoke is a big problem here.
Yeah. But Matt, if he could just draw a Rebel Assault, maybe a Rebel Assault gets him there. It's going to be close. This is close. This is close.
Now let's see here. Michael pondering a play there, I think.
But he only has, is that 4 resources? That's 3. So he could timely in a 2-drop. But I can't imagine there's a 2-drop you'd want to timely in right now. He just passed. I see a wing leader in his hand. A wing leader on K2SO could be possible. I mean, one nice thing about Entrench is it stops Blue Devil from being able to play Power of the Dark Side or the other. What's the other card that's the new Power of the Dark Side?
Banquet? No.
Perilous position.
Perilous.
Looks better on that screen than my screen.
It's just the screen quality.
Poe is really good here. Poe would be amazing here because Poe would kick out the Entrenched on the A wing, and you could actually discard twice, kill the Snoke, take off the Entrenched, swing for Fatal because you're killing Snoke. That's fantastic. Yeah, Merciless something. So Blue Devil's running 6 Merciless, but there's some anti-synergy in his deck because if you entrench something, if you play a Merciless, if you play a Power, all you do is sack the unit that he already entrenched. So there is a little counter anti-synergy going on in this double Blue Iden deck build. I think Blue Devil is contemplating. It could be Super Laser Blast.
Let's see what happens here. This is going a lot longer than some Sabine game ones go.
So he's going to take out the K2. Michael's obviously going to put 3 on the base. Taking him to 24, 25, 25. A Rebel Assault doesn't do it because the Peacekeeper's not a Rebel. A timely Poe or Wrecker wins right now. That would be hot.
Michael's only at 1 damage.
What?
Michael's only at 1 damage?
Oh yeah, this isn't about...
Yeah,
Yeah,
I don't know.
this isn't about Michael's damage on
Frank.
the base. Hey, is that Phil? Hey, Phil?
Yeah.
So
So I think Michael might need 2 more damage on the base because Snoke doesn't decrease the leader attack.
Oh, wow.
Oh, good point. I believe Snoke does say non-leader unit.
Yeah.
Yep. So Sabine should be still hitting for 3 total.
Unfortunately, we don't have a way to talk to Colby or the judges if they're not listening to us.
What happened?
Because we're not there. Sabine does not get -2 from Snoke. So damage. So every time he swung with Sabine, it should have been 2 more damage.
I was thinking there because if he wing leadered his Sabine there, he couldn't clear Sabine with Snoke anymore either.
I think Sabine's already swung twice. I think the game would be over. He's smuggling out a Cassian. Okay, so that puts a point of damage on Snoke, which is actually really important because of Wrecker can do 5 just by discarding. He doesn't even have to timely end the Wrecker now to kill the Snoke. He could actually use Poe very easily next turn. Michael's got to have... Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Michael's got to draw a 4 cause at some point. Where's the 4 causes? Usually I've drawn 3 by now.
It can kind of be a lockdown, but it does seem like there are some ways to navigate it here.
Mm-hmm. Please let this be a 4 cause. No, another wing leader. And he is wing leadering Sabine, which is fatal. Wait, what happened? Okay, because it automatically dies because of Snoke. Because another thing that's powerful about 4 cause is Michael could have used it to dig through his deck to find the Poe or Wrecker he needs to play the timely with. Not drawing 4 cause has been massively bad for Michael.
Is Michael playing Heroic Resolve?
Not Heroic Resolve, but
Heroic Sacrifice?
Not Heroic Sacrifice either.
No.
We worked on this list last night for a long time. Now the answer to Snoke is the timely for the Poe Wrecker.
Man, how long has this game gone on?
That big one.
I would not be surprised if it were possible to finish an entire match of this matchup.
So what's frustrating right now, Michael doesn't realize he can swing for fatal with Sabine. Oh, does that kill Sabine? 4, 5, 6. See, that doesn't kill Sabine. Michael thinks the Snoke is giving Sabine -2/-2. No, it doesn't. It does kill it. It does kill it. 4 plus 3, right, is 7? Yeah, that does kill it. That does kill it. 4 plus 3 is 7. Yep, that kills it. Oh well. But I still think there should be enough damage on the base right now.
But is there?
No, I can go back to pinging.
Yeah, it's lethal. It's 7. So what's the life total out here? 18. There's the first 4 cause. Thank you, SWU force users. Oh, and he's got the ambush. Oh, but he did. Is that a? He missed for a dark saber, I think.
He did.
What are we seeing here? Yeah.
It's a Poe Wrecker and a K2. Beautiful cards for Michael right now, knowing he has a timely under there. So really, he can just win now with the Poe, because the Poe can take off the entrenched. So what does he put it back to 25? But he also can win by. Can he win by Poe killing Snoke with this resource discard and then going through? Is that 4 damage? 4 damage on.
Not quite enough.
Yeah, he's just short. 3. That's 4.
If he has a timely as well, he can timely the Wrecker.
Yeah,
Wrecker
he does have a
kill the
timely.
Snoke off, and then run Wrecker over the Iden.
Yeah, it's a. Did the Iden take? I thought Iden already had 4 damage on it. Did the Iden take damage from killing Sabine?
Is that what she? Is that when Iden used up her shield?
No, she has damage on her. The only way she could have damaged her is she had to be gone already.
Oh yeah, it's interesting.
No, I'm wondering if I gotta watch the replay of this back. I think Michael's already won this game. He doesn't realize that Snoke doesn't affect leaders.
Yeah, I think so because Iden should have 6 damage on her right
If
now.
Iden has
she
6,
killed the K2.
then the Wrecker timely would be fatal because you could kill Snoke with a resource discard, go through the entrenched Iden, and you have fatal.
Interesting point.
I wish the judges could hear us to correct all this.
I do think it can be commonly forgotten that that Supreme Leader Snoke's ability does not apply to leader units.
I wish we had anybody listening. Anybody there, go tell the judges that there should be 6 damage on, and there should be 2 more damage on the base from when that.
Well, I don't know 100% for sure. You know, I'd have to watch it to verify. Although maybe someone can clip that too. I don't know.
Okay, so killed that. It's irrelevant.
He just gets like 1 heal off of it.
Yeah. What's the 12, 24? Oh, okay, that does take him out of fatal range because they didn't put the 2 damage on it from Sabine.
Oh, he actually healed 2 because the Snoke died, right? Does he get 1? I forget if Iden heals off of it.
We don't have any way to contact the judges. Colby is our interface there.
I've been Discord messaging him, but it's not responding.
I'm gonna grab a drink, guys. I will be right back.
Well, it's frustrating if there's judges sitting there and they didn't realize that Snoke doesn't affect leaders.
Yeah.
And in all of our discussion about it, I missed what Michael put back up. Oh, there is a Poe there. But he should have kept the Wrecker. Wait, why did Snoke die? Did I miss something?
Because a merciless contest, he had to sacrifice a unit, a non-leader unit.
Wow. Man, I like a Wrecker right now with the timely.
Oh yeah, it would be beautiful.
Yeah, it's definitely too late to back up at this point, I think. But someone needs to tell Michael that Snoke doesn't affect leaders for next game. He smuggled out a Cassian. I didn't see him replace the resource, though. And maybe that somehow we're missing what they did for Snoke to affect.
No, everybody's talking about it.
Yeah.
Everybody's like, please stop the stream.
Please stop the stream. I'll stop the stream.
I think maybe they're telling them now.
12, 24.
All right, crew, I am back, and it looks like the game has not yet concluded. Are they going to go to time? This is wild. How long has this been going?
I think, if we can be quiet, I think we hear them talking in the background about it.
Yeah.
That Sabine hit the base twice. And there should be 6 damage on Iden.
Mistakes, you know, it's just honest mistakes happening. There's nothing malicious going on.
Oh, I know. It's fine. It is what it is.
You gotta stop.
So, I am 100% not accusing Blue Devil of doing that on purpose. That is not what I'm accusing him of. It is, I'm sure it was an honest mistake. We've all been here all.
Yeah, we got some from
a long time.
KTOD in chat saying, I forget that about Snoke all the time, even though people always remind me.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, it's a... Oh, and what happened in the Duncan George game, I believe George was the winner. So we were remarking earlier that we are going to see a mono yellow Han in the finals, though who his opponent will be has yet to be determined here. Frank, if you're George, who would you rather play against? Double Blue Iden or Green Sabine?
Double Blue Iden, we saw George beat Double Blue Iden today with the DJ tech combo. It was not even, it didn't even seem that difficult for George.
Got it. So you think those DJs are gonna just shut down Iden's game plan? I could easily see it, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I didn't catch the match earlier, but it sounds like it went in the way that one might expect.
Yeah, he deserves it.
It is totally on both players, though, to remember that Snoke does not affect leaders. That's absolutely both players' responsibility. But I'm not on the judges' team, so I don't know how that's handled. I'm sure there's a judge there that handled it correctly.
Back to gameplay.
So what do you think they sideboarded?
Was paying attention.
What would you sideboard here, Frank?
We put Wolf. I remember, at least I think Michael put Wolf in the sideboard. Wolf would be really good. There's some small chance you would run disabling Fang Fighters out of the board to get rid of the entrenched.
And clear those entrenched. Also top target if Blue Devil Boxer.
Top target, and also the perilous positions. Those also can come off with the Fang Fighter.
All right, Michael looks like he is good to go.
Shuffling. Michael's
Blue Devil
shuffling.
Boxer still shuffling up here.
Oh, we paused. There
I have returned.
Welcome
Hunter?
back.
Hey, Hunter.
Yes, sir.
You missed excitement and drama.
I was in the chat. I was watching. But yeah. I missed the first round though. But it seems that both Bothans are doing great.
Calum, I actually don't know if it even was a judge's decision to give the Sabine player the win or what. It's possible that Blue Devil Boxer actually conceded learning about this situation. We have seen some stuff like that before, where faced with a complicated and wrong situation, the player who benefited from that chooses to concede.
And I think it's also fair to say that all the play lines may have been really different. Like, Iden might have just killed Sabine with the entrenched Iden. There's a whole lot of different play lines. So there's the first turn unit, there's the power of the dark side, and then Michael comes in with the red 3.
Yeah, pretty standard lines here.
Mm-hmm.
I think Blue Devil Boxer took initiative with the first action. Michael brought out Sabine, and then we saw Power of the Dark Side clearing Sabine, and now Michael plays red 3.
Fleet Lieutenant.
No, it was a
K2.
Sabine unit into. Oh, looking at the hand, is it like a
Fleet Lieutenant, Wrecker, K2, and something else.
And is that a lieutenant? Is that a governor, regional governor, maybe in Blue Devil's hand? That's spicy.
Ooh.
Yeah, a Childson.
Regional governor.
Charleston's nice.
He's going to try to get off a 6/6 Childson, a takedown, a top target. Devil. I think Blue Devil's going to be very comfortable this game. I don't see any problem with Blue Devil taking game 2 with what I just saw in their hand.
Yeah, we'll have to see how it goes. I do think we're going to see. Oh, it's going to be.
Takedown on the red 3. Yeah.
No, it's that crackdown thing again.
Oh,
that,
you take damage from? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't love that card, to be honest with you. I'm not sure you want to be taking damage here.
But it has good synergy with Iden. I really like what Blue Devil's done with this deck here, because if you use the card to kill a unit and you take damage, Iden can heal one of the damage from it back off again.
Yeah, that's a relevant point.
Yeah.
So we see, following the crackdown, BlueDevilBoxer indeed uses Iden, like you said. Michael's gonna send out K2SO. I think ping with Sabine, deploy Sabine, and swing on in.
Yeah.
So the pressure is on BlueDevilBoxer here.
Yeah, he's got gas.
The regional governor would be really spicy if that's what we did see in his hand. And unfortunately, Michael has got so much gas in his hand right now that I can't imagine what the regional governor would even slow down. You maybe would say a PO to stop a PO ECL. But even then, even then, the K2SO is just going to kill the governor. So the governor might have been resourced by now, because I think the game's getting out of hand for the regional governor to be powerful.
It is worth noting that Poe can defeat Iden immediately by using his. If you have an ambush for Poe, you can use his on-attack ability to defeat Iden's shield, and then just swing on in and clear her. So that's not necessarily what you always want to see. Looks like a takedown here, clearing K2SO, and Michael chooses to deal 3 damage to BlueDevilBoxer's base. That makes a lot of sense.
Mm-hmm. And with only 1 resource up, top target's probably the only thing that's going to be played. Oh, and the wolf. The wolf's a little premature right here.
It's not a healing.
That was premature,
Wolf,
I think.
Wolf does block a single point of healing here from Iden's ability.
Yeah, but I think that was premature. I think you could hit that much bigger with a top target or something else, like a vigilance later. Because
BlueDevilBoxer does bring out that top target on Sabine herself.
I would expect the first action. Oh, and the disabling. He did bring in the Fang Fighters, like we were talking about. Yeah,
and it paid off, clearing that top target. That is a really good play from Michael. And if I'm BlueDevilBoxer, I would be very concerned about this situation.
That's looking good.
Yeah. I think Blue Devil, though, if he can first action vigilance to take out the wolf, I think he can get back in the game.
Yeah, that's true. That could be a good play.
Oh, instead that we
it's gonna be a takedown on Sabine instead.
You don't want a dark saber.
Yeah, the dark
so Michael
saber.
probably just swings with Wolf here to knock out the healing this turn.
100%. The first action here is a wolf attack. Yep, that's great. Blue Devil's got some ways to fight back into this game, but it's mostly at this point going to be about drawing vigilances.
Iden does take the field. Now Iden can clear out Wolf here. Oh, but here's ECL. Are we going to see Poe coming in here and taking out Iden?
Poe takes out Iden, and I think that's going to give Michael a comfortable lead. I see 3 cards in Blue Devil's hand, so I don't think he's going to make him discard anything from the hand. But I think taking off the shield and putting 2 more on the base would be nice. I like a Fleet Lieutenant, though. But he doesn't have any rebels left. Actually, there's no rebels on the board. So the Fleet Lieutenant going into the discard pile is exactly right. And he was not able to squeeze 2 damage onto the base.
This is looking rough for BlueDevilBoxer.
Yeah, I was really rooting for Blue Devil this game. I wanted to see a game 3. I didn't like how Blue Devil got treated in game 1 with the ruling about the Snoke. I hate that happened, and I really was hoping we get to see a game 3 out of Blue Devil.
Still might.
20 damage on BlueDevilBoxer's base.
Yeah, this is the dream.
3
this
units
is dream.
on the field for Michael.
Yeah,
not looking good.
Yeah, Blake can tell you, the PQ winner in chat. This looks amazing and then look at the impact a sideboard can have. This is why you've got to get your sideboard exactly right. Michael used the disabling and the wolf out of his board to shut down healing, take off a top target, and right now, this is as long as game 1 was. This is as quick as game 2 is about to be.
I think we're gonna see a finals here between 2 of your Bothan network teammates, Frank.
I mean, I like it, but I think a 7-drop Super Laser Blast would help a lot right here, like Thrawn says.
That would probably be pretty strong.
Takes down the big one, and I think you go ahead and swing with Wolf to put him at
I think
18, 19, 22. It's not over yet. This is not over.
He's close to stabilizing.
He's only at 22, 25,
but
26.
Again.
Yeah, it may be over if he has a 4 cause, because he's going to be at 26 this turn.
And a ping.
Yeah, we can still see Sabine's ping for 1 more. Initiative taken. Sabine ping.
And maybe a Cassian out of the resource row gets us there.
Yeah.
With a rebel assault.
Oh wait, Cassian out of the row is off by 1, I think.
With a rebel assault, maybe. If Michael has a row.
Yeah,
As seen from the row.
Mm-hmm.
He replaced the resource.
25, 26. No, he just goes to 29. So
Then he
first,
pings next turn.
yeah, but first action at least gives Blue Devil the chance to vigilance
Oh yeah, you could heal.
off the wolf.
Then he pings.
But then that's still 6 damage on the board. He's just shaking hands on it.
There's the
Wow.
handshake. Michael was in.
Wow.
He was in total control of that game. BlueDevilBoxer was not able to stem the
We got a George
tide.
Michael finals.
That disabling Fang Fighter on the top target was a nasty play.
Huge. Yeah. It kind of referenced something I said earlier where you don't want to be focused on healing too early. You want to be focused on getting units off the board.
Yeah, it felt like Michael just had all kinds of answers. You know, Iden got defeated immediately on deployment. Wolf shut down a bunch of healing, and top target got taken out by the Fang Fighter. That was really, like you were saying earlier, Frank. Game 1 went very long. Game 2 was a different story.
And now we're going to game 3. Oh, no, now we're going to the finals.
No, yeah, now we're going to the finals.
No,
It's gonna
no.
be Bothan Network Finals, boys.
Bothan finals.
So you can use Faith and George Michael and Wham.
Can't do it. My brother's making a joke. Because they have a George Michael final, and his biggest hit was Faith. You gotta have faith. George
faith.
Michael. That's bad. That's dad jokes for days there.
And this is a run back of what we saw, what was it, around 5 or 6?
Did George and Michael play on stream today?
They did.
Yeah.
Wow, it's been a long day.
Round 6, I believe it was.
Yeah, and then George got it there. But, man, as much as I would love to see Michael win it, I think Mono
It's gonna be
Han
close.
is still 60-40 favored into Green Sabine right now.
Two fantastic players.
I think George has only dropped two games all day. I think he's like 21 or 22 wins and 2
He's
losses
undefeated in matches.
games, not even just matches.
Incredible.
Yeah. So we are about
He's
to
a strong
have
player.
we're about to have our 5th Bothan Network competition team member
With a gold
be qualified for day
jersey.
2 at Worlds.
Neither of them have a PQ win, right?
Right.
Yet, right?
Nope. This is one of them about to get their
Amazing.
PQ and their golden jersey. I'll be honest with y'all, they're really playing for the golden jersey.
Yo, they are.
Yeah.
George.
I wish we could just mic them up for the final round. Let's just let them cast
It would be entertaining.
Yeah, Blake in chat is right. Han Yellow is a really tough match for Green Sabine. I was able to get past one in the top 4 at the Friday SCG with my
Frank's gonna need
ECL Sabine, but
You're gonna need a rusty nail for the finals, babe.
there was only because I think Alex had a couple of lines he could have chosen differently on. I don't think with his, if he had perfected his lines, I don't think my Green Sabine would have beat him in the top 4, but I got that one once. He beat me in the Swiss, and I don't think I've ever beaten Mono Han outside of that. What's he looking at? I can't see.
Sideboard.
Yeah, he threw something down and was pointing at it. Oh, is this George? Want to show us our lists? Y'all could just text them to me.
What does that say right there? He's pointing at.
Upgrades
Jenga?
or blasters. We're looking at lists. Yeah, Blake Edmonds did beat Eekfoil on his Mono Han on the way to Blake winning the Memphis PQ last set. Oh, Jetpack is the secret. If y'all want to know the secret tech for Mono Han, it is Jetpack. George added it today, and it is popping off. Yep. George loves smuggle cards. Tower.
Smuggle is a really good keyword. It might be my favorite of the mechanics that have been added after the game's initial launch.
So let's look at the updated bracket. I think Courtney just gave it to me updated, and this is where we're at now. So it's an all Bothan final between George Hudson and Michael Carlock. Both are local there to Orlando. They play at locals all the time anyway, much less all the testing we do internally. Yep. Thrawn is noticing that George has. This is the big news today: is that George has left the villain side for the first time ever, and has decided he wants to do degenerative things with the bozo combo, as Alex calls it,
The
of
bozo combo.
DJ Tech. So I'm
Where's
sure
the name Bozo combo come from on that one?
The first time I heard it, I think Alex Blandon used it, the PQ winner from K2OD, but I think it refers to just that you can tech DJ on 4 resources because of Han's ability, and it's so ridiculous. And you still the other person goes from 4 to 3. They have 3 resources while you have 6. You can then flip Han. You can go to 7 resources on what should be the 4 resource turn on the turn that your opponent only has 3 now. It's really bad. Yeah.
It is a
Mono Han really
strong thing
breaking
to
out this
do.
weekend.
Yes, and they are not chopping this. They are going to play this for the golden jersey.
And the
You
day
can't
one
chop. Yeah.
I know,
You chop, you don't get jersey.
That's right. That's exactly what I was saying. No splitting allowed. I can hear George's
I believe
laugh.
that is going to be a rule at your invitational as well. Is that correct? No,
That is.
no prize splitting.
We are not prize splitting the 6K because we want to see it for a lot of this is for the cameras, the YouTube, and the streaming, and we want to see the new meta played out to the end.
You know, I think prize splits, I understand why people do them, but they are not the most hyped thing in the world for the viewers. I can tell you that much. All right, it looks like that finals is going to be getting underway shortly. There's the shuffle and cut here.
You're right. Everything's serious.
2 Bothan network players facing off in the finals here at the Orlando PQ. George Hudson, aka George the Hulk, with his double yellow Han versus Michael Carlock playing Sabine ECL.
Okay, so we roll 1 dice. Depending on what number that is, we roll that many dice. Now the last number.
I roll. Destiny.
All right, here comes the roll off.
You know what? I'll give you this.
What? No, that's not right.
George just offered Michael initiative.
As a Han player, initiative is not as important as it is for some other leaders.
Looks like a Wrecker, a Battlefield Marine, A-Wing. Is it Peacekeeper? And a Sabine in his starting, and Michael's starting hand.
See Warren. Warren, yeah, he's got
2 Wreckers in Michael's starting hand.
So as we talked about earlier today, that in our testing we've discovered that Green Sabine is the total control player in this matchup. You're going to see Michael try to kill every unit George puts out because Michael wants to leave George with no options for the blaster, for the cunning pump, for the surprise strikes. If Michael can keep making favorable trades into George's units, and the board gets built up so that Michael even has injured units but still units surviving, he'll eventually be able to keep getting some damage through a little bit at a time until hopefully in one turn Michael would have enough damage to finish Han off. So you're about to see Michael play Green Sabine as a full control player.
Yeah, it's an interesting situation because Sabine is normally thought of as an aggro deck, but people were using similar tactics in the past when double yellow Bobo was a common build. I think some of the KTOD players were saying that against that double yellow Boba, Sabine had to actually play the control.
The same situation here. There's the fist bump.
Here we go. It's going to be Sabine ran explosives
That's a
artist
great
leading us off
start.
to Michael.
That's a great start into Han because he can't play Crafty Smuggler or L3 now in front of that. He's going to have to waste a unit, a resource to go to a Falcon or go to if you're playing Ian's Rebel version, an Ezra. But But George instead, I think, just has to pass because I bet all he had was a crafty or an L3. I can't see his hand. But that is very big for Michael that George had to take initiative there without playing. I did not see.
That is a good start from Michael for sure. No doubt about it.
I did not see George take a mulligan either, so I'm assuming that means George thought his first turn play was going to be an L3. Instead, he has to play out a naked DJ, which gives Michael some options with a wing leader to kill the he can kill the DJ with a wing leadered up experience tokens on the Sabine. George is taking a 1-2 punch right off the bat. And you see what I'm talking about the Sabine is playing the full control, wing leader up the Sabine, kill the DJ, double pings now. I wouldn't even be pinging. Michael's pinging, and I think it's because he realizes he's got such a lead already on George.
Yeah, that's very possible, Frank. In general, if you feel like you have to be the control, you don't want to ping. In the Sabine mirror, for instance, even if you have the opportunity to ping with your opponent already taking initiative, you usually only do it if you think you're very ahead.
And I'd like one of our prominent members of our SWU community, Thrawn, is in our chat saying that George did take a mulligan. So I must have been, I might have missed that. So George must have just mulliganed into a bad hand. And
might have been a bad mull. Might have been just one of those 2/2 shieldeds though, like you said.
And PQ winner Blake agrees that once Michael sees this start, that George skips turn 1 and gets blown out on turn 2. Start pinging, baby. Fire up the damage. Let's go. Let's get that 30 on the base, Michael. Come on. This is exciting. Dream start for Michael is what Josh from NextGenGaming says. Hopefully Josh will be in Atlanta with us March 28th to 30th. There's a Katina bouncer, but look how much work that Sabine has already done, and that's George's whole turn. And he had to waste a resource out of his hand to do it. I don't hate that for Michael. Michael doesn't hate that. Michael just wants to keep building a board. And as you can see, sneaking damage on. This is a big turn for Michael. Han's just done. And Michael gets to do all the things he wants to do. He has a plethora of choices. I like wing leader on Sabine. I like that. Looking at what's in his hand, I don't see another 2-drop, so I don't think he could double deploy, but that would be good too. Is that an R2 maybe? So you could go
I do think
R2 and wing leader.
CoDameron in the hand as well, which
that's for
might
next
be
turn.
Waiting there to take out Han once he deploys.
There's a wing leader onto Sabine. That's beautiful work for Michael, but can he kill that? He can't kill the bouncer.
Yeah, he's off by 1 to kill the bounce. At this point, though, you maybe
I
just
think he may just go
damage.
base.
You're pretty ahead in that race.
Yeah, this is going to be close though, because you're still just a couple of cuttings away from in a Han flip from George still being the winner of this game.
It could happen. 14 damage now on George's base, 16 HP remaining. Michael's only taken 2 damage, though the fact that he has a 25 HP base does mean that the difference is not quite as stark as it would appear at first glance.
Yeah, it's really great that Josh from NextGenGaming's hanging out with us in chat. There's the first cunning. That's what I was saying. If there's going to be multiple cunnings, but now the Poe can come in here and take out that bouncer, but the Poe dies.
Poe would be killed in that attack. Is it worth it?
That's really hard call because it saves Sabine from dying. I think you do it anyway because your Sabine which is got the experience tokens on it and can't be bounced. So he's gonna let
it's
gonna let
be
George
a swing
decide.
from Michael.
2 damage to the base.
Yeah, he's only at 12. I thought there was more damage on the base than that. Did I miss something?
There's another die there with a 4 on it.
Oh, I see it. There's a green dice. Okay. There's a green dice. It's playing color blindness. I didn't know I was colorblind, but apparently I am. So yeah, it's 16 damage now. And George has a lot to decide what to do. The problem that Michael has too is he can't wait for this Han flip. If he waits around for the Han flip, George might just take initiative, and Michael can't skip a whole turn. Right now, wow, George has become the control player. He is completely on his heels with that play.
Yeah, so the Cantina Bouncer attacking into Sabine here, left with 1 HP but still alive.
And now the line may be just play the Poe. Don't waste your ECL.
Yeah.
Blake suggests that from chat. That sounds like a great idea, and it looks like what Michael got to as well. Because the Poe can't be killed by the Han. It's only a 4/6. That's an 8. That's a possible 8 damage swing on the next action. That's gonna put George at 24 with 2 wing leaders.
Yeah, and we
Michael
could
takes
also
initiative.
see something like Michael swinging to kill both Han and
There could be a
the
surprise strike here,
counselor.
though, for George to clear the poach.
Yeah,
There is.
and there is.
But look how much George is on his heels. This is what I talked about at the beginning of the game. I mean, he's got one little Katina bouncer, but this is still a beautiful situation, and he still has the ECL. Michael still has not ambushed in. He might have a timely in his row also.
It's kind of funny. We were talking about Michael potentially using ECL to ambush Han, but in this situation, Han ended up swinging into Poe and dying without Michael having to use the ECL,
Yeah.
and in fact, Han had to play a surprise strike to do it.
Yeah. This is still a great start for Michael. Really proud of him. He's playing it really well. George is definitely still a big favorite overall in this match, but we're at least getting an entertaining gladiator, are you not entertained moment from George and Michael here in the finals.
Yeah, I personally would say that Michael is probably favored to win. I don't know about the match, but this game at least looks to be going his way. We'll have to see how it pans out.
Right. If George plays the ambushing 5/5 Falcon out of his hand, that would start to get this back under control.
That would help.
There's also a Falcon clearing up these wing leaders, but like Thrawn mentions in chat, George is not on the strategy that the Mono Han players want to be on, and that strategy is aggro. Right now, George is in full defense.
Yeah, and we could also still see a big ECL here from Michael, especially if we have a Wrecker or similar.
I see another Poe in his hand. I think I see a Poe hiding under those.
He's had a Wrecker since.
Yeah.
Oh, he has a Wrecker too.
And Wrecker. Oh,
no,
man.
I think you Wrecker right through that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a. I think you just Wrecker.
And a Poe.
Yeah.
Michael's got all kinds of options here.
Well, first thing you do is attack with those wing leaders. Use the pieces on the board first, but he's not. He's going straight in with the Poe. I guess he doesn't want another cunning from George to get +4 on that. Get it while he can, because now with no unit on the board, George is just scooping. I think he did. Yep, that's it. All right, y'all saw the lines. This is what you have to do as Green Sabine into Mono Han. If he doesn't have units, he can't pump units, can he? And Michael did a great job. But George had a terrible start, though. Just super unfortunate.
Yeah, George had a really rough start. So,
Good job, Michael.
I think George has got to hope to get a better initial hand here. Although the fact that he has the initiative, we were talking earlier about how the initiative doesn't matter that much for Han. In this sort of situation, it might, because if we do see either a Sabine ran explosives artist or a Rebel Pathfinder from Michael, George is in a better spot against both those units if he starts with the initiative for one of those cheap shielded guys.
I'm going to be honest with you. I still think George wins this match. I really do.
You could be right.
I think, is Michael taking out the Rebel Assaults? I don't know about that.
It's definitely an uphill battle for Sabine in this matchup.
I mean, I think George just got very, very bad variance. The mulligan, like Thrawn mentioned, into this bad first turn. And it might have been, like I said, he had the L3 or the Crafty Smuggler, and Michael just slapped the Sabine unit right in front of him. Nothing he could do about that. And
You taking one?
Michael, oh yeah, sorry, let me update the graphic. Courtney Blonde Sabine herself is here telling me what to do, of course. That's a happy marriage. All right, Michael's up 0-1. You're going to slip in and say hey to everybody?
Sure.
Since we have we're about to have a Bothan PQ champion.
I know, I feel like I need to go put my jersey on.
Let's cheers the Bothans for winning a PQ today. We can go ahead and do
Here's to the whole SWU community.
Yeah,
what an amazing
community.
TowerNumberNine.
I know, we
Thank
love
you so
Tower.
much. We appreciate it.
Oh, and Josh from NextGenGaming
happy to be here.
In the chat.
Thank you, Josh. I
We
saw
got a lot of our
Josh. I
favorite
saw
friends.
Blake in chat.
Jeez, we're over
Thrawn.
300 concurrent
Yeah.
viewers right now
Yeah.
to watch George and Michael battle out an epic battle.
It's awesome.
That
I
is
love it.
true, Blake. No one else can
we know
keep
any sideboard
Frank in
choices?
line.
Yeah.
No, she can.
Sideboard? What? Oh.
100%.
What'd they bring in?
We're also joined on audio by Hunter, goes by Boba Stonks, one of our competition team members. Originally from Jacksonville, had to move out to Idaho for work, so we miss you. But that means you get to play the West Coast events and hopefully take down some, stake the Bothan flag out there in the West Coast, Hunter.
We actually have
Oh,
a
yeah.
whole crew over here. We have Chris too.
Oh yeah, my brother Chris on the team is sitting here. We have 3 of us live watching this. This is exciting stuff. I wonder what's happening with the other PQ. I know Ian from our team was in the top 4 of an all Mono Han top 4. Let's see if I can get an update on that.
Oh yeah, I wonder how their PQ's going.
I am looking. I'm getting some.
Is that the number of viewers right now?
Mhm.
That's great, right? Feels good.
That's total so far.
Should I just log in?
Ian hard at work, trying to make the finals.
Do it. Yeah.
Is this on blonde?
Oh, I think Ian got knocked out in the top 4.
No.
Oh.
And so did our other teammate Cluis. Both of them made the top 4 and got knocked out there, it looks like.
They ended up. Oh, yeah.
How badass would that have been?
That would have been you'd have
Bothan.
2 top 4s. Yeah.
But there was some controversy at Rochester. Apparently, they misseeded the top 4. And after game 1 was over, allegedly the judges reseeded it and made them start over again.
Oh,
What?
wow, that's
After
crazy.
they played a game?
I need to get some first hand. This is second hand. I want to get a first hand. They paired.
Man, that's a tough scenario.
Yeah, definitely would like more information on that and see what happened.
Yeah, judges do not have a fun job.
One of the players sat in the wrong seat. And
Yeah,
so
it sounds like it wasn't a missed pairs. It's
Right.
just their opponents did wrong, and pretty much
Like,
got
like the
punished
guy
for it.
like literally just like set up at the wrong spot.
Right.
Yeah.
It's a
Dang.
top 4. Well, the problem here too, guys, it's an all mono Han top 4.
Mm-hmm.
So if it's
Yeah,
ever going to
so they just said
happen,
they're playing mono Han.
nobody realized they were playing the wrong mono Han.
69.
That's crazy.
So cheesy.
And then after Ian and Cluis won game 1, then they switched their opponents, made them start over, and then Ian and Cluis lost the match.
Oh.
Jeez.
Okay.
Is what I'm getting secondhand. I don't know if that's accurate or not.
That's crazy.
But anyway, so we've already seen some. Someone mentioned it in chat before. There's been some PQ judging things that I'm glad I'm not a judge to have to deal with.
Well, and hats off to the judges, though.
Right.
It is a thankless job, right?
Yeah.
I think it can. I mean, I think it can be a difficult experience to run a big event sometimes.
Chris Robinson in chat's confirming what I'm describing, that Ian and Cluis each won game 1, then found out they were playing the wrong opponent, and apparently the judge switched them and made them start over again, and then they lost after being up 1-0. Oh, woo! I'd be a little bit upset if that happened to me. If I was
What
up
else
1-0
can you do,
and got
though? I mean,
switched,
yeah.
and then lost. Woo!
It's tough.
Wow. Yeah, I agree with Lost Ronin. An all Han top 4 is disgusting. So.
I wonder how many Hans were playing in the whole game.
I don't know, and I wonder how many of them threw their Han showcases at their opponent when that happened.
Hopefully 0.
Yes. Maybe it's too soon for me to be joking
Yeah,
about
probably.
that. All I know is
apparently Cluis took a game loss according to Moo.
took a game loss.
Yeah, that's what Moo just said in
didn't
chat.
unside after the repair. Wow.
Oh.
Wow. Daniel in chat, Mephisto, says that Cluis did not unside his board after the game 1 repair. I guess obviously he was distracted by the fact
Wow.
that
Yeah, of course.
all that was happening, played it, and then took a game loss because...
Oh, that's frustrating.
Wow, that is bad.
Man, that's bad. all the way around.
That's a frustrating situation to deal with.
Yeah, that's a whole situation.
That's really bad.
He can't have been too happy with that outcome.
Yeah, especially going
We have
down a game in
91
a
here
mirror.
today, right?
In the mirror.
They're asking chat.
Christopher in chat asked how many players was here. This was a 91-person tournament, and we're down to the final 2, the championship match between George the Hulk and Michael Carlock. And both of the Bothan Network competitive team. If you want to come hang out with the Bothan Network in our public server, that's what the QR code is on your screen. You can scan that, come join and hang out. You can actually play with Michael and George, and many of us, we play publicly there, and we love looking for games and looking for people to play with. We're a chill but competitive group. You can also subscribe here to Courtney's YouTube channel,
Yes,
Blonde Sabine.
please.
I know we just got a sub from Shifty. Thank you, Shifty.
Yay,
Let's see if we got
Shifty,
some more subs in here. Shifty's the only one recently. Thank you. TowerNumber9 is joining us from the Maclunky Gaming team. He's a well-known caster, and he has his own channel at YouTube. So please go find
At Tower Number 9.
Tower Number 9. Yeah.
And check out
Thanks for the shout out.
Yep, and we are streaming this because CoDameron, as you can see the playmats, he set this up. This is a collaboration between his YouTube channel, where you can find the video on demand of this later, and Blonde Sabine. So please go subscribe to CoDameron's YouTube also. So Rebel Pathfinder is a good opening for Sabine and Dahan because, again, it shuts down the Crafty Smuggler and the L3 nonsense.
Don's wants to know how he can sign up for
So
the
Michael
10K.
has a hard choice to make. He does not have initiative. Oh, does have initiative because Han had to use his ability. So does Michael start with a wing leader on his Rebel Pathfinder? That's a very interesting decision. I don't know what to do there. I'd have to ask Blake, our PQ expert. What am I missing? Oh, Don's is asking about the sign up for the 10K in Atlanta. If you are a content creator or if you have a team of players that's well known in the community, if you want a PQ, if you've been a PQ winner, well, I'll say this. If you're a PQ winner that hasn't ever thrown a leader at an opponent, then y'all DM me directly and I will get you an invite. The Bothan Invitational is an invitational at the end of March, a $10,000 guaranteed prize pool tournament. We will be opening ticket sales to the public after all the invited players and teams and content creators get their tickets. So come hang out in the Bothan Network Discord to see when tickets go on sale in a week or two to the public. Wait, what just happened? Why did George put 4 damage on Michael's base? I think that was supposed to be 4 damage on his base. Yep, there it goes.
Yeah, you know, a little bit of a gaff there.
Don's just come hang out with
got
us.
that long wingspan, you know.
Yeah. If you were wanting an invite to the Bothan Invitational, there'll also be some early ticket sales in the Rebel Resource Patreon and in the RodneyStubbs Patreon. So if you join any of those
Looks like
Patreons...
George is playing the control a bit here. Liberated slaves swinging in to clear out the Rebel Pathfinder.
I am baffled by what is happening in this game right now. Michael went to base for 4 damage like he's an aggro player. George is hitting his unit like he's a control player here. I don't know what's happening. Y'all are going to have to cast this one because these are not the play lines that...
Yeah,
that
you were
on.
saying that after some testing, the conclusion had been that the Sabine player had to be the control, but that was kind of the case early in game one. But Sabine had such an advantage that she ended up pushing damage. However, this time it looks like George is trying to control Michael's board again.
Blake agrees that Michael's playing the right play line. If he has such a bad start with just the Rebel Pathfinder that can't do 3 damage, he's going to just race him. Here comes a...
I may have missed this, but did he mulligan?
I was talking and didn't see it either.
I didn't see it.
DJ on the field. I think just being played as a 3-cost 3/5 here.
And if George is going to play control, that's fine. Just put big bodies on the board and start killing Sabine's small units. But that has not been the play line that's worked in our testing.
But you never know. Anything can happen at a PQ.
So Michael's up trying to go to 4 resources. Is that a saber on the far left of his hand? If that's a dark saber, that also may explain why Michael's being a little more aggro. Because he might be able to get off a saber on Sabine here.
Dark Saber on Sabine is pretty strong. I can't quite tell if that's what it is, though.
With initiative, I think Michael should trade his fleet lieutenant into the liberated slaves.
That'd be pretty reasonable. I think if he doesn't do that, DJ ends up probably clearing the fleet lieutenant and staying on the board.
Yeah, I think that's the first action. It's going to have to be trading fleet lieutenant and liberated slave. If not, like you said, DJ's going to get a free kill. Okay. That's not what I was expecting. Love it. Let's go. Show us some play lines, Michael.
Fleet wing leader on the field, giving 2 experience to that fleet lieutenant, who is now 5/5. But a hotshot blaster comes out from George, allowing the wounded liberated slaves to trade with that buffed fleet lieutenant.
I have no idea what's happening in this match.
What was
in
that
this
upgrade?
game.
I missed it. What was the upgrade?
It was a blaster.
All right, Michael looks to be deploying Sabine, or maybe using Sabine's leader ability. Looking at a face-down card there. Thinking over the turn, I guess. Michael, maybe try to figure out whether or not to ping or whether or not to just deploy here. It's going to be a deployment, not a ping. DJ swings into Sabine, inflicting 3 damage. Sabine with just 2 HP left.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on in this game. We're off book, as I would say in chess. We're deep into some what's happening.
We're not there, but I'm guessing if you were there, Michael and George are talking.
Yeah, I do enjoy a good game of chess. This game feels like chess to me in general. So the fact that I take one action, you take one action is very chess-like, which is one thing I love about SWU.
Yeah, the back and forth in this game is a lot of fun.
Right now, man, I'd be honest with the chat, y'all. I'm sorry. I don't know how to analyze this. I have no idea. I'm all open to ideas for how this game should play out from here.
Yeah, I agree with Carlos. If George just traded once and started going face, it would be, he'd be fine. But trading like everything is interesting.
Right. I mean, our general strategy with Han into Sabine is you kill Sabine's first unit, hopefully with a Falcon, sometimes with a 3-5, so yours lives, and then after that, it's all aggro to the face. George should already have 10 damage on this ECL base right now.
Interesting point.
Yeah. But I'm giving away all of our Bothan network team secrets, but that's what our testing has come up with. Han kills the first unit and then goes all aggro. And then Sabine just holds on for dear life while trying to clear the board until Poe and Wrecker can take over. Shifty4 subscribed. Welcome, Shifty.
Either he resourced it or it was a Fang fighter and not a Saber. Because that's a Fang fighter in the fan. He discarded the.
He must have resourced it because I really did think I saw a Saber in there earlier.
I thought so too.
Would you be bringing in Fang Fighter in this matchup? I'm not sure that Han has that many relevant upgrades.
It's just a blaster is the only thing you're trying to hit, and that I don't think that's
Ooh,
enough.
ECL ambush with K2SO.
Yeah, that was good.
DJ off the board. And a little damage done to Han's base as well with Overwhelm, and K2 is going to stick around to potentially get that when defeated effect.
Yeah, but here comes Han. And Han's going to be at Cunning, Bounce,
Bouncing
7,
Sabine and a random discard, maybe?
8
or,
damage
no,
to the base.
buffing Han.
Yeah, 8 damage to the base. Yeah, this is what Han wants to do. They want to just start smashing face.
Loopee still wants to know what George is wearing today.
George is wearing the team jersey, but also the team hoodie with his jersey.
He's not wearing the pirate hat.
He's not on a pirate's hat.
Is this one of the prized gold hoodies that George is using, or does he have to win this one to get access to that?
Right, he cannot get his gold jersey or hoodie until he has won a tournament with 65 plus players, played out to first place, which the winner of this match is about to become a hoodie wearer. We have 2 on the team, or 3? Three gold jerseys on the team. This will be our 4th one. Mickey D got his PQ slot this weekend, but he got it because the first place person had already won a PQ, so he finished 2nd and got his PQ slot, but does not get his gold jersey. So he was
yeah, I do
disappointed.
believe PQs passed down, but or PQ invites passed down, but gold jerseys evidently do not.
George did tell us. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry. I was going to say, as weird as this game is going, the Han player definitely loved to see that ECL there. Not as impactful as it could have been.
Yeah. Yeah, this game's been strange.
I do think that sometimes K2SO can be more effective against these sort of things if you can get an ECL to go off, simply because K2 is pretty vulnerable to bounce, and these these sorts of builds have a lot of bounce available. Double yellow Han, not where you want to be if you want to avoid bounce.
So here, George should go to the base with this Falcon and not kill the wing leader. Good. Good. Because
He finally found the base.
Yeah, with 10 damage to go and probably a tech. Is that a tech? So you probably got some good smuggle
tech.
pumps. We're about to see surprise strikes, blasters, and then maybe another cunning even. And I think if we do, I think George has this game.
I do think there's a good chance we're going to be headed towards a game 3 here, Frank.
Yeah, I like it. I like a game 3. I want my boys to feel like they were so close. Hey, Ryan from Real Resource finally joined us.
Finally. Why are you shaming him?
I'm not shaming him. Ryan knows you love him.
You've been talking about his Patreon all night.
When I finished the list with him last night, Ryan, Michael had 1 timely in his deck. Not 2, but if he made a change after that, I don't know. Yeah, Sandari's great for Sabine. I love it on turn 2, to be honest.
It's kind of funny. Earlier we were talking about Sandari as not necessarily being the right card for the situation in some of the earlier games, but here it seems like this could be just what Sabine needs.
I was just looking at it.
Well, you want to have time to get control of the board, and the Sandari Peacekeeper healing you off the damage that the aggro Han is pushing helps so much to give you the time. You're the one trying to turn the corner. We talk about against Sabine all the time. Did the control deck turn the corner against Sabine? It's funny, in this match, Sabine's trying to turn the corner against Han.
$18 to $13. White total 6. 18 to 17. 17 13, sorry.
So Blake, the PQ winner in our chat, is a Green Sabine
Expert.
PQ winner. Yeah, he makes a good point. Early, you can't kill 5 health units with the Sandari Peacekeeper because you can't Fleet Lieutenant or Wing Leader to make it pump. So he's right on that. However, I still just like the 2 health healing every turn from it. It's still nice to already. It gives a 5 health. It can actually hit some things, heal, and just makes it tough. And I think Michael just scooped.
Yep, going to game 3.
Yeah. So we're gonna get a game 3.
1-1.
Yep, I'll change it.
Yep.
I got it right here at my fingertips.
Yeah, it was weird seeing George being so controlly, but it worked out for him in that game.
BN's fighting to the finish here.
All right. We're going to try and make it happen here as we move on to the, I guess this is the final game of the event, isn't it?
This is it. Yeah, we have 1 game left in our stream today, and then hopefully we'll do like a winner's interview and a
what a way to finish.
Yeah, I can't say losers. I'll say runner-up.
Yeah.
Winner and runner-up interview
silver
on stream if y'all want to hear more.
One way or another, this tournament is hopefully going to be over in a fairly timely fashion, but one way or another, it will be a Bothan network player who gets the win.
Yep. And Courtney wanted to mention that Wednesday we have a special stream on the Blonde Sabine channel, so subscribe and turn on your notifications. We're actually going to be streaming live from
Cards HQ in Atlanta.
Cards HQ, the massive 14,000 square foot facility where we're going to be hosting the Bothan Invitational at the end of March. $10,000 guaranteed.
And we'll be giving an invite away.
And we're gonna do a giveaway on our Wednesday stream.
Yep. And we'll be
Someone is gonna get to buy their tickets to the invitational
right.
before the ticket sales are open to the public.
Yep.
If you watch our stream on Wednesday.
Yep.
Yeah, it's exciting. Jeff brings up a good point that Ian and Mickey and I and Colby even from his finals, we're all silver jerseys, which are just, we take duct tape and put it on our jerseys to say that we were runner-up at tournaments that we would have won if we won the last match. We would have got gold jerseys.
Yeah, it's a big meme.
Yeah, it's a big meme. Yeah. Other ways to get tickets for the Atlanta tournament, if you want to come to the $10,000 guaranteed tournament, before ticket sales go on sale to the public, we're going to do a very, very limited ticket sales inside the Rebel Resource Patreon, and we're also going to do one inside the RodneyStubbs Patreon.
Chris Schutz, yep.
Yeah. So if you want to make sure you are first in line for public tickets for the Invitational, go join one or both of those. Yeah, Discord, both those Patreons.
Yep.
Yeah.
And hit us up too.
Yeah. They're great Patreons to be a member of anyway.
Get in Discord, hit Frank
Yeah.
up, hit me up.
All right, the players are getting ready, and we are about to move into Game 3, the final game of the final match here at the Orlando PQ.
Oh, wow. I just turned in.
Question there.
George has his hand. Michael is drying up. Let's see what these players decide to do here. Are we going to see some mulligans or not? Looks like Michael at least is going to keep his opening hand, throwing down 2 resources. George does the same. There's the 5th bump. Here we go.
And that again is the best start.
Explosives artist.
That is the best start for Sabine into Monohan.
Unlike in Game 1, though, it looks like George does have at least some kind of play this turn. He's going to use Han's ability to go up to 3 resources. No, okay, there we go. Michael just took initiative without using the ping. Seems reasonable, and we have the liberated slaves now on the field.
Now, if I was playing Sabine right now, I'm going to use a Fleet Lieutenant if I have one to trade the Sabine and the liberated slaves.
It looks
and
like
I
he
do
does
think I
have
see
one
a
in
Fleet
hand.
Lieutenant in hand here.
You want to keep Han with 0 units to buff the whole game. Yep.
And there
perfect
is
play.
the Fleet Lieutenant play, just like you said, Frank.
Yeah, great job, Michael. That's what we work on. So that's why we put the work in at practice. We always say our practices are harder than our tournaments, but I can't say that right now because George and Michael are playing each other.
I think
Yeah,
Blake
there you
agreed
go.
with you there almost.
Yep, Blake
And
agrees
there's
with me.
L3.
Fleet kill that. The L3 now can be played without the Sabine unit out there to scare George. I can't see what's in. I see a Cassian, I think, in Michael's hand. I see the red 3, the Bright Hope.
Cassian.
I would probably resource the Cassian.
Poe and 4 calls.
Poe and 4 costs. I'd probably play the red 3. You got to worry about you can get blown out with red 3 though by Falcon right here. I can't see George's hand. Yeah, Eekfoil's right. This is the main line where the Sabine is trying to kill all the units and George is trying to turn the corner and start just doing a lot of damage. This is exciting.
Yeah.
I mean, how fortunate
2 great
are we?
guys,
We're
too.
so
I mean-
fortunate to get to play a game like Star Wars Unlimited.
Yeah.
With the high skill cap, with the exciting IP, the lore. I mean, what a time to be alive.
And a great community.
Right.
We
Yeah,
do
Blake's
have a
right.
pretty sweet community here in this game.
Yeah. 3 into the shield. Michael knows the lines because now Sabine can flip and kill the L3. Again, Michael's trying to kill every unit George plays.
But is he holding on to Bright Hope here for the Falcon?
Probably Gamorrean
Is that the only
guard.
reason?
Oh, this is a weird cunning.
Ooh, +4 discard.
He's gonna make him discard. I don't know. If I'm Sabine, I'm fine with this line.
I don't think discards are necessarily always the biggest threat to Sabine.
What was that?
He got the daring raid.
Daring raid.
Not the.
Okay, that's annoying because Michael wanted to Fleet Lieutenant and daring or red 3 and daring raid.
Yeah, now this
And now
attack is
the Sabine is being held hostage. My play line here would be to ping with Sabine to Dirtle.
Yeah,
Wait.
waste his time. Waste his time.
This is a Dirtle moment. Dirtling, if you're not familiar with the concept, is where because we have a chess-like game where I do something, you do something, you need to let the opponent commit to doing something before you flip Sabine. George could attack the base with that L3, and if he does, that clears Sabine to flip and attack base also, because you don't want to kill Sabine by attacking the L3. You can clear that up next turn, and there's no damage on the bases, so there's no rush to kill the L3. But what George doesn't want to do...
It is worth noting, if Michael doesn't want to ping, he could also play one of those space units.
Which he did.
Yeah.
And he pulled back the Fleet Lieutenant.
Wow.
That's a high IQ
balanced.
play right there. That is crazy. Blake and I would have played red 3, to be honest.
George does go for the swing with L3.
Which is going to
knocking 6 damage onto Michael's base. I think that's the first damage he's taken, and now Michael can deploy Sabine without fear of being picked off that way.
Right.
Oh, he does.
Yeah, I think I really think I would have gone red 3 there, though, to be honest. It would have pumped the damage Sabine does to the base here, and also you still have a Fleet Lieutenant on the board. Sometimes you just need bodies. And if he's
I'm not actually sure I like bouncing that Fleet Lieutenant to draw a card, though. It does mean you can get the win played effect again.
Another Bright Hope.
But the other good news is that Michael still has ECL, and that's very important here.
You have a
So is
point
he
there.
waiting to ECL Poe?
He has a Poe waiting for the Han flip.
Poe
You
can
may
even
want-
get a double
No,
kill.
I don't think he had. I think that was too soon. I think that was too soon, Michael.
What was that?
I think he could have waited on that. I think he could have just hit the base and then. I mean, this is our strategy, though. I mean, this is our strategy. Give
I'm
Han
extremely
nothing.
surprised by that because I feel like you could, if your plan was to crash into that, you could have just deployed Sabine and had him crash into you. Save the damage on your base. I don't know. I don't love that.
Yeah,
I don't love that either.
With the L3 becoming a 2-2 the next turn, he would have to have another pump to kill the Sabine. I like going base.
Yeah, not entirely sure what was going on there, but Michael is the only one with units on the board, and he does also have a some potential stall options to get Poe into this Han deployment, so he's not out of the game yet.
Yeah, I think that agree. Bjorn brings that up in chat too. That this now removes an action from George that Michael can for sure. It's going to be hard for George to stall past flipping Han with to play around the Poe. So maybe Michael's playing the game at a higher level than I'm thinking about it. This is very tight. This game can go either way right now.
The pace of play here is not blazingly fast, I will say that.
Well, it shouldn't be. These are very hard lines. Each player right now is calculating 4 or 5 different play lines. So this is good. The Gamorrean Guard will protect Han on the flip turn.
Yeah, that's a good point.
That's a really good play by George. And George
So
is
what
still
do you
gonna...
do here if you're Michael? Do you ambush the Gamorrean guards?
I don't know, man. That's tough. Isn't that tough?
How many cards does George have in hand? He only has 2 cards. Is that right?
Yeah,
you
and
could
one of them is going to be put down as a resource to flip Han. Here's what I do. I attack with Bright Hope. As soon as the Han puts a card down, I ambush the Gamorrean Guard and discard George's last card.
Yeah, and then his remaining resources are for sure wasted. Let's see if Michael's gonna go for that line now. Yeah, because he can't actually kill Han on flip.
Here's the ambush.
Because, here's the ambush.
No, you want to ECL here because you want to discard George's last card.
Right.
And now George is top decking plus his smuggle cards.
And there's no need also to wait, because if he waited, the Gamorrean Guard would prevent him from killing.
It was
Han
a cunning.
anyway, so
George showed a cunning.
Oh.
He got a cunning. Great play by Michael.
Michael's got to be happy to see a cunning hitting the discard pile from that play.
This is so close.
Han hits the field and hits the base for 4. I believe. Did he forget to make a temp resource, or did he do that? I think he did it. Yeah, I think he did it.
He did it.
Yeah, for people joining us on chat, this is it. This is the championship match, Game 3. The winner of this game is a Planetary Qualifier winner.
Now, Frank, do you just send Poe into Han immediately and make him discard again?
Yes, 100%. You look at all the cards he has in his hand. I'd probably even put 2 on the base. I'd probably discard to put 2 on the base also.
Now, this is a situation where George may have some of his trademark smuggles available. Those have been effective for him in the past.
But the only thing he can smuggle that's trouble is maybe the 5/5 Falcon. But you still have the Bright Hope.
About Lando's Falcon, yeah.
Yeah, that's it. But you still have Bright Hope blocking space. And now you can...
Yeah, that's true.
And you can play 3...
I think Michael has a wing leader. He could actually even buff his Bright Hope.
You could probably play 3 units this turn. I didn't see all of Michael's hand. But kill Han, make him discard, and then play 3 units, and I think Michael's got the game.
Yeah, I we'll have to see how it goes, but I think Michael has some cool options here. That discard play was big.
Yeah.
It's going to be, I think, a single discard. There's the trade.
So George discarded his last card. He's going to smuggle out a Zori Bliss.
Okay, Zori's not bad.
Zori's good for George.
Yeah.
Her ability is actually quite convenient here.
Yeah. Anything that's going to get him back in the game, it would be Zori.
Yeah, that's actually the best card George could come up with. You still have a Poe. He could just naked play a Poe right now.
Yeah, bringing out another Poe doesn't seem terrible. Let's see what it is. Yeah, there it is. There's that Poe.
The only thing I don't like about it is that George has got to have a blaster, so the Zori Bliss is just going to kill Poe, right?
That could happen, yeah.
But the longer it takes George to put 25 damage on his base, the more Sabine keeps building a board. And we get to that turning point I mentioned earlier, where there's a critical mass of units on the board for Sabine and nothing on the board for Han.
If Michael has a timely intervention, there could be some other spicy plays for Sabine as well here.
Yeah, he's definitely running one in the deck, and also Wrecker can just be played out for 5 damage to finish off the Zori, and that makes I think
point.
George wants to smuggle, but the problem is he needs to play cards out of his hand after he attacks with Zori, or else he's gonna have to discard a card at the end of turn.
Right.
Zori's good, but it's not as great as it could be because of that discarding a card aspect of it. So probably here comes the blaster to kill Poe. The other option too for George is to take the blaster and go to face and get him 9 away. There's no healing in Sabine. But then we're running back into the problem of then Poe just kills Zori because Poe can discard to kill Zori. Right.
Yeah, discard the blaster. And
I like Wing Leader on Bright Hope this turn because 4 damage in space every turn. Actually, he's going to put Han on a little bit of a clock. Han can't just sit there and take 4 in space every turn. So there's the jetpack.
Oh,
that was George's unique tech. George came up with this. No one else that I know of is running jetpack, and you're seeing why.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe Poe can actually still kill Zori here.
Yes. It takes a lot of discards, but he can get there.
Yeah, it would require 2 discards. You'd have to do both
2 discards, yeah.
Defeat and upgrade and the 2 damage.
The only downside is that Poe still dies from it because he can't get rid of the jetpack upgrade.
Yeah, that's right. He'd have to get rid of the shield.
But George is in deep thought. George has got to go base here. George's only hope at this point is to have have some way to get the last 15 damage.
It's Michael's turn.
What an interesting scenario. Looks like we got a fleet lieutenant, a wing leader, and maybe another Bright Hope.
I've got the line. Poe to base, discard the jetpack.
Oh yeah, I like that.
Because then he can't kill Poe without another smuggle card like another blaster.
And that's a cool play, Frank.
Yeah. Poe to base, discard the upgrade, and discard a card from George's hand. I'd discard George's hand, discard the jetpack plus 2 damage that would kill Poe.
How many cards in hand?
I think he's only got 1 card in hand, maybe 2. I can't see where George is holding it.
Is my mic working?
Yes. Hey, Jonathan.
Yes,
we're joined now by Jonathan R. Fisher.
Did George pay enough to smuggle that jetpack, or it came out of his hand?
I think it came from hand.
Okay, yeah.
Ooh, what a good game.
I think George has no hand. I think that jetpack was his only card in hand, and he played it straight.
Okay.
See if Michael found the line. Go to base, discard his hand, discard the jetpack.
What's he got in his hand? Discard the Bright Hope, right?
Don't worry about the fact you can't play. You can smuggle out a Cassian this turn, Michael.
Does he have a Cassian? For sure.
He had a Cassian on.
George has no hand? Blake thinks George has no hand. Then it's even better. You only discard 1 card to kill the jetpack. And then you still have 2 drops.
Discards the fleet.
Oh, he is discarding twice.
So now...
He's just
Oh, he did the 2 damage. He did the 2 damage to kill the shield. Oh, that's genius.
Yeah.
Oh, Michael saw a better line than we did. There's like literally 350 of us sitting here talking, and Michael Carlock found a line better than any of us.
He goes for the 6 damage to the base. He knocks off the shield with the 2 damage, and he knocks off the upgrade with the other discard. Now, does he have that Cassian we were discussing to follow up and and make good use of his resources here?
Other thing I would have liked here is a wing leader on the Bright Hope. George has 4 resources up, is that right? Maybe 5?
I believe so. Let's see here.
I still don't think you had to do the discard to kill the shield in hindsight.
Yeah, you could have left it.
I think you'd left the shield to get rid of the last card in George's hand.
Also, the shield falls off at the end of the turn anyway.
Right.
I think
does.
that applies even after
Yeah.
you remove the jetpack,
Yeah.
and like maybe he makes use of it by
Yeah.
swinging into Poe, but maybe not.
I think I like discarding George's last card in his hand more than I like pinging off the temporary shield.
Now Han uses his ability to make a resource, so I guess he did have a card in hand, and that.
Yeah.
Oh, he used the one from Zori.
So it's got to be the Falcon. I can't see his
Lando's
there's
Falcon, I think.
Cassian.
Yeah, Lando's Falcon.
But you still have the Bright Hope sitting there.
Michael indeed brings out Cassian as discussed. Oh no, it's gonna be
Your
Tech.
A really good card when you have no cards in hand.
I don't want to apologize to everybody for the video quality. This is the best Wi-Fi we could get at the store in Orlando.
And we're remote streaming. So.
Yeah.
Michael, deep in thought here, maybe.
Is it?
Frank,
yeah,
is there
'cause
something I can do to help the
Takes initiative.
I don't know, Colby. We just need better Wi-Fi if you can get it.
Well,
Good luck.
Central Tech.
But don't,
Yeah, no.
Don't.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
no.
what we
It's
got.
the finals. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, don't worry about it. We're almost done. This is
Yeah.
fantastic. This stream has been so good, Colby. Thanks for partnering with us to do this.
Oh, you're the best. You're the best, Frank.
You're the
Yeah,
best.
of course.
No, you're the best.
The Bothans are the best.
No, the community's the best. We love our community. Did we go to new turn? Yep. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Michael just took the initiative there rather than using Sabine's ping or potentially playing another card.
Did he attack with Cassian first?
It looks like he didn't attack with Cassian either.
Yeah,
So
he
you
might
know,
have skipped that. I'm not sure.
I think he wants to lead with Poe. Because Poe can not only discard the card in George's hand, he could also kill the Zori. Or does he
He could
kill the
also
tech?
kill
I think
Do
he
you
kills
kill
the
Zori or
tech.
You kill Tech.
I think you
I
kill
would kill
tech.
Tech.
100% you kill tech. 100. You can't let George play with all those cards as smuggle cards. We all know
No.
George the pirate, Hondo master himself, loves smuggle.
Can't let the Smuggle King have that much smuggle. Too much power.
But Michael's in the tank, deep in
It's
thought.
Super close.
This game is super close. Either player can win this right now. They both have a lot to be proud of today in their run through the Orlando PQ. All the way to the
Also-
Yeah,
finals.
these players have both made it a long way.
All the way to game 3. They both are super fans of each other, so they're both going to be super happy for the other one. They really will be.
They will be. No, 100%.
No, they're really going to be
yeah.
happy for each other.
Yeah. Both locals.
Yeah, this is happening in their backyard. They both live in Orlando.
Both great guys too.
Take the tech. Take the tech. Oh, wait. The damage on base, though, is 13. 13 plus 8 is 21. 23, 24, 25. And a ping is 26. Am I reading that right? Gets a 26 and then a 4 cause. Michael might have fatal, especially if he has a rebel assault. Oh, he boarded out the rebel assaults. Dang it.
He is getting close to lethal though.
No cards
Okay,
in hand,
he went
right?
safe. This is the safe line. This is the book line that we've come up with. You definitely take out tech there. And he discarded to make George discard his last card, I'm assuming. Oh no, he put 2 damage on Zori Bliss. Is that where that 2 just came from? I don't know.
I think he discarded multiple cards.
Okay.
He did both of those things.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, we're seeing SWU played at the highest level right now. This is why we all want to watch this.
Thanks for everybody who's tuning in.
Steven,
It is. It has been a cool stream here.
And now
Ooh,
George
wait
is
for
trying to go
base.
base. Puts him at 5. This is, woo! This is hot. This is close.
Yeah, now Zori's lethal.
George may have to take. I mean, Michael may have to take initiative and use the Poe to kill Zori.
He has to. If George takes initiative, he just
I don't know
wins.
what's in his hand. He might have a timely. He might have another ambush coming.
Does he have another?
This
card?
deep in the deck, Michael may have already resourced a timely.
I don't think he has. Any
Okay, he's
cards
putting the
in hand,
first
does he?
3 on there. Oh, that kills it. Okay, that was enough to kill it. 5. I thought there was more. I thought Zori had more health, but I thought Zori had.
I did as well.
I didn't realize Zori had so little health. Alexander Jones is thanking us for streaming.
Aw.
Thanks, Alexander.
And thank you, Tower Number
What is
9.
this?
Thank you, CoDameron.
Oh, they're putting it back because that wasn't enough damage to kill Zori. George missed
Yeah,
it.
I was
George
gonna
thought
say,
it was. I didn't think it
Zori's
was
a
either.
7.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was a little curious as to what was going on there.
He has another Cassian.
This is a Cassian,
Another
yep.
Cassian.
Yep.
Ooh.
And now I like Michael a lot. I like Michael a lot right now. Because
Yeah,
George,
so now
with the
Michael's
Bright
the
Hope-
only one with units on the board.
Right,
And
this
that's
is
a
the-
good place to be, especially when one is Poe
That
Dameron.
Bright Hope sounds
If you want a master class in how Sabine beats Mono Han, this is it. You take all their units off the board, and so many of their cards become dead cards. What's it matter if you have surprise strike?
This
cunning,
has
or
been a very interesting final game here. You know the first game, George had such a weak start. It wasn't really as engaging, in my opinion. But this one is really this one's really something.
And then game 2, both players played off book. George was the control, and Michael was the aggro, which I don't understand still.
At the end of the turn, George discarded Big Falcon
Yeah, Bright
off
Hope's
the Zori
I think, too.
effect.
Wow. And Matty, our teammate Matty brings a good point up. That Bright Hope has sat there for, 3 hours doing amazing work for Michael, probably annoying the heck out of George, because he's probably had Millennium Falcon, Little Falcon. He's probably had Big Falcon.
Yep.
And you just saw him discard one. That Bright Hope may win the whole game for Michael.
Bright Hope's a very strong card. You know, another one of those
think
cards that came out in the first set and has been doing good work ever since.
Equal brings up a good point. All George has to do right now, though, to win is to double for a cause out of aspect.
Yeah, that would be a winning
We joke,
play.
but this is why Sabine is cracked. This is why Sabine. Oh, what's happening? He's
double K2 off of Bodhi reveal.
And that is 8 damage to the base from the 8, 9, 10. It's so and a ping. Yeah, that's. I don't see how George comes back from this.
It's looking bad for George, but it is not over yet.
No, it's not over at all.
No.
You got to use the first action. You got to use Poe to kill Bodhi. You can't leave Bodhi a surprise strike away from killing your base. But you may still. I don't know. What happened to the Cassian? Oh, it died into Zori.
No, it traded for Zori.
Yeah.
Does he have the third Cassian to kill Bodhi? That would be super hype.
This is so close.
Ooh, this is close.
I mean, if he has a timely to ambush, I think... Okay, this is good. This is a Dirtle. We talked about this earlier in the stream for who not familiar with it. Attack for 2, just wait and see what George has got.
Michael's also 1 away from lethal. Because he could
An
play
attack.
a K2 and then play the other K2.
Ooh.
I think George may have just won the game.
Oh, no.
Well, no, because he can use Poe to kill...
Attack.
Okay.
Discard
Okay.
the no. Oh,
It
that's
would be
not- that's
surprise
not
strike.
Yeah.
Michael has to kill Bodhi, discard a card.
Papa shield.
He would have to discard both.
Does he have
K2s.
2 cards to discard to kill L3 through the shield?
What a
Yeah.
good game.
You defeat the upgrade, deal 2 damage to L3, kill
Yep.
the Bodhi on
Yep.
attack.
Also, does George have a hand? You could. Well, I don't know.
Yeah,
You could play if he
K2s
has it.
in
He
hand.
has it here.
Poe has to wipe the board. Ryan from Noble Resource is right. I think Poe has to wipe the board here. He's going to discard both those K2SOs
Yeah,
to
there he
wipe
goes.
the board.
Yep.
So one discard there on Poe is going to be defeat an upgrade, and the other one's going to deal 2 damage,
We're gonna
allowing
master
him
class on
to
this anyway.
clear L3 through her shield.
This is fantastic.
This is fantastic, yeah. Is there another Cassian hiding on there? I don't think there is, or Michael would have used it to kill one of those units just now. So
We're
now
at
they-
what 15 damage on Han's
16.
base.
No, it's 17 plus 8 plus 2, so
17.
4 cause. Actually, Michael may have lethal. Okay, there goes the... Now he doesn't. There goes the Poe. Was that
a waylay?
It had to be a
That's a
waylay.
waylay. Just replay it though.
Yeah, you just replay
Unless
it.
he claimed.
Does
No,
George
no
have a
claim yet.
hand?
I can't
I
tell.
don't think so now because he.
It had to be waylay. You didn't put it in the discard.
Just replay the Poe immediately so you
Yeah,
can
that's what
deal
he's
with
gonna
whatever... Yep.
I think George has 1 more.
Yeah, Poe hits the field.
1 more card.
We are sort of in the top deck void here. DJ.
Last card was DJ.
And now I think Michael has
Oh,
to take
no, it's
initiative.
No, yeah,
Oh.
he's thinking about it.
Look at how his hand is shaking so bad. They're both...
Oh, it was
Oh,
resource.
he stole a resource.
Oh, stole a resource. Okay.
Well, yeah, you definitely have to. Yeah, because you can kill the DJ,
Yeah.
get the resource back, because Han didn't use his ability.
Yeah.
This is such a crazy situation, but
they're in the top deck. They're in top deck land to the extent that Han, I don't think it had a card to make a temp resource to get that resource steal to be permanent.
So Poe kills DJ. Does he discard a card to discard George's last card?
How
I
many
do.
cards in hand?
Yeah.
At least one.
It's two separate sentences. I'm pretty sure.
I make him discard, man. I 100% make him discard.
We're losing our stream. Hold on, stream. Don't die on us. There's an R2 in there. Another Poe. Is that the third Poe?
Do you discard another card to make deal 2 damage to the base or whatever? It looks like he might. Yeah.
It would get you close to fatal. Yeah, it gets you close to fatal.
Why does he have a red card?
I think we're at 19.
I think he did it.
Steal a resource. Okay.
That's it. George is. Oh no, he's giving his resource
he's
back.
giving
And
his
picking up his,
yeah.
I thought he was scooping. He is scooping, but only look at his resources, not to quit.
Yeah, but Bjorn's right
Yeah,
in
don't
chat.
give up. It's stupid
George
of the
could have
game.
used Han.
Zori.
Yeah.
Here? DJ?
No, what is this?
DJ? Oh, Liberated Slaves, right?
No, that's the Zori again.
This is so weird. So if you're Michael, do you just take the initiative again?
Well, I think you have to. 15. What's the damage on base?
Yeah.
19.
It is 20 to 19.
Oh my God, guys.
Where's Timely Intervention Wrecker when you need him, man?
Yeah, I don't know what happened to Timely. Michael's doing the count through the. See what the.
This game is
That is a
so
large
tight.
discard pile. This game has been a prolonged battle.
Good.
You have to take initiative, Michael. You can't let that Zori hit you. It's gonna come with a blaster for sure. There's got to be a blaster in George's resource pile.
If there is a blaster, it's no. I think you take initiative here. I'm with you, Frank.
Yeah, you can't give the Han a chance to one action you.
And this is an example where George just picked up this deck this week. George didn't know that he could use Han's ability. Oh, and he's still smuggled out. That's it. George has won. George is winning the game now. George has won.
It's not over
It's
yet.
over.
Though. Tech is only lethal with a surprise strike.
But there's got to be a surprise strike in the resource roll. Tech can smuggle out his own surprise strike. This is it.
You have quite the point
Michael
there.
played so fantastically. What an amazing game. Holy cow. If there's a timely... No, even with the time, there's no way for Michael to deal with 2 units.
But you killed the tech then, so because the surprise strike might be in resources.
Or you say, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess you'd be like looking through the discard pile and seeing what's been taken here and stuff, and trying to play to whichever one you think he might not have.
It's a blaster, though. There's got to be a blaster down there for Zori. Even
yeah. So I think probably you kill. Zori.
Where's the timely wrecker?
Oh man. Yeah, I mean
he doesn't have wrecker in his hand. Yeah, there's no wrecker.
Timely Sindari. Heal.
What an amazing game.
Yeah, Timely Sindari would mean that he could no longer die in one action.
Yeah, it's got to be a blaster down there though. So this is over because George has 19 damage. So even 8 from puts him at 3.
He's 11 away.
Yeah, he could never. George just kept a unit on the board to stop Michael from hitting with the Bright Hope, hitting with the Sabine, forcing him to take initiative.
Ray suggests if Michael loses, the line to analyze was discarding the wing leader earlier instead of jamming it onto Bright Hope.
Right.
Maybe.
I remember that line.
Maybe.
First off,
Bright Hope hasn't actually had that many chances to attack though, because Michael keeps having to take the initiative.
Right, but you got to take out Tech here. You can't take out Zori because, well, I don't know. Maybe you can. Hold on.
How many blasters have we already seen? There was at least one.
This is why we need to count the discard pile.
Taking out Tech also leaves Poe on the board, so you're playing to different odds, but you also get to keep Poe. So
Interesting
I think
point.
I do that.
So what? So your line would be take out Tech, use Poe's ability for 2 damage to base. No, he trades. It's Zori.
And the surprise strike and
there's the surprise strike for the game.
Fantastic, man.
Yeah. Well played, George.
Unbelievable. Don't cry.
It looked like George was in trouble,
Getting
but he hung on and he pulled it out.
Oh,
Smuggle.
2 amazing guys.
I cannot believe what we just watched.
In Hondo today, but Smuggle was his salvation in this game as well.
I cannot believe what we just watched.
What a game!
I cannot believe
Very
what we
well
just
played
watched.
to
Best
George.
game we've ever seen, honestly.
That may have been
Well played to Michael as well. To be honest with you, well played to both of them.
I am so proud of both of these guys.
For what it's
an
worth,
amazing-
George's last card in hand was Cunning
George the Hulk is our
after the
champion.
discard. So even if You ram
So
into
we
the
have
tech.
it, yeah.
The cunning comes out.
What's he showing him? A daring raid? Michael's like, I couldn't top deck it. He just needed a daring raid.
Or they're talking about when he cunning it out and it, so the L3 still got the hit.
Yeah, I got random discarded.
Wow, what an amazing game!
That was a big that was a big big moment. Man, that was a really interesting game.
I'm so proud of Michael. I mean, he played so well today. I'm so proud of George, of course. Congratulations. I can do nothing but like raise a glass to both these gentlemen and all the players today in the top 8. Cheers, baby.
Cheers.
I'm so proud of everybody. And way to go, George.
Thank you, Tower Number 9.
George the Hulk is loved across all communities, so this is going to make a lot of people smile and be happy that he won a PQ.
Yeah.
Michael's right.
Yeah, big
Michael too, yeah.
you know, big props to George for the win. That was very cool stuff. I think I am going to be signing off, guys. Thanks for having me on the stream. It was a lot of fun to be here.
Tower, you are the MVP of the Top Cut. Thanks for coming and hanging out with us.
We're gonna have an interview here.
Oh,
Maclunky Gaming.
I think George was the MVP of this Top Cut. He had some great plays today.
Of the casting Top Cuts. This is why, though, Tower, we got to have you in Atlanta at the end of March. You got to be there to cast with us and to play tournaments with us. We got to have you. Come on, Tower.
I will. I'm gonna look into it and figure out what I'm doing. But I think it's gonna be a really cool event.
Yep. Thanks for coming out today, Tower. Appreciate you.
Happy to be here. Catch you guys later.
Bye.
Oh, Colby, are you there, Colby? Colby's
There's
muted.
one Lego pizza here.
Oh, Ian. Okay. First off, congratulations on your top 4. You finished in the top 4 today, right?
We want to hear the drama.
That is correct.
But was there some drama in the top 4? We need to hear a first-hand account.
Yeah. So.
Well, wait, for the audience, he's talking about the Rochester PQ today was an all mono Han top 4, including Ian and our teammate Cluis. We had 2 Bothans in the top 4, both on mono Han. Tell us what happened, Ian.
Yeah, so me and Cluis were really excited because we were on opposite sides of the bracket, so there was potential for us to be in the finals together, which would have been really awesome.
There you go, George. It's all you.
Wait.
No, let me.
I want you to finish your
You
story.
guys do the winner interview with George. Do the winner interview with
Are you
George.
sure? Okay.
What's up? Oh,
George!
There we go.
George,
You
you
had
found your mono Han.
You almost had 400 people watching you win your PQ, George.
400 people watching a
Over
Hondo
3,500
player play
people
Han?
watching.
What on earth?
And
What
let's
is
be honest,
shenanigans?
you're actually more excited about earning your gold jersey, right?
Let's go.
It works like, hey, is there a way you can turn up the volume? I can barely hear Frank.
Oh. Sorry.
Okay. Oh, it's just that? Okay, easy.
Okay. So are you...
All right. Now
Let's
I can
be
hear you.
honest, George. You're actually more excited than winning the PQ about winning your gold jersey.
I am. You know, that's actually what we were talking about the entire time. We were like, yeah, Worlds, whatever, blah 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 blah. But jersey, you know, I'm very excited. Those gold jerseys are on point.
Oh,
They
we
really
are so
are.
proud of you and Michael both. What
That
an
was
amazing match.
Amazing.
Incredible game too. And like so much discipline from his side, like because like it may have looked weird, but like any turn where I have a unit, game's over. So just playing the playing the discards were on point. You know, great play. I think it was great match. 400 people also thought so. So let's go to the audience. Yeah, and it was just a perfect showcase of Smuggle.
Oh,
you know?
wow. Yeah, right down your alley, baby.
He's right up my alley. You know, I had 0 hand the last half of that game, basically.
Sorry, I was trying to figure out if we had audio problems or not.
Congrats,
What's
George.
up, Chris? Thank you.
I mean,
Win-
all of you.
win for
Great
the
play,
team.
Michael.
Yeah, big
That's
win for
right.
the team.
Mhm.
You've now
For
got
sure.
our 5th, I think that's our 5th PQ if you count Mickey D's. That's 5th. Bothan will be on day 2,
Mickey
starting
D
day 2 at
counts.
World, the
Mhm.
Galactics. I don't know
Okay.
what, so what you, after you played Han today, you played it almost flawlessly. There was a moment, what? This is what we do on the team.
It was one mistrigger.
Well, you
Yeah.
could, apparently you can use Han even if you don't have a card in your hand. So when you stole the DJ,
Yes, but I wanted initiative. That was conscious. That was
Okay.
conscious. I'm aware of the value proposition there.
Yeah.
Where I could have saved the money in Falcon that I discarded, but I wanted initiative.
Okay, excellent.
Yep.
I don't know what to tell you, but congratulations. Talk us through your match with Michael just then. I mean, game 1 was horrible for you. That was bad variance, right?
That was, I mean, no, okay, so like, I said this is the universe, right? So I drew, the opener was a Spark and a double Cunning. And the thing about Spark and double, yeah, I was just like, that is, like, it's cute, but it's not how you win this matchup.
Right.
So I was like, okay, you know, I shipped it back. And then my deck said, why the hell did you shuffle a double Cunning hand? It gave me no turn 1s. And a Hans, let's no turn 1, this so 2 cost or 3 cost. So I was like, all right, yep, I take that L. Yeah, no, epic game 2, epic game 3. Great win for the team. Gold jersey.
You want to talk about the game 2, how you went more controlling, which is not usual for the Han player?
I disagree. I fundamentally disagree with the so the thing is he had a Pathfinder opener. And the Pathfinder opener changed because it's a 2-attack unit. And he went face with it with a Fleet Lieutenant. This changes the math a lot. Because now your 3/5s you get to kill the Pathfinder, and unless they use their 3/3 to kill your 3/5, then you have carte blanche on Sabine. Because like there is a timeline where you do get scammed by Darksaber in this matchup, just like any other deck. You have tons of well, I make sure to play around it, right? You know, it's important. That is a possible line in this matchup for the Sabine players. But like the Han player has to like respect that. But like yeah, because it was a Pathfinder, took the value trade on the Pathfinder, and that opened me up for 2 turn cycles later to do a hotshot blast to kill a Sabine as soon as it spawns. Having 4 damage on the 3/5 and having 5 attack. That was the idea there. In general, I don't buy just go face and pray. Because like the Sabine can eke out 5 damage. Sure, they start with a lower health base, but like, and there's obviously cunning scams and such. But in general, Han, the ability for Han to let you play a 3-cost unit on turn 1 is best used because those units have huge health pools. So utilize that health pool to value trade. Like get a trade or 2 in, and then start putting them in check. I've never liked the line of just like I play units go face and then you good luck. It's not great. And you also need to respect like Wing Leader, you need to respect Fleet Lieutenant. Like these are great cards. And I think the go face sort of mentality. Not my style in general. Just like, you know, hoping you outrace them, which the deck can do. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying it's like it's not wrong. The players who do that, the great players. This is too high variance for myself. Like I said, that kind of situation, like Michael is forced into play is turn over turn, and I had the whole smuggle row to abuse it.
I'm not gonna lie, George. A week ago, you'd never played Mono Han. Like you don't have a game on Mono. George, you're pretty badass.
Pretty. He is.
I mean, literally a week from today, you're making a top cut at a 2K on Hondo, and then you leave that. What did you play on Sunday at SCG?
I played Hondo on Sunday.
So 6 days ago, you had never played a Han game. 6 days later, you're winning You're winning a Planetary Qualifier into one of the hardest fields. We had Bothans there, we had Reflex there, we had other PQ
Crispy.
finalists and Crispy. Yeah, we had amazing field today, 91 players.
Late Night Gaming.
And 6 days later, Maclunky Gaming pros, Late Night Gaming solos there.
Here.
And you just 6 days, you pick up a whole new deck you'd never played before.
It's pretty badass.
And smash today. Let me go find how many games did you even lose today? Games. Let me find it.
3, maybe?
No, it was more than that, but not much more than that. I'm going to pull it up.
It's all blur.
So, like, as the father of the Mono Han Cabal, I am so proud of you.
Oh, thank you.
Okay,
man. All right.
George,
so, are you going to believe me that Jetpack's amazing yet?
That's right.
I believe you. I haven't seen any of your games, but I'm excited to watch it back.
Okay, listen.
I will have to say Jetpack did look pretty good in his stream matches.
It looked fair there. It looks broken in other situations. Anyway, that's a whole other.
So,
we'll talk about. We'll be in team chat. It's fine.
6 days ago, you had never played Mono Han.
Accurate.
Today, you played 23 games on Mono Han, and won 20 of them.
Okay.
You dropped 3 games out of 23 all day in a deck you never played 6 days ago.
You're inspiring me.
Oh, thanks. So it is an incredibly powerful deck, and I think like my own, non-ironically, I mean this very seriously. All my time on Hondo absolutely prepared for me for this.
Yeah,
like
smuggle.
It's all the smuggle, knowing the math, keeping track of your resource row, knowing all this sort of stuff, like getting your maximum value out of every turn, like looking at cards not only as cards in your smuggle row, but also cards you play out of hand. Like all this modularity, this is stuff I've been working on for months. So yes, I did pick up this deck. I've played against it. I've known the strategy.
Well, yeah, I know. We work on it as a team. I know.
Yeah. I mean, Mono Han.
It's impressive, George. It's impressive, George. You're impressive. Just accept it.
Just take it.
You have done something that'll go down in SWU lore. In 6 days, you took a deck to 20-3 in games and won a Planetary Qualifier. Let's be honest.
That's extremely hard to play, and never had played it. Yeah,
that is incredible.
And even for me, it is very hard to play. Like lots of triggers, lots of mechanics as far as like manipulating resource row, all that sort of stuff. Like, yeah.
Because I remember when you sold all your hero cards. Like you're like, I'm never playing anything but villain. I'm not gonna play hero. I sold all my cards. I was there for that.
Yeah, David was a champ and let me borrow half his deck. That's some real Bothan support right there. Oh my goodness. Yeah.
Couldn't be more proud of you, George. The team can't be more proud of you.
George,
you have shown why you're our team captain, and we are gonna just cheer for you on D2 at World Galactics. And
you're missing not being there with your boys right now, aren't you?
I wish I was there so bad.
All of them.
I wish I was there to pop some bubbly with you and celebrate.
Oh yeah. That's where we're going. We're gonna have the Bothan Invitational. It's gonna blow everyone's minds that it's gonna be a whole nother level of event.
I can't wait. Yeah. And when you're there, we can introduce you to the crowd as Planetary Qualifier winner George the Hulk. Doesn't that sound good?
I'm sorry, gold jersey recipient.
Oh, gold jersey. Yeah, you're right. That's so much bigger. That's so much bigger on our team.
That's the real hype right there.
Yeah. For people watching who don't know what that refers to, on our team, if you win a 65+ person event that was played all the way out to first place, you get gold accents on your jersey. We have 3 before you. You're the 4th person on our team to earn the gold jersey, George. Even though we have 5 PQ winners, Mickey D did not actually win his PQ.
Yeah.
He was 2nd, but he got passed down the slot. So you're the 4th gold jersey winner for the Bothan Network. Congratulations!
It's a great team. I mean, top 8 was 3 Bothans. So
yeah,
that's the power of working together, strategizing. Like, I mean, shout out to all the trailblazing to Ian and Alex.
Yeah, Alex Bland has been great.
Yep.
Yeah, Junior is amazing. Our French prodigy on the team from France. Yeah. Could be more proud
all the trailblazing they've done, as far as like taking this deck that's extremely hard to execute and putting in the time and effort. And I mean, I had my spice, and we all have our disagreements in the cabal, but mad shouts to all the effort and work they've done. So
I'm so proud of you. I need to put PQ champion under your name up here.
Oh,
I'm trying to do it. I don't know how to change it to. I need Courtney here to show me how to change it to black. Is Michael around? We wanted to talk to Michael too, but we're so proud of Michael.
I think he went off to the restroom. Is Michael in the restroom?
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Hold on. I'm changing it to champion. Orlando PQ champion. How's that look on your name? Look at that. George the Hulk, Orlando PQ champion.
I can't hear. I know Michael's shouting. Hold up. Hold on. Oh no! I know this conversation's gonna go. Michael. Oh no! He's in the restroom right now. If he wants to chat, we'll see what happens.
I'm so proud of Michael, though. I mean, Green Sabine is a hard deck to pilot. People don't give it credit, but he piloted it like a pro today. I think we had him on stream. He looked great on stream. And couldn't be more proud of our team. And yeah, I don't know. Yay, George! You made it.
Yeah, Michael's getting out of the restroom if you want to chat with him. All right, All right, just for that, 100. Oh my god.
What happened?
All right, Michael, get on the stage. Oh my goodness, this is gonna be gold.
Congratulations, George.
All right. Thank you, Frank.
Changing the runner up.
Yeah, I'm about to change it.
That was such a good match. Okay, what's up, everybody? How's it going, Frank?
Oh, we're so happy for you. I'm proud.
Yeah, appreciate it. I did a lot better than I was expecting. I
Michael,
honestly
holy
cannot believe I
crap.
even had a chance in that game. But like, apparently, I only had a 1 in 4 chance, right? So.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm so proud of you, Michael. You played amazing today.
Thanks, bud.
You have shown why this is the game that you need to be fully invested in. You're one of the game's top players.
What are you talking about? Fleshbot's great.
That was so much fun, Michael.
Michael, this was amazing, dude. You have so much to be proud of. How do
Hey,
you feel?
shout out to Frank for getting rid of my nonsense from my sideboard, and I ran exactly what you told me.
Well, what
So,
he's talking about
I
is literally last night at like
Last night,
midnight.
yeah.
Midnight last night. You and I are working on your Green Sabine list together, figuring out the sideboard, figuring out the cards. Tell us about that.
Okay, so I
Cheers.
hate Wolf. I've like never done well with Wolf in like any tournament. Last minute I borrowed 2 Wolves from one of our teammates, Quigley Matty. And I was like, all right, let's just go for it. And as if Frank ordained it himself, I played a blue Iden.
Yeah, you did.
Who I then replayed in top 4, and that was we had our first match was really fun. That was a really good one. The second one was I kind of just had all the things. But yeah, George got me pretty good. At least it wasn't a complete 2-0 like our round 6 in Swiss.
No, we thought you had it. For the longest time on stream, when you watch this back, we were sure you're winning this. It was so close, dude. You almost had it.
Like just think about the differential mathematically. If he doesn't hit the daring raid, we're 6 healthier. We still have our Sabine on the board. We also either get to play a Peacekeeper, which is a 2 heal every turn, or a red 3 to get an extra ping, to get an extra damage, right? So like the math on that is literally like, okay, if he hits the daring raid, this is gonna really suck because now I have to trade my Sabine leader into this 6 attack nonsense BS. I mean, the only alternative is like maybe you what's it called? Like I don't know, like maybe there's a world where you claim and just like chuck the Poe at it and say meh? Like that feels really awkward, right? Like I don't really want to do that.
Awkward.
But like yeah, it was a really good match. Like we actually got to have a good match, which is nice because typically Monohan just kind of rolls you and you're like
so good, dude.
Yeah.
You had, dude, what do you have, like 400 people watching?
Yeah.
It was like 400 people on stream watching you masterfully play that Sabine.
Oh, you and Blake weren't calling the play lines that he was calling. And
yeah, you came up with play lines better than what we were thought. Because we had 400 people all working together to help you. Because everybody's rooting for you.
Yeah, there are 2 like main points of like contention during that game for me. Obviously, like the daring raid was just like I don't know. Sorry, I'm just gonna say it. Damn, like that sucked.
That was bad luck.
It was really bad. I had 2-3 drops and a Peacekeeper, a red 3.
Yeah,
I
that was
forget
bad
what
luck.
but and then a
You
daring
win.
raid.
You
as
win
long
the
as I have
game
the red,
easy.
yeah, like
that,
it's just game. Like it's not
right.
So like
that was bad. Just
the only
variance.
alternative is maybe I go for the win a little earlier and just say math him on initiative and like force him to trade. Maybe like it's tough because like again you can just get iced by Monohan so easily, right? Like one cunning and you're like, like there are some turns where I had to like basically burn 7 resources because I'm like I know because like I got to see George's list, right? Like we're in Top Cut, we're in the finals. Like I know how much smuggle this dude has, so I already know that every time I'm making a discard, I'm like, this is kind of only a half discard, so that kind of stinks. But you know, unfortunately, having the extra Zori, it's just too much stats for me to deal with. But yeah, it was a really good match. I'm really bummed about the daring raid. I'm gonna be complaining to George about that for the next couple of hours when we go to dinner.
So you join a good club on our team though, because Ian's been a finalist, I've been a finalist, Colby's been a finalist, Mickey D's been a finalist. We're the silver jersey winners now.
That's right.
So we're going to take duct tape. You get to add duct tape to your jersey as a silver medalist.
It's a badge of honor on your sleeve.
Yes,
there you go.
we're all going to wear duct tape to be the. We were one win away from being the gold jersey winners. Because let's be honest, the gold jersey is really what you wanted today, right? Not the PQ. Who cares about the PQ?
I mean, I'd be lying if I said that it wasn't on the mind like that. I mean, okay. To be fair, I'm so happy to make it in top cut. I'm amazed I made it.
Great.
I made it in the top 4, and then, because honestly, like the mono Iden matchup can really go either way. Like it really is like you could just get boiled alive by like a ton of vigilance.
Yeah.
But we had a couple of we had the disabling Fang Fighter for that top target. That was a little cheeky,
Oh,
but
that was sick.
yeah, that was just kind of I know you don't have an answer for this.
So, a couple of things to take from this, and we'll go over this in team practice. But one, Snoke does not affect leaders.
Yep, I gotta remember that.
And then in the match with George in the last game, I don't think you needed to discard his shield off the Zori because that's a temporary shield from the jetpack. I think it's gonna fade anyway.
I didn't want him to get a free 4 damage, or sorry, free 4 damage on the Poe.
Number 3, maybe get some more sleep.
I don't know. We talked.
I did get sleep. I actually got sleep before this tournament. So all of that time, every tournament where I've been sleep deprived, and I've been I don't know, maybe I don't need. No, I need to sleep. This was I made a couple of minor mishaps today. Nothing too bad, but it was a lot of fun. Really happy to have made top 2.
The other play line we'll go over in practice is what if you had wing leadered your Bright Hope early?
I thought about that for a very, very long time. Math-wise, that might have been correct, and maybe we just don't have him discard. I just don't want him to have the waylay at this point.
Right.
Yeah.
So we could have. So we were sitting there on the wing leader and the fleet lieutenant, basically going, "Okay, where's your Falcon? Where's your Falcon? Where's your Falcon?"
He's
and
resourcing
played
him.
it.
Yeah,
clearly.
Because he had the Bright Hope.
Yeah.
But if he's waylaying Bright Hope, he's not waylaying Poes and other things you have on the ground. I don't know.
Yeah, that's
It's
true.
close.
Maybe we also get value out of our pumps with wing leader and fleet. It's just it's always tough. You're trying to make choices about does he have this? Does he have this? And he just kept having the body on the board that I had to deal with because again we're playing the control matchup in Sabine, but again you take 6 health away from my base. Completely different game, right?
Yeah.
It's completely different game.
Yeah, that daring raid is still the thing, but Michael, you played fantastic. I'm so proud of you. I know even back from SCG Atlanta, let's be honest, you were in a weird place in your head about this game. You were like, I'm not sure, what am I playing at the highest level? What's going on? This shows, Michael, you were one of the top Star Wars Unlimited players in the world, and you proved it today.
I will say, when I picked up Sabine Green on that Saturday, I did go 5-2. Alex bodied me in round 2, and then Tyler got his revenge on me in a very, very clean, well played CAD Tarkentown games, I should say. But we had a lot of good matchups today. We played into 2 mono Hans, lost to George in finals, and we managed to get through a CAD Tarkentown. We got through a couple of Sabine mirrors. We did pretty good today. It was pretty cool.
Michael, you're incredible, dude. We are so proud of you. You've represented our team. You had so many people cheering for you.
Bothan finals. How cool is that?
I know, that's badass.
That's just so hype.
That's okay, because Hunter and I are going to do it in Idaho. Right, Hunter?
Yeah.
Hunter and I are playing the Idaho PQ together.
I don't know if I should be sad or excited, because we could have had 3 Bothans in the top 4.
Well, that's just bad luck for Colby. He got paired with Blue Iden into that Quinlan deck.
What?
He's never beaten that, ever. He's never going to win a game in that. He's never going to take a game off Blue Iden. But you can. You smashed it.
There was a really cool moment early. I think it was round 4. We were starting up, and the entire top tables, all Orlando people. It was a cool yes. Unlike the last Kissimmee PQ, last PQ, we played a lot. We played a lot of each other, and kind of getting to actually make it to a couple of rounds in was very cool. So Orlando represent, Bothan Network represent. And I think we need to go eat food because I am about to pass out.
Okay. Thank you, Michael. Thank you for
Love
the
you, Frank.
stream.
Love you, Courtney.
Love you guys so much.
Colby.
Colby, We have just enjoyed
Cheers,
so much playing.
Yeah, we're super lucky, super thankful for being able to do this today.
Being your casters. Hunter, are you
Yes.
still there? Thank you, sir, for
Yes,
casting
sir.
with
Thank you,
us all day.
TowerNumberNine.
You made it very tolerable.
What a day!
Success,
What a
Colby.
effing day, Colby!
What a day! Made it happen.
And if you want to watch the video on demand of this event, you need to. We're gonna put it on Colby's CoDameron channel.
Yep.
You can put it on yours. It's fine. Just hit the upload YouTube button. It's fine. I don't need it.
But go,
You guys were here
subscribe.
streaming and
Yep.
all day. It's amazing.
Get the notifications when they go up.
I have a couple of videos I've got to
Thank you
post.
for all
They're
the people who
choppy. I'm gonna stitch them
subscribed today for
together.
us,
Oh,
too.
we got 3 more subscribers. Tony Millen, thank you. Ray Nurple, thank you. Wiggs the Wise, thank you. Everybody also go to CoDameron on YouTube, find it, and also sub to Colby because he does great vlogs.
Great content.
Like your stream of consciousness thought, when you just upload what you're thinking, is amazing.
I've got one of those. I played a Quinlan Pow City list, and I was trying to keep it quiet, but I'm gonna post that. I was gonna post after this. I'm gonna post it soon. But yeah, I got a bit of content I'll post. But yeah, you keep the VOD. That's fine. But just thank you so much for like doing the thing and sitting in the chair and commentating all day. Like, I'm so happy. It makes me the happiest guy.
What a wonderful day. And so you're a finalist in the PQ last in set 2 here, and now you top cut it again. Colby, you're one of the world's best players at SWU.
I am very consistent. Back in LCG, I was the king of Swiss. I would always top Swiss and lose in the things. I'm working on my top cut. I'm getting there. It'll happen.
I'm so proud of you, dude. You did so great. You represented our team so well today, Colby. Thank you.
Thank you all. Right.
And thanks for
I'm gonna
bringing us
close
this
it now.
stream.
Yep. We are going to end the stream now. Hunter,
Literally 3,500
let's let,
people
Hunter,
thank
who's
you.
been
They
with us all
watched it
day.
today.
Hunter, any last words today for the stream?
Nope.
30
Nothing
almost
besides
3,700.
Bothan Network. We're the best.
Yeah, that's what the QR code is on your screen right now. Scan it. Come hang out with us. We have a public Discord.
Yep.
We'll get games with you. We'll talk to you about decks. So we'd love to have people come hang out in the Bothan Network public Discord.
Join us Wednesday for an invite.
Yeah,
For the
Wednesday with a
BNTK.
special stream on Blonde Sabine. We're going to give away... We're going to be streaming from Cards HQ, showing everybody the 14,000 foot square space that we're going to be using for the Bothan Invitational, and we're going to give away a pass to the...
An invite, yep.
An invite to the
Free
tournament.
ticket, yep.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
It is
Frank,
incredible.
I can't wait.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting.
All right. Thank you all so much. Thanks to